The sword suddenly pierced straight into Min's body, causing him so much pain that he coughed up blood. Did it just stab me? Who is that? A hero. Impressive, the hero of mankind. Wait, why is my mouth speaking like this? I am the war god Deimos. I can't believe I'm meeting such a powerful warrior in a dimension this far away. Hero, I really admire your abilities. I want to hear your name. Min quickly realized, wait, does that mean I am the war god Deimos? On October 22nd in Seoul, a massive structure suddenly appeared, and the first great upheaval began. A strange portal opened, and monsters flooded everywhere, sweeping the world into chaos. However, the mutants hunting monsters, also known as hunters, emerged right as the Hunter Association established its position. Humanity began to feel a sense of security. The second great upheaval erupted, and the heavenly realm and the demon realm began a great war against each other. The demon king of hell, Diamond, led the dark army to invade Earth. The angelic race appeared to stop them as they fought against the demon race. The world gradually turned into hell. The reason that great war ended, it wasn't because of the brave angels or the brutal demons, but thanks to humanity's savior, the emergence of a hero, someone with extraordinary power among the mutants, allowed them to defeat the Demon King and bring it to an end. It has been 35 years since that day. A statue of a hero is displayed in a prominent position at the National Museum of Art in Seoul. Min is currently a student at Korea University. He sighed in frustration amidst the crowd. Group projects are really tough. Only the professor doesn't realize how useless group projects can be. Why can't I even have a day off in peace? The voice of a teacher leading the group ahead suddenly rang out. You all pair up, hold hands, and follow me. Made him quickly realize how crowded it was here. There must be a school organizing extracurricular activities. This place is always the most popular spot. Right, Minchin had also come here for a tour with classmates 25 days ago. He listened intently to the teacher's introduction. The hero is someone with extraordinary power among the hunters. If it weren't for him, the war would still be ongoing. Unfortunately, he passed away during the second great upheaval after defeating the demon, but this monument was erected so we will never forget him, just like the sacrifices he made for humanity. Minchin gazed at the statue while silently telling himself, I want to become strong like that hero. His train of thought was suddenly interrupted by the barrage of questions from his classmates. Teacher, if we study hard, can we become hunters? I want to become a hunter like the hero too. The teacher's hesitation made Minchin quickly realize that the teacher couldn't answer our questions for a moment. It's really hard to become an official hunter because one needs both skill and luck. Becoming a hunter is nearly impossible since we are still too young. That was truly a big shock for fragile and weak hearts. He glanced at his phone screen, wondering it's almost time for the appointment. Right after that, two hurried voices appeared from behind. Minchin, you're here early, we just arrived. He jokingly teased, I was just about to cross off your names. The group moved together to participate in the special exhibition of the hero Mechano and got to see the sword that pierced through the Demon King. His friends followed him, joking around together. Minchin is very handsome, but he's so thoughtless that it made him stop and remind them, you all know I can hear you right. Don't rush Minchin. As he glanced around, he couldn't help but be amazed. He knew they were showcasing the hero's sword today, but why was it so crowded during the week? After that, Minchin's gaze was fixed in one direction. The hero had saved the world. He had spent a long time redeeming it, turning it into a battlefield. After the Demon King invaded and the celestial beings joined the fight under the banner of allies, he sacrificed his life to plunge the sword through the Demon King's heart. And today the sword pierced straight through the Demon King's heart. The holy sword would be displayed for the first time at Minchin's exhibition, and he continued to move forward. Following the tour guide's instructions, the next tourists were invited inside. He walked while silently contemplating that this should provide enough material for his report. Then Minchin was wide-eyed in astonishment when he saw the scene before him. On the other side was the callous sword. It definitely was the hero's sword radiating a halo. Am I seeing things? It seems like the sword is moving. A glow began to appear, making Minchin quietly wonder what was happening. Was it a special event or a demonstration? The sword flew straight towards him. It was like a scene from a story. So the hero gripped the sword tightly and rushed forward decisively, plunging it into the demon's body. Then he heard the opponent's questioning voice, seemingly reluctant to say his name. But stay calm now, because we will meet again, Deimos. As the words faded, he gradually vanished into thin air. At that moment, Minchin was surprised to feel his head as if it was about to explode. His friends were also panicking, calling out to Minchin, their faces filled with worry. He had just regained consciousness and was silently wondering what had happened. Did I faint? My head hurts so much. It feels like it's about to burst. Minchin's friends were all asking if they should call an ambulance. He calmly probed, "Did I faint?" But just now the sword suddenly flew towards me and stabbed me. One of his friends intentionally asked again, "What are you talking about? You just fainted after staring at the holy sword for a short while. Are you daydreaming in broad daylight?" Minchin suddenly realized, was it all an illusion? It didn't feel like an illusion at all. The moment I saw the callous sword, I could remember everything from 23 years ago. The creature descended and led the world to destruction. The Demon King was one of the 4 gods ruling hell. The king of the warlike demons, the war god Demos. After regaining his composure, Minchin felt confused. Damn, how did everything end up like this? The words I once said in my past life were meant for me. Hey, at the end of the semester, Minchin's friends continuously expressed their gratitude towards him. "You did great, senior. I can't believe we got full marks from this strict professor." He just nodded, brushing it off. "You all did great." Seeing Minchin's pale face, they all urged him to go to the hospital for a checkup. But Minchin firmly refused. "I'm fine, I'm just overthinking. I'm leaving." Another classmate approached and called out, "Minchin, where are you going? What about the end of semester party? Are you really going to refuse to drink? What's going on?" Min was leaving while quietly thinking, what a party this is. My mind was all jumbled up thinking about how I, a good citizen, ended up being the Demon King Deimos, who had killed and harmed so many people while invading Earth. I had spent my whole life criticizing him, yet here I was him. When I was just a boy, Minchin boldly declared, "Mom, I want to defeat the Demon King." And yet I had once been the Demon King myself. I can't go back to being the Demon King, nor do I have his powers. But why am I suddenly remembering all this? And why did I have to die as the Demon King? My body back then was just temporary, so when he died, his soul returned to its original body. It seems the heroic warrior also died with me. Why am I thinking about this all of a sudden? It's such a waste of time, and what can I do about it anyway? The first difference between Deimos and Minchin is mana. The demon race belongs to the upper realm, so sensing mana is as natural to them as breathing. Humans can only sense a small amount of mana from the lower realm. I still remember the method of deep breathing and focusing. A quick notification popped up. Mana has been found meeting the conditions. Now I just need to slowly figure out how to use this mana. The system also announced that it was updating the statistics. The awakened Minchin will receive the title of player. This made him feel incredibly joyful. A question quickly arose. Is awakening really that easy? After that, Minchin continued to feel frustrated. Knowing that in his past life he was the Demon King was already shocking. And now there's awakening too. I don't even know if I should cry or not. The system presented a request saying to check the stats window to review your attributes. Minchin finally nodded in agreement. All right, I'll check. He possessed strength of 7, agility and endurance of 6. Additionally, he had the skill True Sight, which allowed him to observe information about targets through their profiles. As for player attributes, they had the potential to change the world. By accumulating points, one could gather points by hunting monsters. Minchin was amazed by the attributes and then made a remark about changing the rules. Just by hunting, I can get stronger, just like in a game. Wait, the upper and lower realms. The realms are divided by something called accumulated points. The demon realm and the celestial realm. Those in the upper realm have more accumulated points and power than those in the lower realm. Where did all these come from? The humans from the lower realm can't compare at all. Therefore, a person moving from the upper realm to the lower realm must use a different body. That's the rule of the realms. That's why the Demon King had to use a different body. Is there a power that can reform that rule? Minchin clenched his fists with determination. I can break through that limit. But as Minchin, I can't do anything. I'm just a human, not the Demon King. Pandemonium and Elysium had agreed to a truce and also provided compensation for damages. If the information about the Demon King's resurrection spreads, those who have suffered from that pain will once again fall into panic. So I will live as Minchin. I will only use the information from my past life to become stronger and contribute to humanity. That's enough, right? In my past life, my goal was also to become stronger. It's like hitting two birds with one stone. So first, I need to improve this mana. With the memories of Deimos, I can easily increase my mana. I have to learn that. By now, the sky was getting dark. After a while of moving and searching, Minchin could finally breathe a sigh of relief. I've finally made it. This is a magic circle that has been passed down through many generations of demon kings. It can absorb mana from the surrounding area. Nothing can activate it, but if I place this neutral stone here, immediate notice, displaying mana stone level E is currently in use to provide energy for the Grand Mana Assembly. The Grand Mana Assembly has been activated and the final mana has increased by 450%. It can be maintained for 5 minutes. Minchin quickly took the opportunity to sit down and absorb it, and was surprised to realize there was so much mana that it could even seep out of his body. This is the best opportunity to practice Qigong, absorbing mana from nature into the body. It's the fundamental element of modern Qigong. But what I learned was a type of Qigong. It allows me to accumulate energy from the stars and create a miniature universe in my mind. When I was in the demon sect as a demo, I visited a world called martial arts by making a deal with the celestial demon. There, I learned an ancient martial art. Only the leader of the demon sect is allowed to learn it, and it's even harder than the ancient celestial demon secret technique, crystal technique. I stayed in that world for a while and learned many types of martial arts. Therefore, my combat skills have surpassed even the martial arts of the demon race. Thanks to those martial arts, I can dominate the demon race, so my answer is quite clear. He continued to close his eyes, absorbing the increasing amount of mana drawing in the flow of the stars. Minchon's body immediately reacted in unexpected ways. He kept reminding himself that if he lost focus, his body would be torn apart. He was also intently observing the next surge of power that he could absorb. His body began to tremble from exhaustion, but Binchon kept reminding himself that if he stopped here, he would die or go insane. No creature could withstand this terrifying amount of power, this overwhelming power. But in my past life, I was a demon king. This is nothing. 5 minutes passed quickly. The time needed to absorb the grand mana had ended. Minchin immediately reached the ancient crystal technique and achieved level 1 star. His body was also upgraded thanks to the effects of the ancient crystal technique. All skills simultaneously gained 5 points. The ancient crystal technique is a breathing skill through mana from which a microcosm forms in the higher consciousness. Minchin stretched and continued to complain that his whole body was numb. His other techniques had also been converted into skills. Is it done yet? The system quickly issued a notification. A new power has formed. The magical power has transformed into chaotic power. Mana also created chaotic power. While Minchin was reviewing the information, his eyes widened in shock at the chaotic power. He immediately returned home right after that. The status board now also displayed that the chaotic energy was 210. Other stats were trending upwards. This made Minchin quickly realize, so because of my magical power, I have chaotic power. Chaotic power and energy are all terms I've never heard before. It seems that this ancient crystal technique uses both the power of light and darkness. I wonder if I only absorbed the power of the dark nebula because I used to be a demon. If I can indeed use this technique, then it's truly a wish come true. And I can absorb power from both the light and dark nebula. Then in this dimension, I am the strongest. The next morning at the Hunter Job Registration Center, Minchin was present here with the assessment to be able to operate as a true awakened being. First, I need to register at the Hunter Association. This is where you can easily encounter the joy of those who have awakened and also those who have been rejected. Minchin quickly received the notification that his result was a rejection. This is the tragedy. While he was engrossed in reading the notification paper, he heard a question. You belong to Group F, right? Group E is the lowest rank. You're in the F list, right? That means you're at the bottom. Minchan just looked at her and asked, Why do you seem so shy? You've seen my results, haven't you? But the association can't detect chaotic power. Why is there only magical power here? Then he boldly asked, Excuse me, evaluator, can I ask you something? What does the number in parentheses next to my stats mean? She quickly explained, That's your potential mutant power. Supernatural individuals develop by absorbing power from the monsters they've defeated in buildings and gates. In other words, that's your growth limit. This made him silently realize, so the development of a hunter has its limits too. The evaluator added, although it only represents a minority. But there's a poem that says hunters can possess power that surpasses the limits set by the association. If you register as a hunter, it doesn't necessarily have to be at the tower or gates. There are still many other areas for you to hone your skills, so don't be too disappointed. Minchon could only shyly respond, "Thank you." As he stepped out the door, he heard the welcoming words of the Yangsan Association, which would warmly welcome and guide new mutants. "Hey, your superhuman status is with our association. Our association is called the Tornado Association." This was exactly what Minchon expected, just as he thought these representatives would do their best to recruit these mutants. Two members of the association approached Minchon. "Please take a look at this and consider joining our association." Their enthusiasm left him astonished. "Word of my status has already spread here. News travels fast, but it turns out to be a good thing. I hate this troublesome matter. Besides my magical power, my other stats are just mediocre. I must say I'm so talented that no association wants me." He was unexpectedly surprised to receive a message from the Hunter Association with instructions for the Hunter License Examination. "Congratulations, Minchon has become a mutant. Sent to all mutants who have completed their awakening registration. To operate as a mutant, you must officially register with the Hunter Association. The association will hold an examination to determine whether you are capable of venturing into the gates and towers. Licenses will be issued based on the results. The time is on the second week of each month." A message that left him puzzled. "Why is the exam for the license so soon? There's still about 10 days left. Guess I have to postpone leveling up." The Hunter License Examination will randomly select questions from 5 available sample papers. The common point among these samples is the examination of both combat and survival skills of the candidates. Minchon felt extremely confused at this moment. "With my current abilities, I'll definitely be eliminated right from the start." In other words, if he wanted to succeed, physical strength was the top priority. His strength, endurance, and resilience were all increasing. After taking a break, Minchon silently concluded, "I'll try using the ancient crystal technique as a breathing method to improve my physical condition. After all, I still have memories from practical experiences in my previous life. As long as I can withstand it, that's enough." During the day, it will be strength training. His body has also been upgraded significantly. The effects of the ancient crystal technique push him to his limits. At night, it will be development through practicing the ancient crystal technique. 10 days later, Minchon requested to open the status board. "Let's see these numbers. Last week, I had to shed blood, sweat, and tears, and the results are unexpectedly satisfying. The most significant growth stat here is a breathing skill through mana. The power comes from the collision between the light nebula and the dark nebula, creating chaotic energy when I practice separately with the dark nebula. In my previous life, it took me over a year to reach level 2 of the crystal technique, but now I only need a week. And if my physical condition has improved, then I can unlock the skill 7 drift techniques. A punch technique that lasts 7 seconds passed down from countless nameless nomads. This technique enhances body parts by using internal power to practice martial arts. A martial art that's easier to grasp than any other technique, combined with movements that align with instinct, all creating a wonderful martial art for myself. At this moment, the system quickly notified that you have learned 7 skills of the sailing spirit. It can use its innate power to strengthen a part of the body or enhance your potential strength. This increases combat capability exponentially. The next morning, Minchon moved while continuously wondering what the others would think about the martial arts he was learning. It seems that the way to showcase skills is similar to the ancient crystal technique. However, the ancient crystal technique is at level C, which is much lower. It's understandable since this is just basic martial arts. If given a choice, I would want to learn a type of advanced martial arts. But if I learn high-level martial arts without a solid foundation, should I switch to the cloud technique? After all, this is just basic Qigong. Although the movement technique I usually use isn't the cloud technique, considering my physical condition, this is the most suitable way for me to move. The cloud technique feels like walking on clouds. Even though this isn't the type of Qigong used to suppress opponents, it supports counterattacks while maintaining the original stance. Its limit depends on mana. Increase movement speed by 50% and boost power by 10%. Let's give it a try. His movement speed immediately increased by 50%, consuming 2 chaos energy per second. This left Minchin astonished. This is completely different from what he remembered. It's so fast. This is the cloud technique at just 1-star level. Isn't this speed at level 4 stars? Moreover, not only is it faster, but regardless of how strange my movements are, I can still stand firm. Could it be that martial arts using chaos energy are much stronger than those using magic energy? He continued to experiment and then smiled contentedly. Should I try a little more? Minchin gathered all his strength from his hands and struck the ground. This created a tremendous earthquake. He pulled his hands back and laughed loudly. Not only did he break it, but he also crushed it into pieces. This basic martial arts is already at this level. If I could master the ultimate martial arts that I possessed in my previous life, but before mastering it, my body might have already shattered if I used it barehanded again. I have no choice but to use that. He also received permission for it. The awakened individual, certified by the Hunter Association, Minchin, then received a notification allowing him to enter. As he peeked at the door, he heard a welcoming greeting. Thank you for visiting the Angsan branch of the Star Alliance. Could you tell me the reason for your visit? I will support you, Star Alliance. They are an army and a merchant guild, formed by races from different dimensions. They are one of the 3 most powerful organizations in the multiverse. Trading items and providing mercenary services regardless of dimension or race, their influence is enormous. No race dares to challenge their power. An organization that no one dares to joke with. Simply put, they are filthy merchants profiting under the guise of a neutral organization. Minchin then requested, I want to meet the branch director. She hurriedly asked, I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Minchin confidently replied, Is this enough to call the branch director? A man hurriedly appeared, causing the crowd to buzz with excitement. Isn't that the director of the Shadow Branch? He rarely shows his face outside of major deals, a big shot running an entire federation. What's going on? As soon as he saw Minchin, he proactively greeted him. Are you the customer for the R code? Please forgive our losses as VIP customers often come to this remote branch. I heard you want to use the multidimensional warehouse, right? Please follow me this way. I'll lead the way. Minchin was a bit surprised. Then he suddenly realized that the dwarf was 311 years old. His specialty was financial intuition. So he was naturally lucky with finances and had the ability to sense them. The high-value products that Min buried at this moment also silently acknowledged him. He looked like a wise old man. But he was still just a young man compared to the age of dwarves. To sit in the director's chair, he must be very skilled. Martin then announced, This is the multi-dimensional warehouse. Minchin continued to follow him inside. Transactions between different dimensions usually cost a lot of money and time. The multidimensional warehouse is a revolutionary technology created by Min which has significantly reduced the time needed for transactions. Due to the advanced technology, it is necessary to verify whether the user is a manager or a VIP guest of the Alliance. There are only 24 VIP guests, but their identities are top secret. This means that even the staff here have no way of knowing who they are. A quick request was made. Please log in with the magic pattern of Code R. Minchin immediately stepped into position to fulfill the request. The status board also displayed information calculating the encryption code. The multi-dimensional warehouse quickly experienced a shift. The dwarf was closely observing and announced, It's opening. The magic password has been confirmed. You have access to the multi-dimensional warehouse. There is only one item stored by the customer. Minchin sighed in relief. Great. Bring me that item. If I had known I would be reborn, I would have stored more items. The multi-dimensional warehouse quickly announced, Next, the customer's item has been successfully transferred to Earth. Minchin observed the item while quietly assessing it. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary stone. Now, awaken Black Star. Black Star is a weapon created from a dwarf star. It can recreate many myths and legends. The user can freely change the shape of the weapon. However, this artifact is temporarily sealed. Black Star is an item that can become very strong or weak depending on the amount of karma the user possesses. Now my human form has weakened significantly. Why? Because I was a demon. So there's no more karma left. If I can't use even half of my maximum ability anymore, but it's okay. I still have the most basic function of Black Star, the ability to transform into 10,000 different weapon forms. Once I have this, the Hunter test will be as easy as pie. This is an amazing weapon for users of many martial arts like me. A phone call notification immediately occurred. Shortly after that, I'm not so sure if that's really a VIP code. The voice on the other end replied. Minchin insisted that VIP code is real. He looks just like an ordinary human. Are you sure? I saw the VIP code confirmed with my own eyes. It's genuine. The dwarf, upon hearing this, curiously asked, "What do you think about this?" A human from Earth, a low-level dimension, has a VIP code. This means a high-level entity doesn't want their identity exposed and is hiding their power by coming to Earth as a human. I can smell that this transaction will yield a lot of benefits. She also expressed her agreement. "You're right, you're quite sharp." The dwarf explained, "If they bring money, they're customers. You should learn from me as quickly as possible. My life would be easier if I had a capable subordinate." She curiously asked, "So do you want me to observe the situation?" A person from Earth in a low-level dimension has a VIP code. This means a high-level entity doesn't want to reveal their identity and is hiding their power by coming to Earth as a disguise. Why do I feel like this transaction will bring in a lot of benefits? She also agreed, saying he's really sharp. The ghost explained that if they bring money, they are customers. You should learn from me as quickly as possible. My life would be easier if I had a skilled lower level. She curiously asked, "So you want me to just observe the situation?" "So, you don't need to investigate. I won't let the other branches know." Ma Than is also happy to agree. "All right, I'll leave it to you." The Earth is a place that has caught the attention of higher races since that tower appeared. To secure the regional director position close to the tower, Min Chon has put in a lot of effort. But that's still not enough. He is determined to hold on to this guest tightly and climb to a higher position in the alliance. The next day, Min Chon appeared at another location, his eyes wide with amazement. It's really big. The certification test for hunters is about to take place. Holding the piece of paper in his hand, Min Chon quietly recalled that they said he just needed to go to the waiting room at noon. It must be nearby. The chaos before him made him extremely frustrated. What are these crazy reporters doing? The two figures that just appeared are being relentlessly hunted by them. "Jumi, are you really getting your hunter certification today? Mr. Dujanu, please let us interview you." The chatter keeps erupting. "Jumi, isn't she the daughter of the ambassador from Ahima? I heard she's half human, half elf." In Norse mythology, Ahima is where the Vanir gods reside, the gods of fertility, intelligence, and the ability to foresee the future. Rumor has it she can use soul magic. Have you heard about Du Juanyu? He was recruited by the Hoa Rang Association after that ability test. Isn't that the top association in the country? What was his starting score? One of the two will be the top score in this test. The loudspeaker suddenly announced, "Hello, contestants. We would like to inform you that the 55th Hunter Certification Test will begin in 10 minutes. Each contestant will be assigned to a hunter match by the judges. Once assigned, please head to the gate with your match number." Min Chon followed the instructions while wondering what this place was. This isn't a natural terrain. Is it an artificial gate? The loudspeaker announced again, "The theme of the 55th test will be revealed now. The theme is survival. You must achieve 100 points before the test ends. Detailed information will be displayed on the hunter's watch. Min Chon, with contestant number 511, has a survival score of 50 points. Each candidate will receive the same shield energy. When there is a collision, the shield will decrease. Contestants who run out of shield energy will be disqualified and automatically moved out of the competition area." Min Chon checked it over and felt satisfied. This is quite convenient. There are 3 ways to pass the test hunt. 50 regular monsters participate in the attack on the boss monster marked on the map. Min Chon also noticed something strange at this moment. He focused on listening and observing, then deduced a strategy or left the other contestants behind. This means there will be competitors everywhere. Basically, if they want to gain more points, contestants must defeat a certain number of monsters. Clearly, some people will inevitably fall short on points. Therefore, they have no choice. Other than attacking the other contestants, they set traps for the other contestants to kill each other. even if some wanted to cooperate, acting in groups is really annoying. Moreover, it doesn't suit his style, but above all, what he aims for is the boss. Why is there nothing to wait for? It's so boring. Watching others fight is more fun. The sound of metal clashing. Is someone fighting? This is an opportunity to witness the skills of other contestants firsthand. Moreover, how could a good match be without me? Minchon walked a bit further and then noticed something unusual. A giant monster was standing right next to him. Minchon immediately showed an excited attitude. Maybe I should start with this guy first. The dark energy suddenly changed the plan. As soon as you entered the position, the status board appeared. A chaotic notification covered your entire body. All stats except chaotic strength increased by 40%. Using the Minchin flow technique, you quickly lunged forward. The monster also showed extreme aggression, leaving you momentarily stunned. Even though it was just a fictional monster, its murderous intent and brutality felt very real. Its thick, sturdy skin combined with superior muscle strength was overwhelming for this weak body. After the first strike, the monster safely attacked you from behind, making Minchin silently realize that melee weapons seemed ineffective against this tail. So you quickly regained your composure for the battle against the monster. Seeing it displaying its sharp fangs, Minchin was even more determined to use the demon spear technique to break through right now. Consuming 8 chaotic energy, the demon spear technique was unleashed, striking the monster with an incredible force, instantly killing it on the spot. The system updated with a new notification. You have defeated the monster and collected 10 points. At this moment, Minchin also quietly assessed that the dungeon's quality seemed higher than expected. A monster with such a name has been evaluated like this. The boss seems promising. At the same time, a voice came from behind announcing its name. It was the one who had caught the monster you intended to hunt. The leader of their group angrily shouted, "How dare you steal so blatantly in broad daylight? It seems you haven't learned your lesson yet. Do you know who we are? We are the famous trio of Dark Brothers." Minchin silently observed them. Are these guys challenging me? They seem to be the ones involved in the battle I heard earlier. They intended to steal points from other contestants after being weakened by the fight. You even used your eye technique to probe. The status board of all of them showed their physical stats were several times higher than yours. Their potential isn't bad either. At this moment, Yongjin also expressed his frustration, saying, "Is it smiling? Do you understand your current situation?" Minchin confidently replied, "I don't care if you are the Dark Trio or whatever. Stop rambling and come at me." They immediately challenged the jerk. "Let me kick it in the mouth. We'll let you go if you give us what we want. But first you need a lesson, right? Die." All three began to rush in to attack Minchin. You quickly used the Dark Energy Dagger and demonstrated some basic moves in front of them. Yongjin remained confident, thinking, "Are you running into my sword to die, you fool?" Minchin silently assessed that even though they cooperated well, he decided to use the sailor's pollen technique. The beauty of creation made Yongjin cry out in pain. The sailor's pollen technique would reduce the opponent's damage by 30%. The direction of the attack would also change. Consuming 5 chaotic energy, the new damage reached 50% of strength. Important strikes consumed 3 chaotic energy, seeing his little brother panicking and shouting to get away. "Stay away from me!" The older brother confidently thought that getting too close would make it hard to use magic. Then he charged forward with a threat. "Stay away from my little brother," seeing Minchin successfully dodge the attack. He shouted loudly, "You're done for!" Minchon remained still, quickly observing the flames rising, then broke into a sly smile. After that, he unleashed a weapon to counter, which was the 5 tiger slashing technique. It was a special technique of the Habakwang clan famous for using sword skills in real combat, causing the two to look nervous upon seeing it. Minchin maintained a calm posture, preparing to step onto the spear and charge straight at the opponent. The older brother was still confused, asking, "What?" Then Minchin confidently declared, "It's over," making him angrily shout, "No way!" Finally, you collected an additional 15 points, raising your accumulated score to 45. After that, Minchin quietly pondered, "This guy saved a lot of points." Yongsoo hurriedly approached his teammate and whispered, "The older brother has been defeated. That guy has his weapon." Yongjin confidently asserted, "He must have infused it with true energy. It's dangerous." Minchon confidently observed them, clearly believing there was no way they could score against him with their current skills. He then boldly declared, "Everything that begins must come to an end, right? How many points can you give me?" The speaker echoed the information. The contestant's shield energy is 450. Mr. Chu has returned to 0. The contestant has been eliminated from the test. In the guild viewing room, everyone was buzzing with conversation. One member of the Dark Trio was out. They were the new recruits. The guild is ranked second in the country nurturing talent. Who defeated that trio? Du Xuanyu must have gone a bit overboard. The guild leader said there's no way to escape. Discovered by the second-ranked hunter in the country, the most promising rookie has a few direct training sessions with Du Xuanyu. The 3 rookies from the Gumsan Guild are just kids compared to Du Xuanyu. The speaker announced again, the shield energy of contestant 451 Ion Su has dropped to 0. The shield energy of contestant 452 Aeon Jin. Everyone gasped in shock. The Dark Trio was defeated by just one person. That woman proudly laughed out loud. Indeed, it's Du Xuanyu, the pride of Warang. She suddenly paused for a moment, then exclaimed in surprise, "Who is that?" Silence fell as they realized that person was Minchon in the dungeon at that moment. The other contestants were being eliminated one by one, with his moves being incredibly decisive and painful. The speaker announced again, the shield energy of contestant 686 has dropped to 0. Minchon's accumulated points reached 172. He then quietly hunted a monster, but in the end found nothing. There wasn't much time left. They had entered the crucial moment of the test. It had to end this before facing the boss. This is the only path into the Rocky Mountain leading to the boss, a narrow passage that barely allows 1 or 2 people to pass through. At the end of the path is a golem with high resistance stats, an unruly warrior with self-healing abilities. Minchon asked loudly, "Are you all planning to turn this monster into an invincible one? If I take a heavy hit from it, I'm done for, and I can't give it a chance to heal either. I have to keep tearing it apart." Minchon rushed in, swinging his sword at the golem. He felt the hardness of the monster. The system reported no damage dealt. The golem slammed its fist down, attacking, but missing. "Try again." Minchon smirked confidently. "Oh, are you trying to tell me what you're planning to do? Quite friendly, huh? Everything has been pretty boring since facing that trio of brats. And now it's another tough battle. If I use the 5 Tiger Slash now, it would be too much for my body. So I'll use this, the giant black axe." The system announced, "You are using the devastating axe technique, consuming 15 chaos power." Minchon decisively swung the axe down onto the golem's arm. This technique can only be used by players with mana or chaos power. The technique simply maximizes the chopping power of the axe, but still exudes overwhelming strength. The golem's body began to crack with small fissures. The system confirmed that the attack was effective. Minchon smiled in satisfaction. It worked. The size of the wound no longer mattered. He continued to slash repeatedly at the monster. If I can't land a finishing blow, I just need to chip away at it 10 times, or even 100 times. When it was finally defeated, Jumi accidentally witnessed the whole battle. She stood frozen, staring intently at Minchon as if someone had come before her. Minchon was startled, fearing that if it was about to die, someone would come to KS. If Jumi attacks me with soul magic right now, I won't be able to handle both her and the golem. But if I attack her, the golem will heal itself. It's gonna be a disaster. Jumi asked, "Do you need my help to take it down?" Minchon was confused. What did she just say? I've been hitting it, and it's still not down. He pouted and replied, "I'm almost done, and now you want to come in and eat," Jumi said bluntly. "No way, I didn't think you could take it down," Minchon thought to himself. "If I play my cards right, there's still a way out of this deadlock." He turned to Jumi and asked, "Do you want to make a bet?" She curiously asked back. A bet Minchon started to entice her. "Just a little bet for fun, if I can take down this monster in 10 minutes. Jumi interrupted him, saying, "No way you can't take it down by yourself. Plus, there are only 20 minutes left. Why should I bet with you? What do I get out of it?" Minchon declared confidently, "I'll give you all my points." He flashed a wicked smile. "I have more points than she does against the boss anyway." Jumi carefully considered, "If I can gain more than just fighting the boss, then why not?" She asked further, "But what if you win?" Just as Minchun was about to answer, the golem began to regenerate. His face showed clear fear as he realized, I was too busy talking. It's starting to heal. In a panic, he blurted out, How about a meal? Take me out to eat. Eating. Jumi was quite surprised. Minchun hurriedly said, Let's finalize the deal. Okay, I'm off now. She immediately agreed, All right then. But if you're about to lose, I'm jumping in there, okay? Minchun arrogantly replied, You can say whatever you want. Jumi curiously asked, But why do you seem so familiar with me? We've never met before. Minchun quickly said, If you feel uneasy about that. He smirked for a few seconds and continued, Then just talk to me like we're friends. Time flew by and the test ended. Everyone was heading outside. A guy shouted anxiously, Medical team over here. Emergency treatment for contestant 370. The contestant here is also in critical condition. Bring a medicine kit over. Minchun sat dazed on the ground, taking a long breath. I'm so tired. I've used up so much energy. My chaotic power and HP are almost gone, all because of that charm. The blue one had almost fully healed. I was so close to losing. Jumi stood frozen quietly watching Minchun from behind. People around were continuously talking about him. That guy looks totally fine. He must have dodged everything. Jumi was amazed. I can't believe it. I really have to treat him to a meal. That guy read all of the blue charm's attacks. Minchun's eyes showed determination, and he timed his strikes perfectly. If I fought him, could I win? He was pretty strong when fighting the bone monster, but that's about it. If we rematch, I'm confident I can beat him. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they received the results. The top scorer of the 55th Hunter Certification Exam was contestant number 517 Minchun. Congratulations! The chatter erupted. Minchun, you placed third against the Bone Monster. Bone Monster Lum couldn't accept it. The bone in my mouth is just unacceptable. Reporters surrounded him. He said, Excuse me, can you share your thoughts on your ranking? He bluntly pushed everyone away, saying, Sorry, I don't want to comment. The serious bodyguards announced, We do not allow interviews. Let him rest. We will provide detailed information to the media soon. Everyone's attention shifted towards Minchun. Is that him, candidate number 511? He's the top student. He thought to himself that he should slip away before being noticed. He grabbed the door, and the moment he swung it open, the crowd outside erupted in cheers for him. The hunter Minchun is over here. He quickly turned his head back to find another exit. Well, the group of reporters was already there. Hunter Minchun, please let us interview you. How do you feel about being the top student? He felt cornered. At this point, how was he supposed to get home? Minchun suddenly shouted, There's a condition before joining any group. He raised 5 fingers and declared, 500 million. I will join any group that offers 500 million. Everyone present stood frozen in shock. He might be a great fighter, but his basic stats are rock bottom, so things could be different if his basic stats were A rank, but there's really no good reason to set that price. For someone with no potential for growth, Minchun grinned and thought, well, whatever. I wasn't planning to join any group anyway, just trying to get a high price to go home easily. Because who would pay 500 million for a nobody falling from the sky? Suddenly a voice rang out, I'll pay that price. Minchun was utterly stunned. Wait, seriously, is there a group willing to pay 500 million for a newbie? Who's that crazy person? Minchun looked around, wondering who that crazy person was. I need to see his face. A hand was raised, calling out, Hunter Minchun over here. He turned to look at the hand. It was a chubby guy. Isn't that the branch manager? In a magnificent castle, Minchun seriously talked with the manager. What's going on here? I'll be straightforward. I said that just to tease. I'm not planning to join any group. He chuckled, saying, I know. I just want to help my clients. Minchun was puzzled. You want to help me? He pulled out a contract and said, I want to invite you to be a freelance mercenary for the Star Alliance. You might just be working for the Alliance, but your contracts will earn you rewards. You will share equally with the Alliance. With this, you won't be bothered by anyone. Not only that, but you'll also be guided through the challenges and supported by the customer care team. And you'll get tax reductions too. All items obtained during your hunts will be sold at the highest price. Minchun thought it over. Honestly, the terms were quite good and offered many great benefits. He spoke up. I don't know why the Alliance. Why do such voluntary things like this? That's the motto of this Alliance. This is the motto of the Alliance. Nothing good comes without a price and all these terms. But you're not getting anything in return. Do you think I'm a kid? You bluntly say it seems like I'm wasting my time here. He called out to the hunter Minchin. All we want is your trust. You seem quite surprised after hearing that. Trust. Minchin smirks, thinking about trust. It seems he believes he's some kind of giant force. After seeing my VIP code, but all he sees is everything I have. Maybe I've stumbled upon a great deal. Why would I refuse? Finally, Minchin has made his decision. I signed as sunlight streamed into the room. The secretary nervously asked if a freelance mercenary contract like this was okay. He gently replied, I don't do anything without careful consideration. She turned to prepare and welcome the clients. Usually the mercenaries from the Star Alliance are very strong around noble level or equivalent. Therefore, freelance mercenaries need to be approved by management or some big shot in the Alliance. Although just having a VIP code doesn't guarantee easy approval, I can't let this opportunity slip away. I've prepared everything. Now I just need to discuss it with the CEO. A strange man appeared. Good. A mercenary contract, right? We approve. The director seemed quite surprised. Is it really that simple? The man continued, let that person enjoy all the benefits. If anything comes up, report it to me immediately and keep this a secret. And what's going on? He hurriedly replied, nothing, thank you, CEO. What just happened when I talked about that client? He didn't react at all, but after reviewing his match, he completely changed. Moving confidently, not a single wasted motion. The CEO of the 20th Star Federation. Long the Knocker was intently watching the match. It felt like I was watching that person fight. But it can't be that person, because that person has already passed away. Suddenly, there was a knock on Minchin's door, startling him awake. He lay on the bed with a sleepy face. What time is it? Why didn't the alarm go off? Why is my phone dead? Is someone there? A voice called out, Hunter Minchin, it's Ellie from the Star Alliance. He replied, wait a moment. A high-ranking official comes to a shabby place like this. You should have called before coming. Isn't that the secretary of that short, chubby guy? Ellie smiled and replied, I think we can meet and talk later. And I've already sent you a message. He turned to look at the phone. Sorry I didn't get it. She understood the issue. With a phone like that, you wouldn't receive messages. Minchin remembered he hadn't received any messages because his phone kept ringing non-stop. Who keeps calling me with my number? He invited Ellie in. It seems like this will be a long conversation, so let's go inside. She didn't hesitate to respond, sure, I'll go in. Is this what people call a normal life? It seems simple compared to a VIP. Minchin asked, what do you mean by simple? Haven't you looked into how I live? Ellie chuckled. Of course not. Dear customer, we don't do anything to upset the hunter, Minchin said while hurriedly tidying up the room. So, what brings you here today? Lily recounted, when you entered the guild headquarters, you presented your ID as a mutant, so that's all I knew. Minchin silently praised, she's good, choosing her words carefully to avoid upsetting him. If she's that sharp, then it's good for me. Lily cautiously handed him the item, getting to the main point. Minchin asked, what is this? She quickly replied, it's the deposit for your bank account. Minchin slowly opened it. A deposit. How much was it last time? He was shocked to see the number 4.7 million. Ellie added, due to taxes, we can't give you exactly 5 billion. Minchin couldn't believe his eyes. Did you really pay that much? Ellie smiled brightly. Of course. I didn't expect you to be this shocked. Minchin retorted, but you were the one who told me to live frugally. And this is why I chose to merge currencies with you, college student. Minchin Ellie changed the subject. There's another reason I came to see you so early. It's about forming a support team for the hunters, and to remind you of the terms and how to arrange the challenges. He said, I think a team of scavengers would be enough. Lily suggested, what about the shield bearers and archers? They could help you a lot. He confidently replied, I can handle it alone. Lily calculated, then let me arrange for you a zombie expert and a donkey to carry the stuff. Minchin interrupted and asked, wait, when do I start tackling the challenges? She immediately answered, once the selection of challenges and team formation is complete. Minchin became exasperated. Minchin interrupted and asked, so, when do I start the quest? She immediately replied, once the selection of the quest and team formation is complete. Mintron looked frustrated. Well, this is going to take some time, huh? My body's feeling really restless. I can't wait to try out the hunter perks. I've upgraded my stats, but I haven't had the chance to use them yet. Ellie jumped up and said, "It won't take long at all because I'm really capable of doing that." 3 hours later, she was buried in a place called Sangdong, a tropical forest terrain. The various monsters, spiky pigs, and clever monkeys left Minch in utter astonishment. "You're talented enough to pull that off," Ellie proudly said. "I told you I'm good." Minch could only smile in response. Her confidence was well-deserved. A man appeared and asked, "Is this the rookie who caused a stir during the last exam?" Ellie quickly greeted him. "Hello, Captain. Let me introduce you to him first. This is your support team." The man introduced himself as Dong Hien. "Captain of the support team. Nice to meet you, Minch," he said with a smile. "I'm looking forward to working with you." They shook hands and everyone started dividing up the tasks. "I'll be the one hunting in this area. And after we're done, everyone can go inside to collect the loot." Rong Hien watched as Minch stepped inside. I joined because the department head Lai requested it. Some people were annoyed, asking, "Who is he to summon us?" Rong Hien stood there in shock. "Minch. I've never heard that name before." A friend suddenly realized, "Isn't he the top student from the recent certification exam?" "The test just happened yesterday." "So it's understandable you wouldn't know," Song Hien said angrily. "Got it." "Are you crazy? Even if he's the top student, how can a rookie with no experience clear a dungeon by himself? Greed must have blinded him. He can hunt as much as he wants. Go call another team." Minch easily took down a monster. "I'm taking a break today. There's no need to waste time on this." The monster fell to the ground, leaving everyone in shock. "He took down that notorious low-level pig in one hit." Minch grinned and called out, "Hey, guys, from now on, it's going to get busy, so stick close to me." The system announced, "You receive 3.3% experience points. You receive 7.5% experience points. You receive 4.5% experience points." Minch was getting more and more pumped. "My experience points are rising. They're still increasing." The system announced, "You just leveled up. Please open your status window to upgrade your stats." In no time, Minch had taken care of all the monsters. "Finally, I leveled up," he said, grinning at them. "Let's take a break for a bit. Everyone's exhausted. I'm dead tired." "Finally a break, huh? Hey, when do we have time to rest? Don't you see how many items we still have to collect?" Minch really knows how to hunt. He's no joke. "Don't let your guard down." The sound of rustling wind rose. Minch stood still reading the status window. Maintain points. Every time a player levels up, they receive 5 attribute points. You can use these points to upgrade your stats. What else is there to calculate? I've decided on my desired stats a long time ago. I'm going all in on the main source of power, chaos power. Minchin is incredibly surprising. This is really insane. My chaos energy increased by 10% after just 30 minutes of hunting. It seems getting stronger doesn't take too much time. Inside the forest, the wise monkeys launched their attacks at Minchin, but with just 2 slashes, he took them down. Experience points kept rising to 6.1%. The cries of the monkeys echoed, "Someone save us." Everyone could only watch as Minchin happily dealt with each monkey. Dong Hien had to exclaim, "What an impressive fighting demon." What were they saying? A kid with no combat experience? This fighting style is something else. Almost perfectly honed through hundreds of battles. It seems I'm responsible for supporting an extraordinary child here. It's hard to believe those skills belong to a new hunter. Minchin leaped up high, chasing after the monkey. He stabbed his spear right into its head. Dong Hin was eagerly waiting to see how far he could go. The system announced that both chaos power and chaos energy had increased. Minchin quietly wondered, "There's only one boss monster left, right?" He asked Dong Hien, "Captain, I'll try to raid the boss right away. Are you okay with that?" He just forced a smile and said, "Sure, just follow your plan." His teammate turned to Dong Hien and asked, "What's wrong? You seem hesitant." He explained, "I guess you don't know since you're still new. Usually people attack the boss after 2 to 3 days of exploring behind the gate. Without enough information, it's not wise to risk your life in a gamble like that." "Right," Minchin smirked. "Why are they wasting time worrying about that? If that's the case, I'll go fight the boss monster right now. To trigger the next stage, I need to destroy its core. If I look at where the core's energy is emanating from, I can find the boss monster." When he arrived, Minchin could only exclaim, "Oh my God, the Monkey King!" Minchin wondered what the Monkey King's main magic and skills would be. Maybe it will be a buff spell. Donghien warned the hunter Minchon, "The Monkey King is a formidable foe. You need to be careful when facing it." Minchin rushed forward. "Don't worry about me, as long as I don't give it time to cast spells." At first the monkey was still laughing and playing, but seconds later it had a terrified expression upon seeing someone charging at it. A pillar shot up from the ground. The system announced, "You have entered the area of the forced nest. The original force is penetrating your body, reducing your speed by 3 points." Minchin muttered, "This is really annoying." He used his ultimate technique, the divine sword of flowers, splitting the pillar in two. The Monkey King was even more stunned. The monkey minions began to rush out. Minchin silently mocked the fools. This defeat was decided the moment they charged. You guys rushed in to attack directly without realizing your own weakness. With just one swing of his sword, he wiped out the entire group of monkeys. The Monkey King couldn't believe his eyes. Rage surged within him. The Monkey King let out a loud scream. Donghien could only laugh helplessly. 2 times the celestial enhancement is much stronger than an ordinary Monkey King. The remaining ones were terrified. That leader can't be taken down by one person. We need to help him right away. Minchin stood there confused. What the hell are they talking about? They want to help me. The Monkey King, furious, lunged at Minchin. He immediately used the skill, 5 tiger blades, to deal with this weakling. In an instant, he split its body in 2. Everyone was left in shock. The system announced that the raid on the stage had ended. He was very surprised to see Ellie standing outside. As soon as she saw him, she praised the hunter Minchin. "You did great." He curiously asked her, "Have you been waiting here all this time?" Ellie excitedly replied, "Of course I had to witness it all. After all, it's your first raid on the first gate." Minchin silently thought, "I want to quickly move on to the next stage." He then asked, "When do we get to the next stage?" Eoli replied, "In 3 days." Minchin laughed. "Good thing it's not tomorrow. I'm sure I have something to do then. And in 2 days, help me schedule a raid every day." Eli anxiously asked if it was okay. People usually take 3 to 4 days for a raid because each one is really exhausting. He said confidently, "I'll be fine. And can you introduce me to an equipment crafting expert? I feel like I should at least wear protective armor. When I was the Demon King, I was covered by enhanced energy that helped protect me from damage, so I didn't have to worry about minor injuries. But now I'm going to get into big trouble if I keep going without any gear." Lily replied that she knows an expert in the Alliance who can contact you right away. "I'll let you know after I arrange a meeting. It won't take long." He eagerly replied, "I'm looking forward to it." Seeing Min burying the gatekeepers, he hurriedly greeted, "Thank you, feel free to come here any time." His expression was like he was in a daze. "I had spent a whopping 400 million won on equipment. I didn't expect the expert you introduced to be so chubby. It feels so untrustworthy." He confidently said, "You will be fine." He wondered why I thought he was good, but how do these two things relate? Because that expert is very confident. Maybe trusting him is okay, right? The driver suddenly discovered a strange gate right in front of him. What Min was still lost in thought. "I should train my mind again when I get back." A sudden gust of wind rose and everyone on the bus panicked. The traffic in the city also became chaotic. Min was confused. What's happening? Did he crash into someone? A shrill scream echoed, "A gate, a gate." Suddenly, a gate appeared right in the middle of the street. "Hey, Min, look outside." And it was black, too. The one I saw yesterday was green. The monsters began to appear bearing their sharp fangs. The pedestrians were so scared they couldn't even speak. A monster appeared. Everyone run. They all scrambled to escape. The monsters clearly craved human food. People fell into panic. When will the Hunters Association arrive here? Run. In the middle of the street, a child cried out loudly, "Mom, where are you?" A monster appeared right in front of the little girl. Human food. It shot an arrow at her. At that moment, Min rushed in. "How dare you attack here?" He quickly hugged the child and used his other hand to fight off the monsters. The hideous monsters stabbed the spear into the wolf, killing it instantly. Min angrily said, "There's no need to use martial arts on these guys. Just let them drop dead." Increased stats for me. The system confirmed, "You have gained 2.5% experience points." Min scoffed at these low-level monsters. The experience isn't worth much. The system popped up again. Detected chaotic energy in the opponent you just defeated. You can now absorb chaotic energy. Min was a bit surprised to absorb the chaotic energy. Monsters appeared in increasing numbers. Min used his shield to try to withstand their attacks. He shouted loudly, "Shoot the monsters!" He fired thousands of arrows at them. Misu Michin also started to feel tired. "There are too many of them. My mana is running out." Misu helplessly said, "Your shield can't take it anymore. These bastards are different from the low-level kobolds in the green dungeon." Both were terrified and shouted, "We're going to die." But just when they were falling into despair, Minchin appeared like a hero. "This one is mine." He continued to use the spear to stab into the monster's head. The other monsters all looked up at Minchin as he raised his leg to take a leap. He unleashed skillful slashes, wiping them all out. Minsu stood there, mouth agape in shock, wondering who this guy was. Minchin stood tall like a heroic savior. His ancient magic level increased by 1.5%. Your chaotic energy has risen by 0.3. He turned to tell the two of them, "You two go help evacuate the civilians. I'll hold them off." Michian smiled awkwardly and replied, "Yes, thank you." With that, Minchin turned to face another direction, "And now you scoundrels will be my targets." Scene shifts to a cafe where Minchin sat chatting with a man. The guy cautiously handed him a business card. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Hunter. My name is Zhong He. I've heard that you handled that gate all by yourself." The gate appeared suddenly in the middle of the city without any warning. It would have been a huge loss if we couldn't stop it in time. Thanks to Hunter Minchin, we were able to keep the damage to a minimum. I want to thank you on behalf of the Hunter Association. Thank you sincerely. Minchin replied, a bit dazed. It was the right thing to do. Sun Hai added, "The association will reward you for your efforts in clearing the gate, and there will also be a cash reward for the monsters you defeated." Minchin sat in thought, so he was also a hunter in the association's security team. Based on his mana, he must be an A or B rank or something. I don't think I'll need to meet this guy again. I'm not really interested in him. I'll ask Ellie to handle everything. It might take a while. That's what I thought. A week later, Sun Hai came looking for him. "Hunter Minchin, it's great to see you again." Minchin smiled and replied, "It's me." "Sun Hai, I didn't expect to run into you in this situation. Why did things turn out like this?" "If you want to know, we have to go back 2 days. The two-headed werewolf at level C is Minchin's opponent this time. He just needs 1 slash to take it down." Minchin worked quickly, no wasted movements. "The system confirmed you have leveled up to 11. It's been a week since the gate was destroyed. Thanks to fighting here every day, I've also reached level 11. However, leveling up is getting harder and harder. I need to quickly prepare everything and advance to higher level dungeons." Rong Hian appeared and said, "Oh man, are you starting to train like crazy again?" He was doing push-ups while answering, taking advantage of his focus. "This is the best time to train." Rong Hian could only smile wryly. "You're so arrogant." "Please give us a break." Ellie chimed in, "Are you done with your training?" Minchin shyly replied, "I'm just making her wait." Ellie smiled and said, "Supporting Hunter Minchin is my job." He asked with concern, "Aren't you tired from working at the association? Why are you spending time waiting for me?" Ellie replied, "Just think of it as the branch showing its concern for you." In Minchin's mind, he compared the different ways these two treated him. It was like night and day. Is she really a subordinate of that chubby guy? By the way, Ellie added all the equipment you need has been completed. The branch manager is also looking to meet you. The branch manager is looking to meet you. So Minchin decided that, maybe I'll skip the attack tomorrow. After all, I don't know how long it will take to check those equipment myself. Suddenly, he heard cheers from everyone so happy they were in tears. Finally, they could rest. Does anyone remember the last time they got a break? How many centuries have passed? Everyone is amazing coming here to fight every day. They must be really exhausted. Minchin stood there confused by this attitude. Ellie chuckled. The conquest of the gates usually takes about 2 to 3 days. Dong took the chance to complain about this careless merchant. They keep making us work endlessly. Eli explained that those people had to work at 2 to 3 times their normal capacity, but they didn't complain much because the pay was decent. But gradually they would wear out. Resting is also an important part of the job. Minchin awkwardly replied, "Sorry, I can't be as normal as others." Why are these two so in sync? It's really annoying. Before leaving, she didn't forget to say goodbye to him. Well then, see you later, Minchin. Tomorrow I'll come to escort you at the Star Alliance branch. As Minchin stepped out of the car, a crowd of reporters rushed over. The reporters were swarming again. A barrage of questions was thrown at him. Minchin the Hunter, can we ask you a few words? It seems like you've contributed a lot to the gate-breaking incident. And what about the contract between you and the Star Alliance? He hesitated, saying, wait a moment about that. Sorry, I need to find a way to get out of here quickly. But everything is up to her. Ellie had to stay and take the heat for him. Minchin the Hunter, who played a big role in the incident, so the association has finally made a decision. He sighed in relief as he entered the castle. He almost got stuck out there. A cheerful girl stepped out to welcome the Hunter Minchin, who rushed over quickly. Welcome, I've got everything ready for you. Minchin was incredibly eager. Really? I really want to check it out. He chuckled in response. You'll definitely be pleased. The curtain was pulled aside, revealing the armor set, the promise of the fire god, and the trust in the fire god's armor. Minchin thought to himself, I don't really trust this guy, but this is beyond my expectations. There were also earrings made of wind crystals, the vows of the fire god. After putting on the armor, Minchin couldn't help but praise, this is amazing. Martin laughed and asked, you like it, huh? He sincerely shared, it's perfect. Honestly, it exceeds my expectations. He sadly confessed, if I had more time and budget, I could have done even better. It's a shame you can't get more support, Minchin said. There's nothing in the contract about additional crafting support. This is already great. After all, I want to maintain a positive relationship with the Fire Association, he explained, curious about the positive relationship. Yeah, that's right, branch manager. Two bright eyes of the ghost are shining. I'm here. Do you need anything else? He worriedly asked me if a VIP guest was paying attention. Hurry and arrange for me to go to Gate B, the ghost shouted in panic. This is impossible now. He wondered why. He explained that creating a B-level gate is already difficult. But the bigger issue is that the items that drop from it are of very high quality, which means the competition is extremely fierce. That's why gates from level B and above have strict conditions. The association requires that to enter a B-level gate, one must have completed about 40 battles or more at a D-level gate, and 30 battles or more at a C-level gate. Minchin calculated. So, if we attack 2 gates every day, it would take more than 2 months. However, Martin revealed that there is another way, though it's not very common. He curiously asked what that was. Mathan replied, it's to fight against an A-level hunter from the association. If you win, you'll be granted permission. Minchin silently blamed him for not mentioning such an easy way earlier. At the Hunters Association, one of the international organizations with power and influence, on par with the United Nations, Minchin awkwardly asked Ellie if she was still mad at him. Because he had left her with that group of reporters, surely she wasn't holding a grudge, right? She gently replied, left me all alone and ran off. People like that I never get mad at. He confidently asserted that she was definitely angry. Eli smiled and joked, but will you be okay? I don't know how quickly you can get stronger, but this is a fight against an A-level hunter. Minchin reassured her, I'm not the reckless type, I'll be fine. It's not arrogance. If we only consider personal skills, this is very tough. But if I have the right equipment and experience, things will be different. At waiting room number 1, a guide stepped out to announce the results of the exam. The certification will be determined based on the match against an A-level member of the association. Minchin carefully asked again, if I defeat my opponent, will I achieve it? He replied, defeating an A-level hunter is quite an achievement. However, whether you achieve it or not will depend on the referee's decision. Minchin asked further, then how is the scoring calculated? He said I can't disclose that because it's confidential information. He also had to admit that it was quite different. Lai whispered to Minchin that it would be based on basic skills, reaction speed, and decision-making ability when faced with dangerous situations. That's usually how it is. He felt enlightened. He guided the preparations for the test, and once done, they took this path. Minchin was a bit surprised. Is this the exam room? It feels just like at the gate. A voice rang out, I'm waiting for you. Minchin widened his eyes in realization he is. He smiled and introduced himself. I'm Hai, an A-level hunter, a member from the association's security bureau. I've been assigned as the judge for today's test. He grumbled silently, so that's how it is. Sun Hai drew his sword and said, "If you maintain your usual performance, I think you'll easily get through this." "Are you ready?" Min Chan, feeling cocky, replied, "Guess what?" Sun Hai declared, "The certification exam for hunters begins now." Min Chan swung his spear towards him. Sun Hai quickly blocked the attack. They say everything is impermanent. He threw his sword back at Min Chan, smirking, "This is too easy." Sun Hai suddenly charged forward at lightning speed, catching Min Chan off guard. "So you can take this hit too, right?" Sun Hai unleashed a series of decisive slashes. Min Chan was taken aback. "Wait a minute," he thought. Ellie, watching from outside, was surprised at Min Chan's skill level. With skills like that, he'll easily get through. The two swords clashed, and Sun Hai stepped back in surprise. "Just as I expected. You did really well. Now I see why. You can single-handedly stop the invasion." "If that's the case, then you've passed," Min Chan demanded. "Use all your strength to fight me." He was taken aback, asking, "What?" Min Chan's face showed a hint of madness. "If not, don't blame the swords for being ruthless. The battle is over." But Min Chan was still filled with killing intent. That attitude made the challenge feel uneasy. "Hey, contestant, I think there's been a misunderstanding here. Why is he angry when I told him he won?" Min Chan smirked, saying mockingly, "Misunderstanding. If it weren't for you underestimating me, how could I have dodged your attack so easily? The stats of that Sun Hai are nearly 4 times mine. With such a difference, it's hard to dodge an attack. Unless he went easy on me." Thinking he was being looked down upon, he clenched his fist in anger. "I'm not afraid of losing, but I can't let myself be underestimated like this." The flames of anger ignited. Min Chan said coldly, "I'll only say this once. Give it your all." Hai was so worried he swallowed hard. Knowing he couldn't back down, he reluctantly accepted. "I think saying anything now is pointless." The sword is raised high, 7 swords. My skill allows me to control up to 7 swords at will. 7 swords can maximize the power of the 7 swords. With his thoughts, Min Chan felt satisfied. "You should have used it from the start." He immediately took a stance. "To me, he's currently a very high wall. That makes it all the more worthy to challenge him." Min Chan immediately attacked. Sun Hai remained still assessing the situation. The sound of the 2 swords clashing was deafening. As Min Chan poured his strength into the attack, he was countered. Sun Hai, as fast as a leopard, appeared behind him out of nowhere. But Min Chan quickly bent down to dodge his sword strike. He quickly turned to face Sun Hai. A light from a sword hidden in Sun Hai's clothes reflected in his eyes. Min Chan worried, thinking it was just the beginning. But it turned out he had hidden a 4th sword as a trap. A small sword like that. It has such great power. It showed just how strong his abilities were. But why is he limiting his power by using swords, charging into battle with such strength? Sun Hai was incredibly confident. He looked like he wasn't tired at all. "You've really surprised me these past few days." Min Chan, still feeling confused, replied, "You're not done being surprised yet. Don't worry, it's too fast to dodge everything. I can't hold out much longer in this battle." But the speed of Sam Hai was no joke. He drew his sword and struck powerfully towards Minchin. The swords continued to clash. Minchin felt very satisfied. "Here we go. Finally, you're taking this seriously. Just relying on strength alone doesn't make much difference. If you push harder, there will definitely be an opportunity." Sam Hai reminded him. "Don't let your guard down, Hunter Minchin." Just as he finished, a sword flew towards Minchin from behind at breakneck speed. He was sweating bullets. Damn it! I can't dodge it. The sword struck Minchin directly, creating a terrifying explosion that shook the ground. Minchin's body slammed against the wall, cracking it. Sam Hai was exhausted. "Is it over yet?" But then Minchin steadied himself. Sam Hai felt confused. "Hunter Minchin, that was a blow that could easily take off an arm. How could you be unscathed after that? Could it be? Did he create an explosion to escape that situation?" Minchin emerged from the dust, making Sam Hai wary. "Who are you really?" Minchin felt like he could die after that attack. His face was pale. "That hurt so much. The idea of dodging with an explosion was good, but without armor, I'd be in pieces right now." Earlier, Minchin had quickly used the armor of the Fire God's promise. The heavy armor would use your mana to enhance the armor and physical defense. Everything seemed to go as planned, but it was still harder than he thought. Now he was experiencing the difference in stats firsthand. "I can't get through. I need a stronger martial art. Minchin began to focus his strength into the sword in his hand. You've received the 7 Spirit Sword. His eyes widened immediately. The overwhelming aura made Sam High furious. This doesn't look good. Immediately, he went on the defensive. Sorry in advance. I'm bringing all the swords I have, so this is 100% of my strength. Minchin smiled confidently. No worries, this is exactly what I wanted. Sam High didn't hold back anymore. He shouted at me, I'm giving it my all. Minchin was extremely cautious as he chose his moves. You're using the first technique of the 7 demon swords, the sun descending the mountain. Those sword strikes left Sam High feeling confused. He struggled against Minchin's power, causing Sam High's sword to crack and shatter. The smoke from Minchin's sword brushed past his face. He laughed excitedly and quickly followed up with a few more strikes. At that moment, Sang He lost his initial confidence. His hair disheveled as he fought back. In the end, the remaining swords were completely shattered. He looked utterly disheveled. A few slashes weren't enough in that situation. I still had a bit of chaotic energy left. Next, as I prepared to attack again, Minchin suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, retching. Sang Hai wasn't doing any better. His whole body was trembling. At that moment, someone ran out from inside. Eli rushed over to the hunter Minchin. Are you okay, Hunter Sang Hai? Both boys said, This has to be my victory. I've unleashed all 7 swords already. Lin's attack was blocked by Minchin. Those bastards have been chasing us, and the support team knows how to choose their battles. After finishing their conversation, both suddenly burst into laughter. They had just fought, and now they were sitting there laughing, leaving the other 2 completely confused. What on earth is going on? Minchin buried his curiosity, wondering what the outcome was. Sang-Yi laughed heartily. Of course you won, after that intense battle. It's been 3 days since I passed the verification test. Minchin has been continuously training martial arts on the rooftop. Each of his punches has become stronger. His kicks are full of enthusiasm. Minchin is very satisfied. It seems like I've fully recovered. Now I can fight in Dungeon B. Ellie, hearing this decision, was utterly bewildered. Are you really okay? You still want to fight in this condition. You should get treated before going back there. Yet in the end, you still went in without considering it. And you even entered Dungeon B. Minchin, wearing a fur coat, listened to Ellie complain. Didn't I tell you already? If I don't get treated, I'll recover faster. Because ancient techniques can change one's physique. My strength has increased by 3 times. My agility has increased by 2 times. I've even become stronger. Every injury just heals continuously. It's true that I have no other choice but to rest. But I want to fight right away. Plus my body has recovered well. The group passed through the spatial gate into a freezing land. It's so cold here, Captain. I think this place is colder than anywhere else. Hey, aren't you doing anything? The people were shivering as they saw Minchin walk by. Everyone was shocked, their mouths agape. He looks so comfortable in this harsh climate. The wind isn't too strong. It's quite refreshing. Minchin has resisted the cold thanks to chaotic energy. Honestly, I was even planning to take off my coat because it doesn't help at all. Everyone was worried when they heard that. Oh man, don't laugh too much or it'll get even colder. Hearing that, he laughed. Gentlemen, how can you help me in this condition? One person in the group spoke up. I think it would be better to stop and set up camp. Minchin agreed upon hearing that. Let me go around and scout while you guys set up the tents. Don't overdo it, okay? Minchin walked alone on the thick snow. This place is wider than I thought. Up ahead, a furry creature seemed to be waiting for him. Minchin still didn't sense any danger ahead. Why have I been walking for so long without encountering any monsters? Behind him, the furry creature jumped out of the snow, baring its gruesome teeth at him. Strength 120, Minchin excitedly mentioned. Tau Tau always. Jetty buried itself in the snow. Minchin was surprised. It can camouflage itself at that size. How strange. Then it immediately launched 2 claw attacks against this giant creature. Minchin was very cautious. He quickly drew his sword to counterattack. Minchin remained calm. I was a bit worried because this is Dungeon B, but like this, Minchin used the tiger slaying technique, slicing off the head of the jetty effortlessly. Coldly, he turned his back after taking down the monster. The system notified you have received 2.7% XP. I couldn't help but laugh at the dungeon's reputation. It only has a difficulty rating of 2 out of 10, yet the experience gained is 10 times more. I was right to decide to conquer the dungeon. I also thank him for all this equipment. At the Hunters Association, my resignation was already laid out on the table. "What's going on with you?" He sighed, clearly exhausted. I bowed my head respectfully and said, "I'm sorry. I turned you from a reckless fool into someone calm like this. Is this how you want to resign?" "We've been working together for over 15 days. You should give me a good reason for this." Shanghai hesitated. "It's a long story. A few days ago, during the verification test, I met the hunter Minchin." "Wait, are you talking about the guy who dealt with the portal incident?" Yes, Minchin was initially rated as a novice, but he managed to handle an entire level by himself just to save someone, even though he took on the whole level alone. But I'm still confident that I'm stronger than him. I was too arrogant. He taught a proud person like me a lesson and reminded me of my instincts as a hunter. 3 days ago, before the verification test ended, the two shook hands. Hunter Minchin is an experienced hunter, and yet he saw the worst side of me. "It's okay. Everything is fine." Sun Hai chuckled at himself. "I learned a lot from this match." "Are you going to keep getting stronger?" "Of course." "Just wait. I'll catch up." Shanghai issued a challenge. Minchin, hearing that, was confused. "Sure, just do your best." What does this guy want to catch up to? With a power like mine, it's hard to get stronger in the usual way, but I can still push my limits that way. "Boss, I want to become even stronger. It's not that I have to get stronger, but I will enter the tower." Shanghai clenched his fists, and Gwentek noticed that determination. Looking into his eyes, it seemed like he had made up his mind. A gigantic tower appeared in the heart of Seoul, along with the first major earthquake. Anyone who can overcome the challenges can become stronger. But the risk is to stake their own lives. Shanghai is a hunter who has nearly reached his maximum potential. He doesn't need to go through that again. The boss thought deeply, then suddenly tore the resignation letter in half. In front of Shanghai, I didn't see the letter at all because I had worked so hard. "So you're allowed to take a break and then come back to work." Shanghai was deeply touched by Gwentek's attitude. He bowed deeply. "I'll return after my break and find you, Gwentek. And don't forget to bring me a gift." "Yes, sir." He is probably determined on his path to seek strength. I won't back down either. Hunter Minchin in Dungeon B Day 3. Time left 40 out of 30. If I don't defeat the boss, the monsters will keep appearing near the portal. When the monsters stop appearing, that's the right time to hunt. Minchin continuously searched for monsters to level up. He gained a lot of XP. You have reached level 15. The system announced that the Soul Trace ability has awakened. Your new abilities have been awakened. You have awakened the enchantment and hellfire. Minchin was surprised. What is this? Donghai, hearing him talk to himself, was curious. What's wrong? Minchin quickly denied it. Nothing. Just take a break and let's continue. The power of sin. There is an ancient castle known as the Hall of Sin at the depths of hell, and there is a group of entities that have reached the pinnacle in hell. Known as the 72 Demon Lords, the Hall of Sin is where demons reign, an omnipotent entity that can even break creation itself. That is the power of the authority of sin. But before that, I was in a past life. Now I'm just an ordinary human, no longer a demon. I shouldn't be able to connect with it anymore. The authority of sin, right? And neither of these powers belongs here anymore. The authority of hellfire is the ability of the demon Choishi, who can use hellfire to destroy everything. The one who possesses hellfire, Choishi, was once known as the 11th Demon Lord, who seduced Seraphim, previously known as the 55th Deadly Seducer. That's the ability of the demon Seraphim. It can enchant all beings and drive them insane. This is the power of the two demons I killed. So, that means my human body can possess the powers of those I've killed. In my past life, it told me to choose one of the two powers. I don't need to think about it. How could I use enchantment? Minchin boldly kicked the enchantment power. You chose hellfire. The authority of hellfire is now merging with your soul. You can now possess both energies, darkness and light. The authority of hellfire is transforming into shadow. Minchin, hearing the announcement, was stunned. Why is it transforming again? I want to try my new move right away. Just in time, 3 monsters appeared, charging at the white-headed monkeys. The 3 Zeti, upon hearing this, were furious and wanted to change color. Let me try my move on you guys. Recently, the common sense I once knew has shattered into hundreds of pieces. I've been reborn in a human body, and a human like me possesses the relics of demons, the authority of sin. With newfound power, Minchin immediately used it on the Zeti. Using Hellfire consumed 150 mana. The Hellfire is a type of authority that can create flames from light, darkness, and chaos. The shape and type of fire will change based on the user's will. I know about Hellfire already. But what is Sanctification? Minchin ignited fire on the head of the Zeti. The flames engulfed its entire body, making it scream in agony. The authority of the demon Choishi from Hell. This Hellfire will burn the target forever as long as I still have enough mana for it. I still remember. Seeing my teammate burn down to just bones scared the Zeti. Minchin was still confused. So what is Sanctification? Reading the name, it seems like some kind of holy power. The Zeti took the chance to flee from me, but Minchin decided he had to use it to see what it was like. Who would have thought I was once a demon, and now I'm using holy power using Sanctification. Sanctification of Hellfire. Holy power is only used to repel evil, so I can't use it for direct attacks. A fire flared up before the two Zeti, but holy power will help increase the user's stamina when manifested on their body. Therefore, it can still support the user in battle. The two Zeti were split in half by Minchin's power. He gently concluded his performance. The Zeti collapsed onto the snowy ground. It worked. But maybe because I was once a demon, I now feel a chill. Wait, this is from that bastard. The President, the Archangel Michael. In my past life, I also killed him, so maybe I'm possessing the powers of those who died at my hands. How ironic. Martial arts mostly focus on close combat attacks, so I thought raiding the dungeon would be more difficult. But who would have thought? Now I possess ranged attack power and blessings like this. I've hunted enough now. I need to kill the boss monster and close this portal. Die, you human scum. The little ice demon Lin shouted loudly and brazenly attacked Minchin's group. They were so scared they almost fainted. How dare you! Lin's attack was blocked by Minchin. These bastards have chased after the support team knowing how to choose. The blow from the Lin gang was blocked by Minchin. These bastards have been chasing us. The support team knows how to choose sides too. But with me here, you're in for some trouble. That fire burned even the head of Lin's group. She screamed in pain as the whole team continued on their way. Standing before Mount Cao Min, they gave orders to everyone. Let's take a break here for a moment. Donghyun wondered, are you planning to handle the B-level boss at the gate by yourself? Minchon smiled confidently. I have no intention of coming back here again. Jiang Hin could only hope for his safety. Just don't die, okay? If you die, we're all done for. The Minchin hunter had a very trustworthy face. I'll be back. Minchin walked alone into the cave ahead, letting out a voice. Is it just you? A different hairy monkey, but black in color, was the leader of the snow monsters. No Nan lounged on the ice block. Minchin wasn't shy to respond. You're alone too, aren't you? No Nan opened his bloodshot eyes and laughed maniacally. Are you talking about me? Call your slaves here right now. The Reitai stood in front of the leader, Nolan ordering Zeti to eliminate the intruder in our territory. Minchin sneered. So you called these fools over here just so you can lie still, huh? I'll make you regret it and get up right away. Using the cloud technique, Minchin flew away like the wind, leaving the jetty fools behind. He used the great axe technique to strike the back of the jetty. Nolan was also surprised by his strength. The remaining jetty looked furious, their faces twisted in anger. One of them blew a gust of snow towards him, but Minchin used hellfire to break through that wind. The two opposing forces created a massive explosion. As the smoke still lingered, a figure emerged. Minchin flew out from the smoke and struck an axe to the head of the Zeti. Then he continuously delivered quality strikes to the others. Nolan could no longer stay still. He was furious with this bastard. All of its minions have been taken down. Minchin smirks. So, you want to join this fight now? The little brat is about to burst with rage. Just say less, and I'll personally take you down. It jumped up with its giant body, then came crashing down with great force. Minchin quickly leaped onto the little brat's back, cursing, Why do you keep charging at me like an idiot? He combined hellfire with his axe, striking the little brat. His eyes were filled with determination. Fresh blood gushed from the little brat's head. It was furious. You little punk, how dare you? The little brat conjured a snowstorm. Hundreds of sharp ice shards flew toward the south. He became alert. If it used hellfire, it would be hard to defend against this. Die, Nolan shouted. At that moment, hundreds of ice shards attacked simultaneously. Minchin had drawn his sword, moving like a baseball player. He struck blow after blow. The amount of ice was overwhelming. His face was injured, but in the end, he managed to slice through all the ice shards. "Is that all you've got?" the little brat mocked. The notification system announced that holy fire had healed your wounds. The little brat was furious, ready to explode. It was losing control over this little punk. "I will crush you," taking advantage of its loss of control. Minchin took charge. He unleashed his sword and charged at it. Blood quickly sprayed out. The little brat fell hard to the ground. Minchin was satisfied with his performance. "I warned you that you'd regret this." After returning, Ellie encouraged Minchin with a bottle of water. "You've worked hard." Minchin had to admit it really was good. "This time was a bit tough," Lily acknowledged. "It's not easy for someone to conquer the infamous dungeon alone." Minchin replied, "I'm pretty sure I can do it." "Hi, I could do it too." Lily suddenly frowned, standing with her hands on her hips. "Minchin, huh? Even if you're famous, no one hunts alone, or even completes a dungeon in such a short time." She shouted in his ear, "You should realize how dangerous you've put yourself in." Standing before the fierce lion, Minchin didn't dare to retort, wondering if she was worried about him or just venting her anger. "I'm not overdoing it," he reassured. "No need to worry about me?" Ellie suddenly felt embarrassed. "What do you mean, worry? What are you talking about?" "But what I mean is that the Hunters Association will be in trouble if anything happens to you, Minchin." "It's not a private matter." Just then, someone appeared from behind the porch. "Sorry for interrupting." Ellie saw him and suddenly smiled brightly. "Oh, Captain, what brings you here?" "I don't know why I'm so excited." Long Hien held out a sharp piece of ice. "Can you two take a look at this? I got it from the corpse of that boss monster." Ellie wondered, "What is this?" Long Hien replied, "I don't know either. It's a crystal piece I've never seen before. I can't analyze it." Minchin felt a bit uneasy about this. It looked like a useless crystal, but it was a fragment of the Dranka key, one of the 5 legendary tiers. A piece of the key that allows entry into the Dranka challenge. It's a hidden area somewhere on the 5th floor of the challenge tower. This is an item related to the tower. Minchin stepped forward, pointing at the ice shard. "Would you mind if I kept this?" Dong Hin didn't make it difficult for him. "It's no trouble at all. Besides, you're the one who has the right to own it." "Do you know anything about this?" Min immediately denied it, not just wanting to keep it as a backup. "Please tell me about it when you figure it out. I'm so curious about it. I could die. Even if I use memories from my past life, this tower remains a mysterious entity. I have no clues about it at all because this is related to the tower. Of course we need it." Before parting, Minchin told Lily to contact me if she finds Dungeon C or any higher ones. Dungeon B would be even better. "Yes, the branch director is working hard, so it won't take long. Just rest until then." "Okay, you should rest too." "Who has time to rest? I'll practice more." While practicing, Minchin's eyes suddenly lit up. "Since finishing the foot dungeon, I haven't missed a training session. You've gained an additional 0.4 strength, but there are too few dungeons C or higher, so this is my only option. The ultimate skill, 5 Tiger Slash, has been upgraded. It's better to train myself than to dive into Dungeon D." While practicing, someone suddenly called. "Yes, I'm listening." The branch director replied cheerfully, "We've found a Dungeon B that you can join." "Oh, that's really timely. But there's something I didn't foresee." "What is it that you didn't foresee?" "They announced that a very large gate has opened in Korea, but the association has designated that this case will be handled collectively by the guilds." "You mean I have to cooperate with other hunters?" "Yes, but since you usually hunt solo, so I will decline this request." "It doesn't matter. Of course it's not important." Minchin was shocked by the attitude. He accepted this proposal. "This is also a good opportunity for me to observe other hunters, and if it's Dungeon B, it's a chance to sharpen my skills against them." The ghost announced there might be a competition. "As long as I take down the boss before the others, that's all that matters, right? A race through the dungeon. No problem. If I show them who has the best skills." "The dungeon is huge," Minchin sighed. "I can't even imagine how big it is." Ellie quickly replied, "They say it's nearly half the size of Junju. This is something new. It's as big as half a city with a population of 600,000. Is that why they switched to a team strategy?" Ellie continued to inform him that 10 guilds have accepted the association's request. The number of monsters resurrecting is truly unbelievable. Yes, the guild sent enough to block the dungeon entrance this time. That means there's no plan for this situation. Yes, so the government and the association want to quickly resolve this issue. And, if this keeps going on, if another gate appears, it will be a disaster. Minchin reassured, that won't happen. Who do you think I am? Eli wanted to throw up seeing his smug face. He was clearly lost in self-delusion. I just said you don't need to worry too much. As they walked by, others started gossiping. Isn't this the person who blocked the dungeon? I heard he even challenged the noble Shuang Yu to take the lead. You mean Shuang Yu, the noble heir of the Flower Association? Minchan felt annoyed. Those mundane people love to stick their noses into others' business. Eli suddenly laughed. Since a rookie appeared and defeated the future heir, Minchan was at a loss with this girl. You seem to enjoy this too much. I wonder how famous you really are. Mr. Hunter Minchan, I am not doing this for fame. What do you mean by that? The top scorer of the Dungeon Hunter exam, clearing a dungeon and now going through a dungeon alone. A whole bunch of guilds are losing out because of you. Hunter Minchan, huh? So annoying. Don't worry, your talented companion will handle everything for you. All right, keep it up. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Are you Hunter Minchan? Seeing the guy with the orange hair in front of him, he couldn't help but judge the guy. He stepped forward and said, It's a pleasure to meet you. Suddenly, Eli jumped in front and greeted Jiangsu, the president of the Demon Guild. Why don't we have a little chat? He wore a smug face. So you know me too? So handsome, it's really exhausting. Minchin and Ellie were stunned, silently evaluating. That's not a reason for this conversation. Right, this guy really has no shyness at all to say those words. Jiangsu chuckled and continued, It's great to take a moment for the beauty, but I'm here to talk to the star. This morning, Minchin wanted to leave without even listening. I should probably refuse him right away. But why does this guy seem familiar? More accurately, he has a familiar scent. He quickly activated his spiritual eyes and smiled arrogantly. I think I know who he is. Then he took the initiative to start a conversation. I'm Minchin. Jiangsu replied, Just as I heard about you. This confidence suits you well to become a future talent leading the country. Is that all you came to say? I simply came to ask. The two shook hands. Minchin quietly activated his sound transmission. A chaotic energy was used. How boring. Minchin seemed to convey his message through telepathy. Your transformation into a human is quite impressive, demon. Dongsu immediately saved Minchan while still wearing that terrifying smile. I bet you're curious about how I know, right? With the sound transmission off, you can't do anything. Suddenly, Minchan had an idea. Should I lure him? He turned to Ellie and said, I'll go round the gate and check it out. Ellie wondered, what about the support team? Minchan casually gave a reason. I want to check the levels of those monsters first. Then he turned to Jiangsu and said, You see, I'm quite busy. Jiangsu mirrored Minchan's attitude. I'm really sorry to bother you. As Dongsu got closer, his true nature was revealed. I'm pretty sure we'll meet again. Hearing that, Minchan smirked. He immediately took the bait. He confidently replied, I'm not interested in being your prey. A glass was already provocatively thrown in front of him. How could he possibly defend against that? At that moment, inside the chaotic dungeon, Dongsu appeared before the hunter Minchan. You're still here. Minchan crossed his arms and replied, I'm waiting for someone. He still wouldn't let his guard down. So you had an appointment, huh? Minchan was fed up with Dongsu's act and said, Stop pretending, you damn demons. What am I to you? Suddenly, Dongsu broke into a chilling smile and laughed like a madman. His eyes were bloodshot. I was quite worried because there's a human who can figure out my identity. But who would have thought you'd be this foolish? Minchan calmly responded to Dongsu. Are you done laughing? Hearing this, Dongsu replied, Don't you feel anything, knowing my power? Not really, but deep down he was lying to himself. Can I last 10 minutes against this bastard? The reason he wasn't cautious at all was that he was confident he wouldn't lose to a human. At that moment, Dongsu spoke again, but it doesn't matter. I'll give you a chance to reveal why you know my identity. I'll grant you mercy. Minchan simply replied, I understand why you're so confident. Because in my past life, I was a demon too. The arrogance of a demon. It's time to use that against him. Minchan shouted loudly at Dongsu. Are you joking with me? A demon with mercy, huh? Dongsu began to gather power in his palm. I was going to give you a peaceful death with the power granted by a supreme entity. The seal in my left hand is dark fire. Minchan wasn't scared at all. He mocked, You're so loud. Can you shut up for a bit? Talking this much. You must have been bullied in school, huh? Hearing that Gongsu was furious, his face red as if he had eaten chili grinding his teeth. You see the reaction of the opponent. Talking so much like this. Then you must have the school bullying syndrome, right? Gongsu would be furious to hear that his face red like he ate chili grinding his teeth. You can see the reaction of the other person. I can't help but chuckle. That's right. I've been waiting for you to attack all this time. Maybe the easiest thing in the world is to trick a demon. Minchon quickly activated the Hellfire using 300 chaotic energy. That overwhelming aura suppressed Dongshu the demon. V, seeing this, panicked. What is this? Am I trembling in fear? What are those flames? Minchon immediately said. Are you really that stupid or just pretending? And you only realize it now. Every demon in hell recognizes the authority of sin. Every demon has the instinct to sense that power. For example, by now, you must have realized that you are a demon far inferior to me. Minchon boldly declared to his opponent, I am the one who created the era of fire, the father of darkness and the symbol of destruction. V quickly recoiled, no longer daring to speak loudly. Minchon stood like a towering figure, fire in hand. Little demon, the Lord of Fire has heard your call. The Lord commands death. Faced with Minchon's aura, was utterly terrified. He silently observed the person in front of him. V trembled, sweating profusely. He immediately knelt down. I, V of the demon race, wish to meet you, Lord Fire King. V was still in a state of confusion. Why? How could he be in such a distant dimension? He is a great spirit, but in the end he was transformed into a demon in the quest for power. The Fire King commands the damned flames. Those flames are considered the most ruthless. Minchon stepped forward and spoke. You don't realize that the Fire King has already committed a deathly sin. A sin of disrespect. Yours must be cleansed by my flames. V wanted to curse, but realized it was futile. If he wanted to use those flames to kill me, then he was right. I won't let myself be killed like that. He prepared to fight back, but suddenly Minchon blocked him. But if turning you to dust is too wasteful, V immediately froze in shock. Minchon continued, I can't kill someone who can use mana like you. You must atone first. Then he smiled dangerously. All right. If you agree to become my subordinate, I will withdraw the punishment of hellfire. Hearing this, V's expression changed. Become his subordinate. That's right. If you become my subordinate, I will forgive you. Moreover, your talents won't go to waste. This proposal is quite generous, isn't it? After saying that, Minchon thought to himself, this is exhausting. The system continuously notified, you are maintaining hellfire. 150, then 100 chaotic energy has been consumed. Hellfire is a destructive power, thus this power can move on its own. To maintain it in a certain form, the user needs to focus on control. Only I can do this. Others can't do it. But why am I not fighting directly? Why go through this arduous method? Or is it because defeating a demon with this body isn't easy? The gap between the races shouldn't be underestimated. If he refuses that offer and counterattacks, then I must seek his cooperation. But there's no way he would refuse to become a close subordinate of a high-ranking demon king like me. After a moment of contemplation, he urged, answer quickly. I still have a lot of questions I want to ask you. After asking, he felt worried inside. Hurry up and fall into my trap, Vede. Up ahead, strange sounds kept coming, making Min feel like he was going to suffocate. Damn it, he wasn't fooled. Suddenly, Vede changed his expression and laughed loudly. I knew a great person like you would see my potential, he said, revealing a smug face. I have potential. Even the Fire King couldn't force me to die. You know I'm afraid that being too outstanding will also bring trouble. Hearing that, Min felt helpless. This guy is really something else. Dongsu continued, the others are jealous of my talent, so they never acknowledge me, but I know someone with your vision will recognize how special I am. How so? I will become your subordinate. I, Vede of the demon race, swear on my soul that I will protect you. This ridiculous performance made Min feel uneasy all over. I shouldn't have made any suggestions at all. A notification appeared. Demon VD has sworn on his soul to be loyal to you. He will follow any orders you give, except for the order to erase his own existence. He explained to Vade, here, my name is Minchon. I understand, Master Minchon. Minchon continued, no need to be so formal. Don't call me Master anymore. Vade politely asked, then how should I address someone like you sitting on the throne? Minchon immediately retorted, but you just said it casually. Dongsu was left speechless, unable to say anything more. Feeling embarrassed, Minchin let it go and forgot everything that just happened. Besides, are there any other demons coming to Earth? Hearing that, Dongsu quickly replied, "Yes, I mean the hunters Minchin. Let me tell you everything I know." According to what VD said, 5 demons have come to this Earth, including him. To conquer Earth, they were ordered to build a force in Korea, the Black Clan. They have been accepted into the Black Clan to minimize restrictions. I don't know who developed this type of secret technique, but surely at least one of the 4 did right. Currently, only 3 space demons are related to the Black Clan. The name Jocelyn serving the evil demon Modia is the most suspicious, but fortunately it seems the Black Clan isn't strong enough to overcome the restrictions. From the Demon King level and above, among those 5 demons, I am the strongest. So why is no one accompanying me? Hearing that, Minchin thought to himself, thank goodness they are weaker than him. If anything happens, I should be safe. But if the heavenly realm finds out about this, then a great battle will surely break out. In the past, the heavenly realm and hell had faced off at the tower that appeared in Korea after the death of Demon. It was hard for hell to continue the fight. The heavenly realm realized that continuing to battle would yield no benefits. Hell didn't have enough forces because one of the space gods had died. Therefore, both sides reached a ceasefire agreement, and Korea, where the tower was located, became a neutral third party. But the demon race coming here disregarded the agreement because the restrictions were weakening. At this moment, Minchin pondered, they must be watching the tower. The demon race is the kind that will stop at nothing to gain power. So I can't just sit back and let this happen. At any moment, a great war could break out. I need to prepare. After that, he said to Veda, I have an order I want to give you. Veda eagerly replied, please go ahead. I will complete it perfectly. Min-chan, are you scared? Why are you so passionate? Min-chan gave Dongsu a trusting look. Now you will become my eyes and ears. Dongsu was a bit shocked to hear that. I am the eyes and ears of the master, forced to kill. If possible. Min-chan really wanted to ask him about the situation in hell or the internal war of the demon clan. But he will suspect you. Although he can't betray you, it would be better for him to be completely loyal to you. So, Min-chan had to suppress his feelings and pretend with him. When you are carrying out the mission of that Jocelyn, remember to report back to me. Let me know what they want to do. Dongsu replied confidently, just leave it to me. I will do my best for your grand plan. Min-chan smiled dangerously. That's really trustworthy. The situation in South Korea. Should North Korea be the peace of the world, I don't care about those things. It's just that I can't forgive those who dare to cause chaos in the place where I live. I will destroy your plans. After trusting Ved to investigate the actions of those demons, Min arrived here. It's been 2 weeks since I leveled up. Inside the gate, Park was bustling. Inside this gate is a giant forest with many monstrous creatures buried in it, possessing special regenerative abilities. The dark monsters are skilled in magic and curses, and the tree monsters can assassinate you at any moment. And so on. Min-chan easily passed them. Now they are just experience points to him. I didn't expect that just 2 weeks after the incident, I could develop this quickly. Practical combat is the best in martial arts. People often repeat a stance or use martial arts in real battles to master that martial art throughout this process. You will gain enlightenment and become more and more skilled. He doesn't need to go through that repetitive process anymore, because when he was here, Min-chan had already received that enlightenment. The biggest problem right now is he doesn't have a physical body to utilize that enlightenment in reality. His current body needs to go through practical combat to learn martial arts stances. Once he gains mental enlightenment and his muscle groups can move skillfully, then Min-chan will unleash all the power of martial arts. While thinking, a monster appeared behind him. It lumbered its huge body towards him. Min-chan grabbed his sword. It's too noisy now. He used the 5 tiger slash technique to slice away the axe in the monster's hand. Losing its weapon, it threw a punch. Min-chan took a step back and then unleashed a clean sword strike. The monster was taken down in an instant. The system notified, you have gained 6% experience. Min-chan smiled mischievously. This is the true power of the sword. Before I couldn't control the overwhelming power, so it just leaked out. But now I have completely mastered the energy. Chaos, and infused it into this sword. Right now, it's all thanks to my martial arts knowledge and my ability to control chaotic energy that has increased over the past 2 weeks. My body can't take it anymore. I need to train more. Now I need to focus on improving my physical strength rather than chaotic energy. After finishing training and returning to rest, suddenly someone appeared behind me. Now we need to focus on improving our physical strength instead of that chaotic energy. After finishing the workout and heading back to the resting place, suddenly someone appeared behind. "You're a Minchin hunter, right?" Minchin turned around puzzled and asked him. This person replied, "Nice to meet you. I'm the captain of the 3rd team of the Flower Sword Guild Chin. I'm here because I have some proposals I want to discuss with you." These. Many guilds are currently training to storm the pass gate, including Long Trao and Horizonami, but most of them have chosen to enter the dungeon instead of competing against each other. However, no one has managed to defeat the boss they want, because the top guild in Korea, the Flower Sword Guild, is here. The Flower Sword Guild, sitting comfortably at number 1, has formed a team to handle the gate, and at this moment Chin extends an invitation. "Do you want to join us to tackle it?" The gate, no. Minchon thought, why are they suddenly inviting me to cooperate? What are they plotting? "You want to join them?" he asked. "That's right," he replied, because a large-scale gate like this hasn't been handled by any team for a long time. The people are getting more and more frustrated with it. We need to take care of it as soon as possible. Minchon silently cursed the people. Since when did the guild have such good intentions? He must have some secrets behind this, he said. "I understand you need to do your job well, but you guys are top hunters. Aren't you capable enough to clean it up?" Oitsui. That gate, huh? There's no way the strongest team would just ask someone else for help. And one of the 3 leaders of the Flower Sword Guild Chin is rumored to be stronger than Shanghai. A guy like that came all the way here just to persuade one person. Chin said, "I'm just considering it." "All the hunters are currently working hard to clear this gate." Minchon burst out laughing. "Sorry, I'm allergic to that kind of nonsense." He got angry. "Hey, young man, behave yourself." Minchon calmly asked, "Is barging into someone else's private space considered proper behavior? This is indeed a perfect night to practice ancient magic, but it's ruined by this jerk." He intentionally kept teasing him to force him to reveal his true intentions, but it didn't work. What a waste of time. Asking Ellie might be faster. Minchon turned to leave. "For now, I'll inform the Alliance about this cooperation." Chin replied, "I hope it will yield good results." He still wondered why this guy came here. In the other room, someone exclaimed loudly, "Did that really happen?" Ellie slammed the table and stood up. "I think they want to start taking revenge on you for the incident with Du Jung-u." Minchon asked, "Du Jung-u revenge for what?" She was surprised. "You really don't know who that is?" He replied, I don't know." Lily explained, "He's the top contender in the last hunter competition. He even competed against you." Minchon said, "I think I vaguely remember." "But how is that related to me?" She said, "He's their trainee hunter and you messed up his exam." He was speechless. "That's the reason for revenge." "What a hassle," Lily continued. "The Flower Sword Guild must have intentionally set a trap to boost their reputation at the largest gate in Korea. 2 people deciding the outcome in a rematch of hunters. We should refuse to cooperate." Minchon smiled. "They're just provoking us." "Should I go with them?" Lily didn't expect that. "Wait, the hunter Minchon. Wait, your opponent has prepared everything to take advantage of you for their benefit." He scoffed. "That's why I'm going. You'll perform on the stage they've set up for you, but don't think the main character on stage is just a few people. You all will pay for daring too. You'll perform on stage, but don't think the main characters are just a few people. You all have to pay for daring too." "I'm wasting my practice time." The crowd focused on the newcomer Du Chin, thanked the hunter Minchon for coming. "I want you to protect our group from behind. You're our guest, so we'll keep you safe. You can't object to that. Anyway, I'm also curious about how the Swordflower Guild fights," saying that he walked straight to the back. There were 20 people in each team, including melee fighters, mages, and support. Wow, look at their eyes. I'm so used to seeing eyes like that from my past life. I'm not surprised at all those bastards. Suddenly, someone spoke up, "Very happy to see you here." "We've met before." Minchon thought to himself, "Who is this? How dare he pretend to know me?" He bluntly replied, "I don't know you." The guy jumped. I'm Du Xuan Yu, the hunter who took the test with you. Hearing that name, he asked, are you the one ranked third? He forced a smile. I'm really glad to be hunting with you this time. He bluntly asked why. He said, you beat me proving your skills. I can't underestimate you. Min-chan thought to himself, this guy is funny. His tone sounds like the world is ending tomorrow, combined with that ghostly face. I didn't expect to feel emotions like in hell here. He smiled. Looks like you're happy to see me again. So, for this collaboration, Du Xuan Yu replied, of course I've been looking for a chance to team up with you for this boss hunt. And there will be plenty of fun happening. The group began to move. After a while, Du Xuan Yu signaled to stop. In front of them was an ancient tree that had become a spirit. Du Xuan Yu ordered to form up melee fighters ready. Draw the monster's attention, Team B move up. They took turns using stealth skills and then attacked with Wind Blade and Fire Spear. Min-chan assessed that it had high magic resistance. The melee hunters attacked first, followed by the mages. The rookies from the Sword Flower Guild might be a bit outmatched compared to the frontline hunters, but this was still the strategy of veteran hunters. Melee fighters' magic and support all optimize their roles in battle. But I'm yawning, feeling bored. When will this be over? Just as I thought, this hunting style really doesn't suit me. If I don't fight with all my might, it's like I'm holding back my own growth. Du Qin just stands there watching. It feels like he could handle everything easily. Du Xuan Yu just used a combo attack. He smiled as the tree was chopped into pieces. He asked Hunter Min-chan what he thought. He replied, you're quite picky. He was satisfied. Our guild has just started the hunt. Min-cho said, you all are rookies from the Sword Flower Guild. I expect more from you. He sighed to Xuan Yu. He would definitely be noticed more than the other hunters, but there was no stage for you today. Strong firepower detected the enemy. Follow the strategy and destroy the target. The girl panicked. A fireball, Min-chan immediately shielded her. A powerful beam shot through. He used his sword to deflect it. The system informed him of low contribution. A portion of his experience was deducted. He received only 3% experience. Perhaps because the other hunters succeeded, he said, you haven't even gotten to enjoy half the experience of hunting for 5 hours with them. It's not even close to hunting alone for 2 hours. I guess you're just meant to hunt by yourself. At this moment, Duchi said, in this gate. This whole mountain is the boss's territory. From here on out, it's dangerous. Don't lower your guard. I've already warned you about this. I won't lift a finger. Minchin wondered if he had a reason not to participate. Du Qin patted him on the shoulder and said, I expect you to put in more effort and not make any mistakes. Once this is over, he replied, understood. But I'm not sure there will be a chance for Hunter Minchin to join us. But the truth is, he has participated with us, so let him get the reward like everyone else without having to do anything. Commander, your kindness is truly unmatched. Minchin thought, is he really trying to humiliate me like this? He laughed out loud, catching their attention, then said, sorry, Commander, I mentioned I'm allergic to nonsense. Duchi got angry. Your words are quite harsh. We're all friends on the same team, he replied. Who invited me to the team anyway? If you planned this from the start, I'd rather hunt alone. Since it's come to this, how about a bet? Let's see which team kills the boss first. If you're scared, just leave. Your raid team and mine, let's see who takes down the boss first. Even if it's me, I can't win against all of you, so pull someone out. Minchin suggested, pointing at Yo-chin. You go. He got angry. You're joking a bit too much. You think you can win if I don't participate, he said. Of course I can win. It's just a 20-man fight. I've prepared everything to match your strength, so you guys have to do something too right. They listened, feeling offended. This jerk dares to look down on us. Minchin smiled friendly. I'm not obligated to follow everything you set up. Swang Yu asked the commander, should we agree to his request? Duchin asked back, are you serious? You want to accept that ridiculous bet. He said, Hunter Minchin is a top contender in the hunting competition. He must be good at something. Do you understand what I mean, Commander Duyen? Duchin reluctantly agreed. All right. However, if you get into danger, I will participate. Minchin laughed. No need for that. A white mist began to rise around him, enveloping each of them. They looked panicked. Minchin smiled. I'll be the first to take care of it. As soon as he finished speaking, he took off. With his keen eyes, he noticed something about the slowpokes. He realized he would be the one to take down the boss faster. It has turned into a race against time. Min was buried for a while and still didn't see the Flower Guild chasing after him. Thinking back, they all had extra boots and backup gear. Maybe they knew something about the boss. He knew the boss's territory covered the entire mountain range. If the Flower Guild knew, then he didn't know what the boss was. But it was strong enough that the Flower Guild didn't dare to act immediately and had to prepare. Even so, those preparations didn't matter much. You guys could take down the boss first. Suddenly, he felt something. Instantly, a giant monster appeared. Min was shocked. A sandworm. It opened its terrifying mouth wide as if wanting to swallow him whole. He hated the huge mountain-like ears. But it was also incredibly loud. It kept roaring. Min was blocking its attack while saying something. Did it understand what he was saying? I won't be able to hold on if I don't enhance my energy. The sandworm has no eyes, but it uses vibrations and sound to find its prey. Just then, it opened its terrifying mouth wide again. Min was a bit surprised. So fast, and it had a layer of armor and excellent regeneration. This monster is going to be a hassle. Its open wound healed quickly. Min thought to himself that he couldn't dodge this attack. He took out his weapon. Well then, I'll strike to incapacitate it. The Flower Guild hasn't arrived yet. They must be preparing a lot to face the sandworm. Min jumped onto the monster's back, but unfortunately for them, it seemed like he would be the first to take down this worm. A sharp blade was drawn. He sliced cleanly across its back. The sandworm let out a painful cry. He thought to himself, it seems a bit stronger than I imagined. But it was effective. I'm not just about martial arts. With that, he swung his fist, aiming for the soft flesh beneath this shell. The cut was too smooth. Let's have another round. On the side of the Flower Guild, they were asking each other if there was an earthquake. The other guys scolded, calling it a landslide. What the hell just happened? Did that hunter just provoke the sandworm all by himself? The female hunter was startled. In front of her was the giant sandworm. The three of them witnessed this scene. Over here, Minchin was still calmly fighting it. He was relaxed, smiling while fighting. The members of the Flower Guild were amazed. Can a human really move like that? Of course, our leader can. Zhongyu began to feel jealous. He was fighting the sandworm alone. I thought he would be scared and hide in a corner. Just then, Duchin patted his shoulder and said to stop. If you start a close combat fight now, I can't guarantee the safety of the whole team. He wouldn't listen, but sir, if we lose a bet like this... Duchin interrupted. This time, we calculated wrong. There's no chance of winning. We should head back. Trust in my potential and the guild. Finally, Zhongyu had to listen. I understand, Duchin thought to himself, after all thinking about whether he could really defeat it. I guess he's not much different from Zhongyu. Not just intuition, but decisiveness and sharp vision seemed to predict the movements of that sandworm, causing terrible injuries without making even the slightest mistake. The sandworm can be quite a challenge for the Bone Demon, but he has the same physicality as well. Can he dodge all those attacks by himself? It's impossible. There's no way the Bone Demon can keep up with him. He could become a liar. Minchin stopped his sword. Isn't your preparation taking too long? What are you all still doing here? He laughed, saying, I've already won, without even seeing what you all had prepared. Something opened up a portal appeared welcoming the Swordflower Society. The raiding group from the Swordflower Society has breached the portal. Minchin teased the Bone Demon, have fun cleaning up. He thought to himself, of course they would be furious. Furious and unable to sleep. After saying that, he turned around. Behind him, someone was waiting. Lily anxiously asked, what happened? He smugly replied, what are you asking about? Of course I destroyed it. In the office, laughter rang out. Lily excitedly said, you're about to get a ton of advertising offers from this. Minchin replied, but that also means you'll have a lot more work. Are you okay with that? She affirmed, I always love this kind of work. Minchin smiled. You're definitely a workaholic at times like this. Lily grumbled. Hearing that from someone like you makes me uncomfortable. Don't you understand why I'm explaining? You're addicted to hunting, aren't you? You've hit the jackpot. He said there's no need to look for the portal during this time. You should live because you feel uncomfortable and because you intend to try and overcome the challenge. Ellie, even if you're not him, that's a bit much, isn't it? But he insisted that he was serious about it. Most of the people he competed with in his past life have already passed the challenges of the tower. According to their accounts, he would receive a reward if he overcame all the challenges. And he could gain more mana items and other rewards. However, it won't always make you stronger when you enter the tower. Minchin pondered he would use everything he could. He ordered to call the branch manager and told him he wanted to meet him tomorrow morning. Just getting home, someone shouted, "Hunter Minchin, I've been waiting for you. I heard you're preparing to climb the tower again. I think you need supplies to prepare for the trip." He pointed to the bag of items. "Is that quick?" He kicked a talented companion. "You always have to be prepared. This is a spatial age 500 kilos. Minchin praised him. "You're really thoughtful." Mathan cheerfully replied, "I'm the branch manager. It's not like I got promoted just by playing cards. This time the Federation will sponsor it. Please accept." Minchin bluntly said, "Give me a discount and I'll buy. I can't sleep well when I keep receiving things from your Federation. The stars are where they want to get back double what they gave. If you're careless, it'll turn out like this." The Federation's investment weighed heavily on Minchin because he didn't want to owe anything. He had to maintain balance with the Federation at all times. Minchin added, "And I need help with one more thing." Mathan enthusiastically said, "Feel free to say it." He said, "I need a construction expert. I'm planning to build a training area with a gigantic mana vortex. You'll immediately recognize the portals and more. But it's not always about who can enter. Practice makes perfect. So I need a place rich in mana where I can carve a magic circle, but everything is fine. Every time I practice, I can activate the magic circle, and I can increase the mana." The mage asked, "A magic circle can store mana, right? It needs to be in a large enough place to carve out a magic circle, and a defensive spell to prevent anyone from entering." Minchin asked, "That should cost around 700 million won. Right. How much do I need to cover all that?" The mage said, "I think it's just over 600 million. Hearing that, he said, "Let's go ahead with that for now and send me the bill for the rest later." He was excited. "If it's not enough, I can help you out." He was at a loss for words, not daring to accept. The mage helplessly said, "It's really hard for you to accept my help. I just want to follow your request." Before leaving, Minchin said, "I'm counting on you. Once it's done, I'll be on my way." Suddenly, he called out, "There's something I want to ask you." Minchin paused. "What is it?" he said. "To enter the tower without an invitation, you need to be a pure-blooded human, right?" Minchin replied, "That's right." He asked, "So how do you plan to enter the tower?" Minchin then remembered, "That's right." He still thought of himself as just a copy of some ancient being. Because the tower's system is very complex, anyone using a copy can't easily be accepted in and out of the tower. His doubts were reasonable. Minchin asked back, "Are you that curious?" The mage confirmed, "Of course. A lot, actually." He thought to himself, "It seems he's both curious and suspicious of me." But it wasn't a difficult question. Honestly, he just needed to answer, "I'm just a pure red blood." But he said, "It's nothing special. You just need to die." The mage was horrified. He smiled, "I mean, you just need to die once." But he didn't understand. What does that mean? Minchin thought to himself, "It's because of my past life. The reason I can enter this tower is that I died by the hero's sword and was reborn as a human. I'll tell him later. Between us, there's no more doubt. That alone hints at my identity. Whether he understands or not depends on him. But it doesn't really concern me," the mage said sadly, "so you don't fully trust me yet." He was extremely disheartened. At the cafe, several girls were attracted to the handsome guy over there. "Look over there. He's so handsome, he looks familiar too." The other one looked a bit shy, but he seemed like a celebrity. "Should we ask for his number?" The real issue is whether he would give it. Over there, he said, "It's an honor for you, Minchin, to meet me." He replied, "No need to make it such a big deal." He had set up a silent zone, a kind of magical barrier to block all sounds. He said, "You're good at using magic to fix your age, huh? The real issue is whether they will give it to you." Over there, they said, "Mr. Minchin is truly honored to meet me." He replied, "There's no need to make it such a big deal." He had set up a silent zone, a kind of magical barrier to block all sound. He said, "You're pretty good at using magic to change your age, aren't you?" He blushed and thanked you for the compliment, Minchin, but don't smile that smile. After hearing this, he immediately looked dejected. You asked if he had received any other requests. VD replied, "Not yet, we're focusing on developing the guild." Minchin remembered, "That's right, you're still running a guild." "That's the Demon Guild. You can call them loyal subjects led by the Black Flame. It's been a while now." Since VD established the guild to expand influence in Korea thanks to his talent and leadership skills, the Demon Guild is now considered an emerging power. His stats are quite good compared to others his age. He's pretty talented. While Minchin was evaluating, he said, "Now I'm your loyal subject, so they will worship you like I do." You thought to yourself, I've already recruited him as a subordinate, so I have to make him as useful as possible. You asked, VD, do you trust me? He replied, I swear on my own soul that I will serve you. Suddenly you stood up. If that's the case, don't move no matter what happens. He was surprised. What do you mean? A powerful force surged into his head. Minchin said, don't be surprised, just focus. A little slip-up could be fatal. In battle, demons use mana in a different way, so you can take advantage of Vede's dark magic. That's why you can't teach him that kind of magic. Now help him get stronger quickly. But using martial arts is a different story. Centrifugal martial arts in fact resemble Taoist martial arts more than combat techniques. It can help expand someone's mind. By dividing the mind into many parts, and why this helps him is that the laws are like calculations, a certain formula. If someone can multiply and divide into different calculations, then that person's magic will definitely grow exponentially. If someone can use centrifugal techniques, that person can strengthen their magic. VD looked back at himself in surprise, exclaiming, Lord Minchin, what kind of power have you just given me? You said, that's centrifugal technique, a type of magic that helps you use your magic faster and more effectively. You thought to yourself, if you have to fight a demon of the same level, now you can easily outmatch that demon. Of course, you only transferred the basics to him. He still has to train more to adapt. VD was moved. I've never heard of this technique before. I didn't expect you to grant me such great power. Minchin said, but if someone attacks us now, we might be in a daze. The two girls over there misunderstood, thinking the other was grabbing the other's head, arguing. Minchin added, I don't want to do this in public, but luckily I was able to transfer it to you without any obstacles. Veda agreed, yes, you're right. If someone touches us, then the energy will be disrupted. Suddenly, an A and B rank hunter fainted. An A and B rank hunter entered a cafe and suddenly collapsed when one person grabbed the other's head. Because if someone interferes with the mind-linking process, both the performer and the other person will have problems. But Minchin is not an ordinary person. He's the Demon Lord. You're completely confident in yourself. VD asked, do we need to rent a private room or something? Minchin said, it's too expensive. Hearing this, he was surprised. Are you poor? How do you still have loyal subjects? Hearing that, you felt a bit itchy. Oh, right, this is a habit from my student days. VD realized something. Oh no, I accidentally ordered a coffee for 10,001. Anyway, let's change the subject. Minchin said, while I'm away, focus on practicing the centrifugal technique. Let's head back. May I ask where you are going? I replied that I need to go back home before heading to the tower. He wondered if you were from a higher dimension. Minchin forced a smile, saying not to worry. You'll have to thank me later. At the station, Minchin told the guy next to him, you didn't have to come all the way here. He said, this is the only way you'll remember I exist, and I might as well take this chance to visit my parents. Minchin casually sent his regards to the lady. He is Kithae Minchin's childhood friend, and also a college buddy. It's such a drag to come all this way to visit you, and you never have time for me. You've completely lost touch. You even dropped out of school. Minchin looked back at himself practicing until morning. His phone was always clean. Taking a break from school to work as a hunter left him speechless. He said, thanks a lot. But Kithae said, I haven't finished talking yet. His college friends are really confused since he suddenly became famous. A lot of people surround Kithae to ask for information and signatures, as well as news from Minchin. It's also because you eat more. Minchin's mom didn't fly to Seoul because she lost contact with him. His mom asked, you can't get in touch with him either. This guy must be in some trouble. You should come here right away. You have no choice but to show her the article about Minchin. His mom was very surprised after he finished the dungeon at 8 right in the middle of the night. He met Kithae again. Luckily, the two of them met again like this. Minchin's mom scolded him. Why haven't you contacted home, you reckless child? She was very worried. After apologizing, he admitted he had become a hunter. She asked, why would you choose such a dangerous job? Don't you know how worried Mom is? He explained that it wasn't dangerous, Mom. I'm not in danger. Kithae looked at him strong, yet trembling, which was quite funny. Back in the present, Ki-Thay praised himself. But you can still find me wherever you go. A friend chooses gifts for their parents, like I do? Right. You have a really good childhood friend. You know that. Minchon replied, I already thanked you, but I have to buy more. Is it okay to give you something expensive? He bought fruits and Korean beef for you. Ki-Thay said, next time you have to take me to the best restaurant in Eksan. Okay, get ready. He agreed, all right. And, by the way, don't come to my house anymore. He added, grilled chicken is my favorite dish, you know. The two said goodbye. Ki-Thay thanked Minchon for the beef and then left. Left alone, Minchon thought to himself, actually not keeping in touch was just an excuse because I was busy. This is his fault. When he regained his memories from his past life, he became obsessed with becoming stronger and pushed aside everything that belonged to Minchon. But feeling guilty like this means he's no longer the same person from his past life, because demons feel nothing at all. He stood in front of the house. That proves you're no longer the same person from your past life because demons don't feel anything at all. Standing in front of the house. You just went a few months ago, but it feels like it's been a whole year, huh? My parents opened a grilled chicken shop, and it's been 25 years now. It's located in the old Nambu market and gets quite a few customers because they fry the chicken the traditional way. Minchon is really craving that smell. It brings back memories. I used to be so sick of it back then. I've been smelling it since I was little. That's the aroma of chicken. But after being away for a while, I really miss that smell. My college friends heard that I was tired of that smell and were quite disappointed. Minchon pushed the door open, feeling really excited. My mom, as usual, welcomed the customers. My dad came out to ask who was visiting, and my mom exclaimed in surprise, my son Minchon, with a gentle smile. You're back. A whole chicken with golden skin was served on a plate. The flavor awakened all my senses surrounding my nose. Minchon picked up a shiny chicken leg and took a bite. The piece practically melted in my mouth. It was divine. The taste made me forget everything about myself. My dad said, you should have let us know you were coming back. Then we could have prepared some of your favorite things. I told him I was tired of chicken. I laughed. No way you can't find this flavor anywhere in Seoul. Dad's chicken is the best. My dad was excited. I'll fry more for you. Minchon obediently listened. After recalling memories of the past, I had forgotten my family for a while. Minchon was born into the boundless love of his family. On exam day, my mom insisted I wear warm clothes and took a thermal bag with me. My dad worried and wanted me to eat another chicken leg. After that, Minchon got into university. My dad announced a lifetime supply of 100 free chickens. They were so happy for me, as if it were their joy. My parents, the ones I wanted to protect the most. The reason I want to exist as Minchon is because of my parents. I reminded them to remember to open the gift. This gift is the only thing I can give them right now. My dad said, I guess a hunter like you makes a lot of money. You've grown up. My mom smiled and said, what are you talking about? The kid is still young. Minchon thanked them. But next time you don't need to prepare a gift. Save your money. Minchon couldn't go home early today. I asked why, and she said, don't you know? The girl is busy in the evenings now. Just as she finished speaking, Minchon appeared. I'm back. She was surprised. What are all these things? Are your parents resting today? The door's closed. Is something happening at home? As soon as she saw Minchon, she exclaimed, why are you here? Minchon shouted back, that's what I want to ask. Why are you talking like that to me? She scolded him. After drinking water in Seoul, you talk like that. The two siblings argued fiercely. Did you even brush your teeth? You've got vegetables stuck in your teeth. I started first, but why should I care about teeth? Who cares if someone has vegetables stuck in their teeth? In the end, Mom had to step in. No fighting. When will you two grow up? Both of you need to grow up. She helplessly said, looks like my children are rivals from a past life. Hearing that Minchon recalled some not-so-good relationships from the past. Could she be one of those people? Minchon went to check the gifts. He brought back ginseng, a massage machine, makeup, and where's the Korean beef for her? I replied, I don't have it. She changed her attitude. Brother, don't be like that. You must have something for me. I do right. Minchon refused. I don't have a sister like you. Minchon changed her tone. Brother, please give a gift to your little sister. I firmly refused. No way, I'm too nauseous. Stop it. Minchon lost her patience. I already said that, but do you really not have anything? I told you that already, but you really don't have it. Min took out an envelope and she jumped up. Thank you, big brother. He replied, just like that, okay? Know your place, okay? I won't argue anymore. Since you have money, I'll let it slide. She walked over to the table with the chicken dish from Dad that she liked the most. Dad said, it's still crispy, I just fried it. Min secretly thought, this little sister isn't giving up, huh? Just then, the news on TV reported that the giant gate at the foot of Chu had disappeared after 18 days. Min's mom was surprised. I loved that gate, and it finally disappeared. The reporter said, Chu has gone there to check. I was at the foot of Chu last time, and it was enormous. Min's mom sighed in relief. Thank goodness nothing happened. Dad said he would protect her at all costs. She scolded him. Why would you say such things in front of the kids? Min secretly thought she didn't want to close the gate too early at that moment. But realizing that the gate was near her house, judging by everyone's reactions, it seemed like good news. The reporter said, the hunters contributed to closing this gate. Present here is one of those hunters. One of the 3 leaders of the Flower Sword Guild, Hunter Yukon. This boss raid was assigned solely to Hunter Minchin. Mom and Dad were surprised. Isn't that Minchin? He heard it and almost spat out his drink. The reporter continued, Hunter Minchin contributed to breaking the gate during that inspection. That's right, this plan was carried out through the collaboration of the Flower Sword Guild and the Star Alliance. Minchin watched and assessed. If using a photo, which one should we use? Do I look human? Hearing the reporter say that the Flower Sword Guild helped him in the boss raid, Min was astonished. During the inspection, the hunter broke the gate, and now it's the big gate. Let's look forward to the future achievements of the hunters. After the reporter's greeting, the family fell silent. Then suddenly Mom turned back to call her son, her face full of anger. You should explain something. Are you saying there's nothing dangerous? Min could only smile awkwardly, thinking, where do I even start? The next morning, at the familiar chicken shop, Minchin grabbed his phone. He groaned. I've spent 2 days just lying around. On the first day, he only shared a bit of normalcy with the family and spent time with them. On the second day, thanks to Kai, that he could go out for drinks with friends. After returning home, unlike his past life, he could enjoy the present as Minchin. In his previous life, he always ran away from everything alone, but now he felt like he was living as Minchin. He smiled joyfully, finally promising himself that he would become even stronger because he couldn't face others with ordinary strength. To protect those he loved, he had to be stronger, no matter how dangerous it was. At the train station, he said goodbye to his family. I'm off now. His mom reminded him, don't do anything dangerous, okay? He replied, Mom, don't worry. I won't ever do that again. She said in a threatening tone, never do things like the pass gate again. Minchin casually replied, that will never happen, I promise. He told himself, if Mom says that I'm sorry, Mom. She added, remember to keep in touch with me. Last time you made me really sad. Minchin replied, I'll try, okay. She pulled him back. Why do you say that? Min, when are you leaving? Isn't it time for the train to leave? You said you would come right away. I just want you to get out of here, okay? Let's see if you'll give me money next time. You've changed your tone, my dear brother. I'll fulfill my duty as a child to fill in for you. Take care, okay? Minchin told me already I'll be just fine. It won't be long before we reach Seoul Station. As the train approaches the platform and stops, you step off, looking surprised that it's right on time. Ellie was already waiting there. You told Ellie that she's really on time. She replied, have you ever seen me late? Thinking back, it's true I haven't. She smiled, saying that won't happen in the future. She asked if you're heading to the tower, right? You confirmed, yes, that's right. Minchin advised, call Ma Than and ask him to carry out my request. At this moment, you're walking towards the entrance of the tower. This is the entrance to the Challenge Tower. You feel a strong, different energy here, and the gates are present. You should go in, right? Just as you're about to open the door, someone called out, wait! Ellie asked the hunter Minchin, do you have nothing to say? You were surprised. Me? Did I forget something? She was angry. If you want to return safely, you need to say you'll come back safely. At this moment, Minchin realized, I didn't say goodbye, did I? You thought to yourself, is that really that important? I'll still see her when I come out. Those who want to enter the tower will be inside for an average amount of time. When entering the tower, the survival rate is 70%. Your physical condition isn't quite up to par. You felt a bit worried about reaching level E, but you still have skills and karma from your past life. You understand Ellie's concerns, but you'll be fine, you thought to yourself. I won't see Ellie for a while. Someone who worries about me besides my family. Then you said, let's go eat together after I come out okay. She was surprised. Eat right now, the entrance has opened. Before leaving, you said, that's right, it's not for work, just personal. I won't be gone long. Finally, you smiled. I'll be back soon. After the entrance opened, Minchin decisively stepped inside. This is the inside of the tower. It feels like your body is merging into the darkness. All your senses are locked. You can't see or feel anything from behind. You use the ancient spear technique. First, you need to use your senses to analyze this place. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Welcome to the challenge." Minchin wondered who this calm voice belonged to. Did they take away his senses and welcome him? This welcome is quite interesting. Then you turn back to a position here, huh? The person was surprised. You can't see me. You replied, it's just the appearance, roughly speaking. That person is pretty good at talking. Why did the snap of the fingers make the darkness disappear? A guy wearing a bear mask appears. Welcome to the challenge. Hello, I'm Lucy, the guide manager of level 10. Minchin asks, isn't that a bear mask? He's furious. A bear, huh? You should get your eyes checked. This is a lion, you know. He looks down on the lion. What the hell? Just guide me. Stop talking nonsense. Lucy says, this guest is really hot-tempered. He says to call him Minchin. My parents gave me this precious name. Lucy laughs. All right then. From now on, I'll call you Minchin. Before starting the 0 level of the challenge, Minchin looks ahead in surprise. It's just like the player status system, because they have awakened as hunters. The 0 level challenge is a combat challenge. Prove your worth by participating in a battle. The end will come when the challenger dies. They will be revived by the tower's authority. There are equipment limits and stat limits. Lucia says you can see the information anywhere, as long as you fill up the status bar. Minchin thinks, it seems like the status bar in front of me. No way. It's all just random. It'll be interesting. Your stats will be temporarily modified throughout the challenge. You can only use one piece of equipment and cannot change it during the challenge. A werewolf appears in front of him. Then I won't wish you luck. On the other side of the screen, someone is watching Minchin. This challenger is a legend. Anyway, he looks like the strongest. The assistant manager of the genie says, not necessarily the strongest. His stats aren't that weak. I've never seen a challenger rise like that to balance out Minchin's normal stats. The adjustment stats are completely different. The genie says, unbelievable. Another weakling dares to step into the tower meant for high-level gangsters. He thinks this is his grave, huh? Luce laughs, exactly. If he dies, then this is the end for him. I find it interesting because he's different from the other participants. I don't know how long he'll last. The first challenge, the black genie thinks, interesting. It seems she doesn't feel dizzy because of his low stats. He says, I bet it'll be 10 minutes. He probably only deserves this adjusted stat. At least that much. Luce laughs. I guess it'll be 10 seconds. The black genie is surprised. Even gangsters should last at least 2 minutes. Don't change your mind. The bets are all rolling dice. On Minchin's side, the werewolf has strength and speed, both at 95 HP, 50 stamina, 50, and mana 50. He assesses the werewolf. If I had known its stats from the beginning, I would have had the advantage, because my stats doubled after the adjustment. The werewolf is easy now. At this moment, the werewolf raises its claws. It lets out a loud roar. Minchin raises his weapon. The werewolf screams in pain. On the other side of the screen, the black genie and Luce change expressions. The werewolf has lost HP, and the blood has been restored, healing the wounds. The next challenge will begin in 10 minutes. If you want to start right away, you can skip. Minchin thinks this isn't even warming up, so he skips level 2, which is happy. He defeats it easily, then chooses to skip level 4, which is skeletons. The result is the same. The next challenge is skipped again. Minchin thinks, I've heard many terrible rumors about this tower. Is that all? His 9th level also ends smoothly. Skipping too much, he wants to bring someone useful to fight a bit. The black genie is taken aback. Do you see what I see? Luce isn't doing any better. Maybe that's it. It's level 10 only taking 9 seconds. Even a normal trap can't do that. So that's why she finds him interesting. Luce replies, that's exactly the feeling. She thinks, So it's not a coincidence. The Tower of Light. When the challenger goes through the registration process under the tower, the challenger will encounter a beam of light. It temporarily locked all the senses. A long time ago, Luce also experienced that feeling, completely unable to accept anything, even after that. Minchin could do things that others couldn't. Luce wondered where he actually came from. He would be a threat to the Seven Swords by level 48. The shadow illusion had lost. Minchin just finished and said it was over. I wonder when it will really end. After a while, it was quite enjoyable. Because the monsters with higher stats had appeared, it felt like he was getting stronger after defeating them. It was great. He was gradually gaining more experience. The extra rewards were also nice. Hopefully it won't end, or the system will stop at level 100. Next is level 49, the Wanderer. All the stats are very strong. Skills include A-level swordsmanship and B-level super sword skills, he said. It's been a long time since a challenger made it this far. Minchin was surprised. What, you can talk? He replied, of course, now let the challenge begin. The challenger's skills are starting. Let's see what you've got. Minchin assessed. His ultimate skill was speed swordsmanship, an amazing sword technique that uses a quick blade to pressure the opponent. I can face him. By sealing his speed and strength, he used the 5-tiger slash to block the Wanderer's blade. Minchin was a bit surprised. Can I really stop it? The other person said, Challenger, I'm the one who should be saying that. He temporarily stepped back. I've encountered many strong opponents after connecting with the tower, but I've never met anyone like you. Minchin stood still and said, Is that a compliment, Wanderer? He denied it. That's right. Even those called the Seven Swords, he praised. That's a nice name. Then he suddenly tiptoed. His speed was incredibly fast as he decisively slashed at him. The Wanderer was horrified. What is the power behind that blade? Minchin smiled. If you keep flitting around like a fly, I won't be able to do anything. Until now, he had only landed one hit. But next came 2 hits. The Wanderer was unexpectedly stunned. Am I really losing? By the 3rd hit, he was almost destroyed. An explosion rang out. He was dissatisfied. I should have been ahead in stats. It could only scream. Minchin smiled. The trick of this martial arts tower comes from the number of hits. Instead of just landing simple blows when you connect those hits together, the power increases. 4 ancient spear techniques increase by 40%. Transformation increases by 50%. A chaotic energy from 3 mana. On the rise strength stats and chaotic energy. Then Minchin couldn't lose. Having higher stats isn't everything. The Wanderer bowed his head and said, There have been 7 people, not including you. That's 8. 8 have defeated me. Minchin asked, The 7 you just mentioned are the 7 swords, right? He replied, That's right. They are the king's masters of the tower. I don't know if you can pass the final challenge. It's been a long time since I've swung my sword so joyfully. Level 49's challenge will start in 10 minutes. Minchin realized this was the final challenge. He didn't hesitate and shouted, Skip! A great surge of power erupted. He was startled by that energy. Then he smiled wickedly. Isn't that a bit too much? Minchin found himself surrounded. Suddenly, the system announced a challenge, hunt down 100 soldiers. This left Minchin in shock. This was too perfect not to share like a heroic feat. They all had the same stats. Were they trying to overwhelm me with numbers? Probably not. If I keep dragging this out, they'll just get more buffs. I won't be able to solve anything. So let's get started. I'll take care of that troublesome guy first. Without hesitation, Minchin charged in, but unexpectedly they unleashed a fireball and a water arrow, causing a massive explosion. The soldiers continued to launch their attacks. Minchin charged through them, dodging their ambushes in the shadows, slowly punishing his prey. They didn't stop. A series of curses were cast. Minchin realized immediately that they were chanting spells without giving him a chance to escape. The system kept warning him. Minchin was affected by the curse. His abilities and stamina were both diminished. This time, a great danger was looming. They were working together to set up a formation. This made Minchin quite anxious. They had prepared all the debuffs. They would unleash a deadly move that I wouldn't be able to dodge if I didn't escape. So I'll fight back. If I do that, they'll definitely... Sure enough, the soldiers charged at Minchin in unison, aiming to eliminate him. But that was a trap. Exactly. You will definitely rush toward me no matter the situation. Now it's my turn. When fighting against a large army, the standard approach is to create an opening and exploit it. I'm sure these guys, those with tons of experience, will definitely aim to create such an opening. This move might have worked against 7 emperors. With that, Minchin plunged straight into the soldiers, causing them to panic, taking advantage of the moment he charged forward for a decisive battle. But they won't be able to do anything to me. The consequence of the opening you see is heading into annihilation. This victory made Minchin extremely pleased. The number of soldiers left to defeat had dropped to 97. He continued to create openings for a new wave of attacks. The relentless assaults caused the number of soldiers to plummet. With the current situation, Minchin realized a truth: I don't need to dodge all the attacks. I have to sacrifice something to gain more. If I keep this up, the magical soldiers will join the fight too. At the same time, their warnings rang out. The enemy was approaching the mages outside for protection. Just as Minchin arrived, they had completed their defensive formation. This made him click his tongue. You guys really got into position quickly. The soldiers continued to unleash their fiery attacks on Minchin. A fierce explosion erupted. Luckily, he jumped up just in time. He narrowly escaped danger. They continued to launch ice spears straight at Minchin. Unexpectedly at that moment, a dark, rough object grabbed hold of the soldiers' weapons, causing them to panic. Minchin seized the opportunity to leap high and strike down powerfully at the enemy. The God of War. That was the honorable title given to the demon who reached the peak through battle. They had to fight to that extent to earn this title. This time, the soldiers coordinated and heightened their vigilance. But with just a slight change, Minchin would destroy the solid fortress they had built. Sure enough, the soldiers began shouting for a solid defense and impenetrable shield. However, all those efforts only tilted the battle in Minchin's favor, giving him a chance to win. Without hesitation, he charged in for a counterattack. Minchin felt quite pleased with this round. Attacking like this, I won't be able to withstand any damage. I'll have a hard time enduring any injuries. To create a small opening, he quickly overcame the first obstacle. They were confused and couldn't react in time. In an instant, everyone was taken down by Min without mercy. If you're this slow, what can you do against me? Now it's a battle. The number of soldiers left is down to 87. That number quickly dwindled to 74 as Min continued to strike fiercely and decisively. The number of soldiers left to eliminate is now 69. I've already taken out the magical soldiers. It's a hassle, but I just need to aim for the critical points in close combat. This will be much easier. Then Min shouted, "You're facing 69 enemies now. Aren't you going to charge in? In times like this, I should give you more time to react. If you don't charge in, then I will." With that, Min charged forward, wiping out the soldiers without mercy. One by one, he sent them off in silence. The number of soldiers left to eliminate is now just 21. Min continued to attack fiercely. Currently, there's only one soldier left to take down. The soldiers were nearly wiped out, leaving them in a state of panic. No way. How could someone defeat all of us? So what Min chuckled in response, "Let's just end this." Just as he struck, the soldier suddenly cried out in despair. But it was too late. Min had already ended everything. The soldier collapsed to the floor. All the soldiers had been wiped out. After the battle, Min wore a cold smile. "You all did well." On the other hand, the commander Mew couldn't believe his eyes. He shouted in disbelief, "This is insane. How could the soldiers lose?" "Luce, did you foresee this outcome?" She replied, "How could I?" Even though I was really looking forward to this battle, I still didn't think he would defeat the soldiers, because the soldiers had a unified will and a terrifying spirit of revenge like top-tier undead. Even if a team is united, they will still make mistakes on the battlefield. However, the soldiers did not make those mistakes. They were monsters with overwhelming strength that had never been defeated. Yet they fell to someone. Min had become the first person to pass the challenge of the sky, and ranked first among the demon kings. This left him astonished. He proclaimed himself with the grand title of the 7 Kings, but no one could reach this point. Such a powerful name. At the same time, a series of notifications from the system rang out. You have achieved something that no one else has. Recorded in the history of the tower and received 1,000,000 points as a reward. Min couldn't help but be curious. 1,000,000 points. What's that worth? 1,000,000 is quite a reward for an achievement. Suddenly a voice came from behind. "Congratulations, you have passed the challenge." He calmly replied, "Thank you." But when he turned around, he was startled to see someone suddenly appear. This is the exclusive ability of the tower system, or is it management? Not knowing how to operate this made him uncomfortable. Then the person asked, "You look a bit sad after passing the challenge." He replied, "It's nothing." Then she started crying and said, "Then I'll give you a reward." This left Min surprised. What is this? This is a mythical creation stone with the power of creation. So you're giving me the creation stone as a reward, huh? It's a gem with the power to create dimensions. But Minchin knows that this little stone isn't enough to actually create a dimension. Still, it's pretty powerful. Then the system said this might be the final reward of this floor. Hearing that, Minchin felt confused. What kind of manager doesn't even know what the final reward is? Aren't you supposed to know everything? He quickly replied. This tower hides many secrets. Even the manager only has partial authority. But you know what it is, even if you've never seen it on Earth. I have my ways. Of course, there's no need to explain to him why I know. Then the manager continued, "Anyway, you know. The reward is a rare piece of equipment. It's even more valuable than the rewards from other floors." Hearing that, Minchin was surprised, thinking, is there anything more precious than the creation stone? If you know how to utilize this stone, then you could get super or mythical equipment. If you can hire a skilled craftsman in this tower. Minchin scoffed and replied, "No, I don't need weapons surprising the manager. That's the best way to use the creation stone. But for Minchin, using it for weapons is pointless. Just using it as a weapon is more than enough. I've already figured out how to use it." He held the creation stone tightly in his hand and squeezed it hard, causing it to shatter into many pieces. The manager panicked, asking, "What are you doing? That crazy guy just destroyed a valuable piece of equipment." So, in the end, the creation stone was no longer intact, but its power enveloped the space around Minchin. The chaotic energy is the original energy, and the creation stone contains power equivalent to the original. I'm going to do something no one has ever thought of. That is to absorb the creation stone into my body, transforming it into absolute energy. The system manager was extremely puzzled. What's happening? That energy is surging violently. The creative power in the stone. I'm going to bring it into my microcosm, the world inside my head. The ancient magic's purity is gradually being enhanced. However, Minchin still couldn't fully absorb it. I guess about 1% is the limit I've reached. If I push too hard, it'll destroy everything. At least the sun has formed. If I can control this power, then I'll be even stronger and I'll achieve my first goal. The system continued to display a new notification about the information of the ancient magic level X. Level 4 stars can activate the chaotic energy with a 2-star privilege. Minchin couldn't help but feel proud going from 2 stars to 4 stars. Suddenly, the manager's voice questioned the challenger. What did you do to it? You destroyed it. What will you do next? He replied, I absorbed it, just a part of it. I never knew you could do that. How did you know how to do it? Hearing that, Minchin thought it's just a feeling, I guess. I don't really know for sure. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. The manager and Luce thought to themselves. It seems he isn't lying. The first person to complete floor 100 must be hiding something which is only natural. I believe you, because I have my own talents. As he spoke, the manager reached into his pocket and threw something to Minchin, saying, Here, take this. It's proof of my interest in you. Of course I care. The manager continued, You don't need to know when to use it, but Binchon really doesn't care much. The Eyes of Truth. It's a legendary piece created by Aaron. It's equipment related to some space in the tower. There are still many pieces of equipment I can acquire, including fragments of Franca. It's getting more and more interesting. Then Minchin spoke up. I'll consider this a keepsake and accept it. Luce behind was watching and smirking at this name. Then Minchin continued his journey, challenging himself to climb to the top of the tower. Who knows how it will end, but the first step has been successful. So what's next? He wondered, transitioning to a bright morning, the fresh air and sunny sky. The first level challenge tower, a terrifying desert mission with the goal of survival. Minchin just arrived and was frustrated, suddenly throwing himself into the desert. It's outrageous. Without chaotic energy, you can't even move. Suddenly, the system announced the new terrain. The search rate increased by 0.01%. Minchin was shocked. What, 0.01%? Suddenly, a giant monster appeared with a roar. It echoed through the sky, but it was quickly eliminated. Minchin shouted, Shut up! He thought he had come a long way, yet it was only 0.01%. Hearing that made him even more exhausted. That's why the first level is a tutorial. Please let me fight some monsters. And then, after a while, a series of monsters were attacked and wiped out. Minchin sighed. I'm so tired. Let's eat something first. He immediately ate a bit of fried rice with dry food. As soon as he took the first bite, Minchin was amazed. Better than I thought, but... I can't believe the search rate is only 4.2%. The goal isn't to reach a 100% search rate, but to find the way up to the second level somewhere around here. If I'm lucky, I'll get through this quickly. I need to move quickly if I don't want to end up in the worst situation, for sure. Because the flies will start to swarm. Sure enough, they arrived faster than expected. Minchin shouted, Stop right there, don't come any closer. They laughed. Calm down, no need to raise your spear. We're here to propose a deal. Minchin couldn't help but be surprised. A deal, he continued. You just passed the first level not long ago, right? So, do you want to trade food for directions to the second level? Hearing that, Minchin smirked, looking at them. You want me to go up without doing it myself? How can I trust that? This made him panic. What are you talking about? Of course we're going up too. Since we're already here, we have to go up to the next floor, right? We just haven't gone up right away. You know, there are main and side quests to get to the next level of the challenge tower, right? Right now, we're working on a side quest. We need supplies to stay on the first floor. Hearing that, Minchin nodded. That sounds more trustworthy. But I still can't trust you guys. What if you give me false information just to get supplies? He quickly replied, Don't worry, we have a plan. We'll give you the map with the information we've gathered. It will show you the way to the second floor. If you call out the map, you'll be able to see the areas you've explored. You didn't know that. Minchin was really surprised. This map even has this too. The system should tell me this from the start. After hearing it was popular, he was quite intrigued, but he didn't expect it to be a lie. He smirked quietly, thinking that newbies are so easy to fool. This will go smoothly. Then he asked Minchin, What do you think? It's not bad, pretty good actually. Before heading to the second floor, I could gather some more supplies. All right, I agree. Because right now information is the most important thing. As soon as Minchin voiced his agreement, all three con artists smiled in satisfaction. Thank you, no problem. He replied, I'm the one who should be thanking you, not Dekrin. As soon as he heard this name, he introduced himself again. How did you know my name? Out of nowhere. Minchin lunged to attack the two henchmen, catching them off guard. What are you doing? He's been targeting us from the start. These fools don't know I have the skill of the Eye of Insight. Even if I try to hide it, my bloodthirst is still obvious. Is this how you deceive others? What do you think I've done? Just then, the two henchmen jumped up high, ready to attack. But Minchin only needed one shot to quickly take them down. I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. I'm not doing this for justice or anything. I'm just punishing those who've forgotten the rules of a warrior. A warrior should fight, yet you all choose to deceive others. You deserve to be wiped out. Just then, the system announced, you have defeated a level 1 trial and gained information about the area. The exploration rate increased from 0.2% to 81.1%. Surprising, isn't it? Let's see. That staircase leads to the second floor. This is a temple. Do I need to use the key? Minchin is holding that key in his hand. But going up to the second floor like this is boring. He smirked. Looking at the key's requirements, it seems like the reward will be great. I just need one more person. That should be easy, right? Scene shifts to another space. Minchin can't help but feel excited. Really? I haven't run into anyone at all. I'm speechless, but I've already taken down a lot of monsters. I guess I'll just endure it. Let's go up and check. The key can only help me skip the trial, which means if I get through, it won't matter anymore. At this moment, he wonders what the trial is. As soon as he arrives, the temple is already out of power, leaving Minchin stunned. Is that all? Just then, the system announced, the Challenge Tower Level 1, Side Quest, the Temple of the Nameless Saint. There's a time limit, too. Let's complete the trial first, Minchin thought. Moreover, he was quite happy because the reward is 10,000 points. I got 1,000,000 points before. I've done too well, huh? Suddenly, a flash of light appeared from outside, leaving Minchin astonished. Has someone arrived here before me? This guy is really strong. He's a draconian named Louder. If he's 100 years old, he must have just completed his coming-of-age ceremony. But his energy is much stronger than that. Minchin silently cursed. This is a variable. With my current level, I can't defeat him. Draconians inherit the bloodline of dragons. A newly matured one can easily defeat a demon. They value honor and strength and prefer to play fair. I do too. That's why I got along well with them in my past life, so I know they simply like fairness, even a bit clumsy, because they dislike sneaky actions. If I can take advantage of that, I could quickly escape this situation. Upon meeting him, he introduced himself. My name is Loader. I'm a proud descendant of the Gold Clan. Minchin quickly replied, I'm from Earth. My name is Minchin. Suddenly, he extended his hand and said, even though it's our first meeting, I'll give you this advice. This made him curious. What is it? Don't attempt the trial of the temple. A person from Earth like you won't be able to handle it. Minchin found it laughable to hear this kid speak. How dare this little brat lecture me? I'm sure you can do it. Then I spoke up. Are you trying to make me give up to take the prize for yourself? You calmly told me to just worry about you. And honestly, you weren't lying. If you thought you could complete the challenge, you would have fought me already. If you didn't care about me, you would have let me die. This isn't so bad. I need to think of a backup plan. Then Minchin told Loader, if you're worried, help me when I'm in danger. At that point, I'll hand the task over to you. Inside, I quietly scoffed. You must be really dumb to accept my offer. It sounds good, but really I'm asking you to be my bodyguard. Usually people wouldn't accept that in a fight, but with a draconian, it's different. I didn't expect Loader to agree. Since you came here first, I don't want to take it from you. I'll follow your lead. Minchin was stunned. This arrogant guy really fell for it. All right, you promised. I'm starting the challenge now. Looking up, Minchin guessed it was a lock and immediately began the challenge without any sacrifice. The lock opened, releasing an incredibly powerful energy. The temple guardian appeared. Seeing it, Minchin was truly surprised. Is this the guardian? This is a hellish monster. Isn't it a demon beast from hell? The monster roared fiercely as it appeared. At the same time, the system announced that your battle with the guardian had begun. But Binchun really didn't know who the nameless god was. He couldn't believe it either. The guardian was a demon beast from hell. This was a chance for the 7 stars of the demon sword. The first technique, the sun's descent, the hellhound, the fallen demon beast. Its attack method was simple. Charge at the opponent and attack with its tentacles. Among those tentacles, a few would follow the mana's aura and focus their attacks on it, even if they were cut off. They still wouldn't harm the main body, so in a stamina-draining battle, I would be the one to exhaust first. However, when a tentacle is cut off, it will consume mana and stamina to regenerate that tentacle, so there would be openings in its defense, just like now. This is the moment. Minchin didn't hesitate to charge forward. The opening here must be aimed at the main body, and he suppressed the fallen demon beast with a meteor. The beast's power was immediately paralyzed. Continuing, the second technique of the 7 stars of the demon sword erupted. Without hesitation, Minchin struck a surprise blow that caused the beast pain, and blood splattered everywhere. As a result, it was defeated. Meanwhile, Loader stood there pondering for a moment. I didn't think the fallen demon beast would be pushed back so helplessly. The Eye of the Mind. King is the eye of wisdom passed down only to the Lord of the Golden Dragon. It can detect the mana of the target and assess how strong that mana is by looking at the size and color emitted from them. Yet, he could defeat the Hellhound so easily, even though his physical strength is not much. The more I think about it, the more serious it feels. This is trouble. I need a Mind Stone if that's the case. The demon beast struggled to move, making Minchin think he could take down the fallen demon beast in one strike, but it probably wasn't strong enough. All I can do right now is stop at the second technique. All I can do right now is just stop at the second thing. It's true that I won, but if I hadn't absorbed the Creation Stone, I would have struggled to fight it. Thanks to the Creation Stone, my chaotic energy has more than doubled, and I've reduced my absorption rate by 30%. But my physical condition isn't great. My body can't handle various martial arts. Anyway, at a higher level, I just need to do one more thing. To finish it. The life of the fallen beast was paralyzed after that finishing blow. It was completely taken down. At the same time, Minchin gained an additional 8.5% experience points. But suddenly he felt a sharp pain in the sword hilt. A strange mark appeared on it. This left Minchin astonished. The mark on the back of his hand was glowing. That meant the level 2 power of the dark crystal had been unleashed. It possesses power close to that of a mythical item and can transform into any weapon. Its strength will change based on the user's achievements, and since Minchin's power is currently at rank C, He doesn't know why this is happening, but it's definitely an opportunity. If the dark crystal advances to the next level, his combat ability will also increase. At that point, he will be able to handle any situation that may arise in the tower more easily. The problem is, he needs to find some rare metals to fully unleash level 2. It's definitely not something that can be done right away. These types of ores aren't available at the first level of the tower. Suddenly, the system announced that he had defeated the Guardian, causing Minchin to snap back to reality. That's right, he was still on a side quest. He also received 10,000 bonus points and a soul stone. As soon as he received it, Minchin pondered, "A soul stone, I'm busy absorbing the creation stone right now, so I don't really need it." Suddenly, Loader came to ask about the reward for completing the side quest. "You received a soul stone, right?" But his shady look made Minchin suspicious. It seemed like he was ready to forcefully take the stone from him. Why would someone from the Dragon Clan need a soul stone? Some demon created something similar to the creation stone and crushed countless beings to create this cursed item. If anyone tries to use this to create items or as a catalyst for magic, they could significantly increase their power. But because it contains so much wicked energy, the vengeful spirit must be suppressed. This is a type of Alicia that demons or any warrior covet. But it's not the kind of item suitable for the Dragon Clan, those with pure mana. Why does he want it so badly? Whatever the reason, it doesn't affect Minchin. Moreover, one thing is certain. This rookie dragon wants the soul stone, and I hold it in my hands. Since he promised to protect me, he won't rush to attack me. On the other hand, Loader thought to himself, even though I really need the soul stone, I can't break my promise. The promise I made regarding the soul stone. Suddenly, Minchin asked, "Should I give this to you?" This surprised him, really. He rushed to grab Minchin's hand and happily said, "Whatever you want, just tell me, and I'll pay a fair price to own it. I don't need anything else." Hearing this, Loader was confused. "What do you mean?" Minchin smiled and said, "It's nothing. You said you protected the surrounding area, right?" Loader replied hesitantly, "That was just because you came here to do the side quest first, and no one else came, so I didn't do anything. That's the conscience of a dragon." Minchin immediately laughed and said, "It's nothing. You protected the surrounding area, right?" Loader hesitated and replied, "That was just because you came here to do a side mission first, and no one else showed up, so I didn't do anything. That's the conscience of my kind. I was about to break the trust he had in me, but he insisted on keeping his promise. So Minchin spoke up and asked him for a favor. If you can't fulfill it, you don't need to force it. Lord cheerfully said, "Tell me. If I get the chance, I want to see what the world of the dragon people looks like." On Earth, the dragon people's world is known as a mythical realm. Hearing that, Lord was shocked. "Are you saying that the reputation of our home planet has reached Earth, a planet in another space?" But actually, Minchin was just lying. The truth is, people don't even know if dragons exist anymore, with hell and heaven limiting information as much as possible to prevent forces from other dimensions from interfering, just like the situation with the dwarves and the Intergalactic Association. They only allow official diplomatic paths with a few dimensions and do not let Earth know about it, even though that's not their intention. Loader asserted, "Only those recognized by the Dragon Clan can enter our world." Actually, there is a way to do that. That's the name Loader. I know the meaning of that name. The recognition of Gundrian is worth much more than a soul stone. Everything is going according to plan. The Dragon Clan isn't the type to owe without paying back. Then Loader took out his name card. "If you want to enter the dragon people's world, then I will give you this. Consider it a gift." This left Minchin in shock. Wait, this is a name card? In Korea, giving a name card is like standing as a guarantor for someone else. The higher the position of that person, the more valuable the guarantee, so they only give it to those they truly trust. "But we just met today. You shouldn't give this to me." Minchin thought that, and then Loader continued to introduce, "This is my name card. The value of this item is quite high," which made him even more curious. "If it's that precious, then why are you giving it to me?" But because Minchin had trusted him for so long, he wanted to believe. He really didn't expect him to be so serious. Surely it's because he knows the nature of the Dragon Clan, so my act was really effective. I thought he would just give me some documents to prove his recognition. Minchin laughed and said, "Today is indeed a meaningful day. I've gained a good friend and a soul stone. I promise to cherish the name card." Lord also shared, "It's sad that we have to part ways now. I really hope to see you again." "Me too." Minchin thought to himself, reminding not to be deceived by others anymore. System notification, you have passed the challenge of the scorching desert and received 3 500 bonus points. He continued to ascend the stairs while Minchin hummed a tune. No need to think any further. I still have plenty of food with me, so I don't need to go back yet. Let's go to the second floor. But while walking, Minchin suddenly felt something strange. Bubbles. Just now I was in the desert, and now I'm at the bottom of the sea. So what kind of monster created this tower? At the same time, the system announced that the Challenge Tower Level 2 has begun. The mission to find the ocean's jewels. Minchin couldn't believe it. Now I'm back at the bottom of the ocean after being in the desert. The one who built this tower must be a real weirdo. At least now I can breathe, and I got this too. Abyssal Compass. This is a basic item provided for challengers on the second floor. According to the compass, this is a safe zone. But what is this place? Minchin can't help but wonder. As soon as he opened the door and stepped in, he heard a welcoming voice. Look at you. You must be a challenger who just arrived on the second floor. Minchin coldly asked, How do you know? I can tell just by looking into your eyes. You look like you have a lot of questions. Have a seat. I doubt you intend to give me answers for free. Of course not. Normally, I would charge for information, but I'll make an exception for you. If you buy an item, I'll give you the information for free. Then sell me the cheapest item. That'll be 5 points. At that moment, Minchin realized as he held the bottle of clean water from Alok's shop, this is how to use points. If that's the case, 1 million points is a lot more than I thought. Wait, you're selling clean water, even though there's water all around? He replied, If you don't like it, go drink seawater and turn into gold or something. Whatever. Does the manager here not provide any guidance? You think the manager has a lot of free time? They're not someone you can easily meet. Hearing that, Minchin thought, not someone you can easily meet. But he looks pretty free. I guess each manager is different. Then he spoke up. If that's the case, forget about the manager. Which gem is the target of this challenge? The ocean in the abyss is divided into 7 seas. According to Alok, this place is called the Silent Sea, one of those 7 seas. Each sea has a gem the challengers must find. And when someone completes the challenge, the gem will reappear after a while. Hearing that, Minchin felt a bit disheartened. I want to know more about each sea, but unfortunately he doesn't have any more information. I guess for now, this is all the information I have. Suddenly, he shouted in surprise. I almost forgot this important thing. You can't just get the gem right away by finding its location. For 500 points, I'll tell you how to get the gem and even share about a useful item. Minchin didn't care. I'll go ask someone else, which made him panic. Wait, 400, no, 300, just wait a moment. But the truth is, he already knew. He was giving too much information for just 5 points. Did he think he was someone easily fooled like him? I'll start looking for the gem here and follow the current, the place Alok mentioned around here. That merman isn't trying to trick me, is he? Suddenly, a giant sea monster approached, startling Minchin. Is that the gem? The sea monster saw the person and immediately fled. Minchin suddenly laughed mockingly. You want me to race with a fish? This is interesting. If it were just a normal swim, that would be impossible, but just then... The system immediately enveloped Minchin in holy fire. All stats except chaotic strength increased by 50%. And, of course, he had his own way to deal with that sea monster. Let's compete with what we both do best. Unexpectedly, its voice echoed, calling out, You are the first challenger. Swim through the heart of the sea. Hearing that, Minchin was surprised. What did you just say? And, accidentally, he took a gulp of seawater, but looking closely, it had legs and arms like a mermaid. Suddenly, it cast a summoning spell, and 2 giant swordfish appeared. The current grew stronger, and Minchin realized it was trying to buy time. It thought it could stop him with this. So he accelerated upwards, causing it to panic. Then the sea monster said, You think you can catch me by swimming up? However, Minchin felt it should worry more about itself. Suddenly, an explosion erupted fiercely, and Minchin rushed to snatch the jewel from the monster. Everything happened so fast that it couldn't help but panic. What is happening? Minchin successfully obtained the ocean's jewel, passing the ruby challenge. The sea monster was still in shock. All the little pests I've encountered have been tough. Moving in the water is different from on land. There's a bonus for challengers who complete this challenge in a short time. Hearing that Minchin was curious, what is it? It quickly replied, You'll find out after you pass all the challenges. A reward will be given if you meet certain conditions. I can't figure out what it is either. So now he could only continue. Here we go. A rushing wall of water connected to the next sea. Looks like this won't be easy to get through. Right now, the water pressure was continuously rising and had reached level 4. Movement was restricted, but Minchin still had to push through and keep swimming. In the blink of an eye, he saw another space. The system announced, "You have arrived at the sea where the abyss is." Finally, he had escaped the first sea. Unbelievable, there were still 6 more seas to go. But this place looked completely different from the calm sea he just left. In a small village, loud voices echoed. There are items here that are hard to find. Swords made from the mouths of swordfish are now being sold for 3,000 points. Healing potions made from alchemy are available too. Indeed, this place had many people much safer than before. It felt like a village. Suddenly, someone called out to Minchin, "It's your first time in this safe zone, right?" He replied, "That's right. Sorry to bother you, but could you give me a few minutes?" Hearing that, Minchin wondered what this person wanted. The kind middle-aged man was named Jezza. He was a hunter from England. Looks like I've given everyone the wrong impression about me. While we're chatting, let me show you around Abyss, this safe zone in the heart of the sea. Or rather, a place known as a city in the sea that connects all oceans. If a person can't gather at least 4 types of crystals, to put it more accurately, it's a place known as a city in the heart of the sea, connecting all oceans. If someone can't gather at least 4 types of crystals, they will be stuck here. And of course, they can't get past the 3rd floor, nor return to the old world. Minchin looked around. So, that's it. Everyone here is trapped. The goat nodded. Yes, I'm one of them too. At that time, I had only collected 3 crystal shards, and I didn't even dare to think about challenging the remaining trials because I was afraid they would be too difficult. That's why I've been here for 3 years now. Minchin felt that time was too long. He couldn't believe he had lived under the sea for that long. It was truly terrifying, but Zara seemed very sincere. That's why I often wandered around, to warn those who are going up to the 2nd level for the first time like you about how brutal the sea ibis is. He asked curiously where the challenge to the Mediterranean was. Are you planning to challenge it right away? Minchin said excitedly. Well, there's no point in dragging this out. Deep down, he was quite satisfied with the current situation thanks to an unexpected encounter that provided him with all the necessary information. All right, time is extremely precious. Sitting still here while having excess energy would be a huge waste. Suddenly, Minchin realized something was still missing. You just need to show me the location, that's enough. Zara replied nonchalantly. Oh, don't worry, I'm coming along because I want to see you tackle the challenge. Minchin's awkward smile appeared. Then, how am I supposed to pretend to ignore you now? He was handed a badge that had the function of speaking. Right in front of both of them was a strong whirlwind. Minchin was taken aback by what was happening. Is that the challenge? Zara explained further. That's the final challenger. It's a pity that this trial only requires you to withstand that whirlwind. Minchin asked, What do you think? Do you think it's difficult? He was just guessing. I don't think anyone would die at this trial. Minchin's battle plan was already prepared. The monster on the 2nd level had been sleeping in defeat. Let's just try doing it over and over like last time. Zara still had something not yet revealed. Well, in general, regarding this trial, but the difficulty will vary depending on the type of crystal shards. You'll need some special equipment to deal with the whirlwind of this trial. Minchin immediately refused. I don't need equipment. I'm going in without it. Zara quickly intervened. That's too reckless. Minchin really wanted to shout. The result will show you whether I'm reckless or not. Your mission is to withstand the mana whirlwind until the time limit is up. The challenge of the garnet officially begins. As soon as he stepped in, Minchin noticed something. Wait a minute. I don't need to wait until the whirlwind gets stronger, right? I just need to stay in here for exactly 10 minutes. After that, I can use any method. If that's the case, then I can just destroy a whirlwind right from the start. Zara was waiting alone outside. He was far away, so he wasn't affected by the whirlwind. Nothing's happening. Normally, there should be a super huge whirlwind by now, right? Should I go down there to check? Just then, someone else arrived. Oh, Zara, what are you doing here? Have you completed the challenge yet? The person next to him chimed in. He must be meddling again. Zara calmly replied, Oh, it's been a while since I've seen you guys. I'm currently guiding a newcomer here. They took the opportunity to ask about the challenge. I knew it. How long has that person been inside doing the challenge? Zara said about 2 minutes. Just that made them panic. 2 minutes? Then why is it so quiet? Oh my God, the whirlwind at this moment made Zara freeze. Why is it so huge? All 3 people who weren't participating in the challenge were swept away. What more could Zara do? What the hell is going on? A little bit of time passed, and he had turned into a completely different person. Minchin had completed the Garnet Challenge. You look so worn out. You could have just gone back and left me alone. I thought to myself, I never expected such a huge whirlwind to burst out and counter my attack. Just as the goat yelled, the shark appeared. You're acting so nonchalantly. How could I just go back like that? Just one bite, and it's game over. Min chuckled awkwardly at the situation. It's not just death I'm worried about. My body might not even be left behind with challenges like this. With these kinds of trials. Just slash once and then use hellfire to burn the wound afterward. All I need to do is enjoy the fiery scenery. The goat might just get possessed right away. Is that fire? Am I seeing things? Isn't this supposed to be the ocean? He reminded me that after defeating the tin shark, the challenge in Gok 6 would be even tougher. Minchin wondered if that was the hardest challenge. The goat explained in detail, well, not really. This is still easier compared to the other challenges, but it's dangerous. Because Mama could explode at any moment. I think using my senses to get through would be easier, just walk and observe. As soon as he finished speaking, Minchin passed through Ngok 6 easily. Don't worry, it was a piece of cake. Anyway, Zara should give some praise. Congratulations. Completing it so quickly. Now you can move on to the next level. However, Minchin hasn't gathered enough yet. What are you talking about? If I'm going to face challenges, I should collect all the crystals before moving on. Zara reacted. Do we really need to do that? Minchin is more ambitious than anyone. I've heard that the higher the difficulty, the more valuable the rewards. After collecting all the crystals, I'm sure I'll get a decent haul. You're even thinking about that. I'm wondering what I'll get after passing all the challenges. Maybe they'll give me a certificate for collecting enough crystals. Right, the goat sighed. I haven't met anyone like you in 3 years. Minchin just smiled friendly. I'll take that as a compliment. He immediately shot it down. I'm just curious about what kind of land produces a monster like you. Minchin got angry. How dare this old man call me a monster? The goat suddenly chuckled. All right, I'll lead you to it. Once you complete all the challenges. Minchin didn't understand the other party. Why would you go so far to help me? The goat's reason is very simple. I told you, didn't I? I just want to see you tackle the challenges. This is part of it. He said, well then Minchin has no reason to refuse anymore. All right, I'll count on your help. The gems you've collected are Ruby Garnet Cat's Eye, and the 5th level gem is Sapphire. I also got Lapis Lazuli from the 6th level. And for the 7th level, there's only Amethyst left. Yes, Zara introduced. This place is known as the Sea of Death. Minchin bluntly remarked, that name is a bit flashy and unnecessary, isn't it? Zara focused solely on the task. Almost no one has ever survived this challenge. Minchin realized the issue, so that means there have been survivors, right? He nodded. Yes, those known as the 7 Kings of the Tower. Minchin pondered. They must be quite strong, right? They even have the title of king. Even though I never heard of them in my previous life, even if they failed miserably in the final floor, it means I have to get through this level. The challenges in the tower are not just to test pure strength, but also the ability to sense the flow of mana. As long as I have that ability, I can pass the challenge. After that, Minchin turned to leave, promising to meet him later. Zara waved from afar, wishing him safe travels. Minchin's next challenge reached the ocean floor. So, this is the Sea of Death. The name sounds grand, but it doesn't seem that special. What is this? Minchin was reaching the pressure of 10 atmospheres. The unusual state left him paralyzed. What's going on? Why did the water pressure suddenly increase so drastically? Minchin struggled to regain control. I can't just let things stay like this. I have to regain my balance. The water pressure is really intense, especially with the mana concentration like this. Just relaxing for a few seconds would crush me. Thinking back, I've seen something similar in my previous life. The weighty lake of the continent of Mu sinks and pushes everything it touches to the bottom. Just hearing the name makes it clear. Once I fall into the lake, I'll have to fight against its immense water pressure to survive. Wait, hold on, the weighty lake is still different from the Sea of Death. Right. After all, I can still move at the bottom. The chaotic energy will consume a lot. The Sea of Death is a combination of high mana concentration pressure and gravity. If that's the case, I'm sure there's still a way to get through it. Even if the concentration is increasing, if I can balance synthesizing the mana concentration with my body while absorbing it, I'm sure I'll find a way to endure. Water pressure, huh? To do that, I need to let my chaotic energy resonate with the mana in the surrounding environment. Minchon followed what he thought. But it seems difficult. I thought I had completely controlled the chaotic energy, but the reaction is still too violent. I'll do my best to endure this process. Losing a hand or a leg is fine, as long as I can completely dominate and absorb the chaotic energy in my body. Minchon completely closed his eyes, then slowly opened them again. This is the energy of creation stones. The chaotic energy that was overflowing has calmed down a bit. The properties of the chaotic energy remain unchanged. It's still powerful, but now mixed with a bit of gentleness. If it continues like this, it's as if Minchon is touching the sun. The current sea level is 600 meters. Minchon reached a water pressure of level 50. Is this it? But there's nothing here. At least learning a new method to use energy is a good thing. Thanks to the synthesis process, it has become more resilient. But it feels like something's missing. I guess there's just this mountain here. The Amethyst Challenge of Minchon has been completed. This also counts as a reward. Wait, why did I suddenly get an extra 200 hours? The rewards received are quite high. The reward for this achievement of Minchon is a rainbow ring. It has the skill to eliminate all impure energy and restore the original energy. Minchon can use this skill once every 24 hours. This is just crazy. Compared to the Holy Fire Blessing, it's a bit weaker, but on the bright side, it provides stats similar to wearing 5 Fire Mountain rings on all 5 fingers. Not going up to the 3rd floor right now is truly a wise choice. That strange voice is coming from somewhere. It's been a long time. Someone has just passed all the challenges of the deep sea. Minchon's eyes narrowed. Who is it? I can't see anyone. That voice is urging him over here. You tiny humans, this is where the voice is coming from. Minchon is getting into trouble again. Wait, it seems like the mountain is moving. That figure is slowly revealing itself, that tiny human. You have done very well in overcoming the challenges with a body that could easily perish. Minchon is astonished, unable to speak. What is this? It's a snake, and a really big one at that. Thanks to that, I know what this is. You seem to have extensive knowledge about it. The snake has swallowed an entire dimension of the Gander world. It was once one of the lords of the 72 thrones ruling the underworld, but one day it angrily left the 72 thrones and disappeared. Records about it stopped there. I remember these things, just because I used to be a lord of space. The first time seeing it with my own eyes, Gander said calmly, it truly is a strange creature. Yet you know my name. You have a human body but possess the soul of a demon. Minchon said I have my own reasons. But more importantly, what are you doing here? He silently speculated. What is a mythical monster doing here? And why has it only awakened now? If we connect everything that has happened up until now, there is only one possibility. Don't tell me. This meeting will unlock a hidden quest. Gander didn't mind sharing because I made a pact with Minchon. Hearing that, I thought about it. Is it because of the pact? Looking at the number of words left blank, there must be a strong restrictive contract. Gander doesn't look like a bad guy. I promise to remain still here. So the thing you worry about won't happen. Minchon sighed in relief. Luckily, I don't have to fight this big guy. One scratch and I'm done for. If it were a bit smaller, I would be ready to fight it. Gander behaves like a real human. Recently, people have started conversations by fighting whenever they see an enemy. Kids these days really don't know how to show respect. Minchon got angry. This old snake is trying to teach me a lesson. I suddenly feel offended. I need to get stronger quickly. If it were me in my previous life, I would have fought a glorious battle with that big body, having plenty of places to hit it. He said, what pact did you make that got you trapped here? Refusing to speak means I can't tell you anything. Even if you knew, it would be better. Minchon sighs to himself. If he were the Lord from before, maybe he could create some loopholes. So this isn't about the pact. This old snake is just too lazy to go outside. Gander suggests a different approach. In return, I'll give you a gift. Poor little humanity. Minchon holds it in his hand. What can I even do with this? Seeing him confused, Gander explains, that's a cloak made from my scales and skin. You just need to imprint your mark on it. Minchin is now shocked. This is worth more than a rare cloak, the scales and skin of a mythical monster. This snake is so generous. It shows too much favor to creatures from hell. His attitude changes rapidly. Sir, I will definitely not forget your warm feelings. Gander delivers the sad news. It seems my time here is up. Minchin awkwardly smiles. Why are you suddenly closing your eyes? Gander appears unexpectedly and leaves just as unexpectedly. Minchin always has to endure this. He has said everything he wanted to say. So are you just going to sleep like that? I have so many questions that need answers, but he's sleeping like that. There's nothing I can do. Maybe it's because of the Minchin pact. If I can't resolve all those questions through reasoning, then I just need to not think about them all at once. Plus, without Gander, this place becomes completely silent. There's not a single sound of a living creature. Only the water pressure at 50 and an extremely high mana concentration. This environment is better than the gate. That's why I was given 200 hours in the air supply kit. Why do I still have 300 hours in the air supply kit? Then I'm ready to accept the offer. I'll use it right now. Here, outside in the challenge world at some tavern. Some people don't stop drinking, while others don't stop talking. Oh my. Stop being that busy type of person. That person has passed away. After being close to you for such a short time, huh? You've done your best. Forget everything about that departure. Dira looks like he's about to cry. At that time, I shouldn't have sent him to the challenge tower. I didn't think he would leave like that. Just as I lifted him, he was gone. Dira seems revived. You survived to come back. Minchin scratches his face. Why are you spreading rumors that I was asleep when I'm still alive and well like this? Minchin thought back to the time he had spent in the abyss for 12 days. A lot has happened. I've managed to break my bad habits and improve my physical fitness. I've also mastered the basic martial arts I've been using all this time. I've learned many new techniques and doubled my own stats. It's time for me to prepare to return to Earth. I need to carve the cloak and release the level 2 Dark Star. I also need to check on the mission I assigned to the ghost to see how it's going. Before going back to Earth, I have to visit Zara one last time. Zara speaks without a hint of deceit. I'm not sure if you're still alive, though. That's why I'm drinking in your memory. The person who was just here has left so Zara can relax. I'm so glad you made it back safely. Minchin is completely stiff. You should be congratulating me. Why are you crying like that? He thought. How can a middle-aged man cry like this? I'm glad he's worried about me, but I don't have time for this stuff. Jira then heard what you said was true. That means you've passed the final challenge. Minchin nodded. That's right. Yes, Zira has never stopped acknowledging it. Congratulations. You've overcome all the challenges on level 2. It's unbelievable. In the 3 years I've been here, no one has ever done it. Minchin already knew that. Not just 3 years, I've heard that since the tower was created, no one has succeeded. Zara reminded him that now he just needs to keep climbing. Minchin couldn't help but ask what he would do. Yes, Zara may have failed, but he won't give up. Watching you reminds me of myself when I first entered the tower. I'll try again, just like when I was full of energy before. Minchin smiled. I'll cheer you on, Zara. You've found a good friend. Let's meet again on Earth. Not at the highest level of this tower, though. Minchin was very happy about this. I hope we meet there. Minchin returned to his original space. He entered the tower again and moved up to level 3. It had been 25 days since he left Earth. Even though it wasn't long, it felt a bit strange. A vehicle was parked right in front of Minchin. The ghost excitedly rushed out. Hunter Minchin, you're back safely. Minchin couldn't hold back anymore. What I saw after leaving the tower was a bit much, wasn't it? The ghost completely ignored him. Ellie said something similar, but without being over the top. You made it back safely. Minchin wholeheartedly replied, Yeah, we have a dinner date, so I have to head back. The ghost felt disappointed and shy. You're not answering me, but you're responding to Ellie. Minchin was most afraid of the gossip from the ghost. People are watching. Let's go somewhere else. As long as you pay attention to him, he's happy. Let's go. The vehicle was on its way to the designated place. At the same time, Minchin inquired about the construction of the training ground. Martin, when asked, excitedly replied, It's done. Minchin looked indifferent. Did I hear that wrong? He needed a valid answer, but it hasn't even been a month. The ghost spoke about it with pride. Yeah, as soon as we heard, we got right on it. Minchin wasn't very convinced. Are you sure about that? Of course not, the ghost said. Don't you know who I am? Of course, Minchin knows that the dwarf chief was born with the talent for construction. If he's that proud, then it must be quite impressive. The ghost changed the subject right on cue. What do you think about moving closer to the training ground? I've thought it through. You have no reason to keep living in that boarding house. Minchin thinks this is truly genius. So can you help me with that? The ghost happily agreed, saying, got it, I'll build more. Minchin feels like this little guy is becoming quite useful. You mean a partner? Oh, right. I want to buy this. The ghost is ready to assist. Just say the word, I'll buy anything you want. Minchin's words left the other person stunned. 10 kilograms of midrin and 5 kilograms of ozicalcum. Can you buy that? The ghost's eyes widened in surprise. Those are all rare minerals, extremely rare on Earth. Even if I searched for them myself, it would take a long time. What do you need them for? Minchin glanced elsewhere. They're essential for creating Black Essence Stage 2. We have no choice but to wait. Why did Martin change the subject? What about participating in the auction? In 2 weeks, the Star Alliance will hold an auction, Minchin asked. But it's uncertain if they will appear right. Ellie, bring the equipment over here. The ghost lightly scolded. Ellie showing the auction list to outsiders is against the law. She looked and smiled. You're not exactly a law-abiding citizen, are you? And Minchin isn't exactly a stranger either. Minchin understood. My partner is really skilled. The ghost cried tears of joy. Ah, well, I really am skilled. Ellie chuckled. Of course you are. Minchin looked at the list on the screen. I can't believe it. There are even fragments of the Drenka key among the minerals. Looks like I have another reason to participate in the auction. This place is the training room. From the restroom to the outdoor equipment, everything caught Minchin's eye. Perfect, just what I wanted, the ghost proudly said. I'm really good at this. Minchin wondered, isn't the architect someone else? The ghost couldn't find the right words to explain. Ah, well, Minchin knows that sometimes I joke around. Completing it in a month would be quite good. You already have a whole plan laid out in your head. First gather materials, then choose a construction site, then build and cast the magic circle. Even for a dwarf, it's still quite challenging. He has tried very hard. The ghost added, oh, this place isn't too far from our branch. You can get there pretty quickly from here. Minchin blurted out, you're quite clever. Well, Minchin will let it slide because the results are perfect. I've decided not to conquer the gate anymore and focus on training until the auction takes place. Now I have a good training ground. Let's give it a try. The magic circle was created and Minchin stepped into it. The magic circle was formed and Minchin stepped into it. It's been a while since I've trained. Finally, I've found the perfect place and conditions to practice ancient magic in a tower with so many variables. And I'm not sure there's a place like the Abyss, so it's really hard to train there. Plus, I no longer have to rely on the energy of the stars, or mana stones. Now I have something to replace them, and when I channel energy, I won't feel tired, so I don't even need to sleep. That means I can train all day long. Wait, this familiar energy is dark mana. In a certain forest, someone has stepped into it at night. None other than VD's group. They are still far from reaching my level. Just a little distraction is all I need. After saying that, he laughed to himself like a fool. What kind of monster dares to break the wonderful moment of someone as great as me? Oh my, look who it is, someone even greater than me. The voice on the other end is Minchin. Hey, what are you doing in VD's lair right now, turning into a good little boy? I'm at Nazu. I was about to go through the gate with some members of the guild, but if you need me, I'll come right away. Minchin was surprised. Isn't that him? It seems he's not lying. I thought it was Vade because I sensed his presence. But thinking back, besides him, there are still 4 other demons. Could one of them be one of them? Hey, you don't know if any other demons have come here, right? Vade belittled himself. That's right. Due to my weakness, I couldn't pinpoint the location of those guys. Minchin was also at a loss for words. All right, let's focus on storming the gate. Minchin changing direction is pointless. I have to do it myself. First, I need to find the source of that dark presence. Anyway, I can't know what tricks hell will use to seize the earth. I can't just ignore it. In an instant, he had teleported to the forest. A strong, dark presence surrounded the entire mountain. What are those crazies planning to do right in the center? Soul. There was a rustling sound somewhere in the bushes. A small light flickered right there. It was aimed at Minchin. If he gets hit, he definitely won't make it back in one piece. An assassination arrow. It's not just any ordinary arrow. The one controlling it has a lot of experience. You idiot, you won't be lucky again. Before he could make a move, Minchin had already used the lightning blade. The sword may be small, but its combat power is no joke. Minchin easily spotted him. Now who's the idiot here? Minchin's eyes were glued to the figure in front of him. I knew it was him right away. Because they are the dark elf archers. They have a wicked and incomprehensible nature, so our relationship will never be good. Part of the mountain was destroyed. The elves were panicking. There was an intruder. He was heading south alone. Minchin had stormed into their lair. Though very thin and weak, they prided themselves on their elven heritage. Because they are very skilled in dark magic and archery, confronting them in an environment full of obstacles is very difficult. However, it's different for me. Elves using magic don't even think about going any further. Fall into my darkness. Minchin didn't hesitate and charged straight at the monster standing before him. I already knew its attack style. Now Minchin was truly using the infinite sky sword. In just a brief moment, the darkness created by the elves vanished. Yes, and that's why they were affected too. Minchin moved beside the elf. How did you come to Earth? He didn't answer, but instead took my life. The great Minchin is about to lose his patience. The great monkey is talking nonsense again. I'm not free to ask anymore. I know you won't answer anyway. I'll let you have your way. Minchin isn't stopping there. Just threatening them won't make them spill anything. I can't give them a chance to recover because who knows what evil they might do next. Judging by the energy they're giving off, that guy is pretty strong. A dark elf with a massive amount of mana. Is he the source of the dark energy? But something feels off. Dark elves are very fond of their kin. A dark elf as powerful as an elder elf must have attacked me with dark lightning. The reason he hasn't made a move yet is... Minchin says as if confirming, you can't move because you have to prepare your spell, right? That elder elf silently answered perfectly. Minchin is using that method again. I'm asking you what you're doing in Korea. I didn't think you'd answer me. He lost something everything, and Minchin is still waiting. Suddenly, he spat out blood. It's because the great demon king here will invade this world once again and spread death everywhere. Minchin is really furious, so these guys are the demon king's subordinates. You grabbed his necklace. All nonsense. Don't lie. Now Minchin realizes his fate. He's about to blow up with self-destruct energy. How can you die after saying that? How dare you impersonate me, a bunch of trash? In a sealed room with high walls, Jumi received a phone call. Hello! The voice on the other end introduced himself. I'm Minchin. We met before at the Hunter exam. Do you remember our bet? Jumi laughed and said, Of course, but it's been a while since you contacted me. I gave you my name tag a long time ago. Minchin nervously said, Sorry, I've been really busy lately. Oh, right. I want to ask you something. Jumi fiddled with her hair. I hope it's not a personal matter. Minchin mentioned those words, dark elves. They're on Earth. If you want to know, we still have that dinner date together, right? 30 minutes ago, Minchin thought, these idiots. How dare they borrow my name for their own schemes? I must emit a certain sound wave. So according to the information, this magical awareness is pretty useless. And it seems like they still exist in quite a number. I can't investigate everything alone. I need more information and manpower. Of course, there's no need to worry too much. I've taken on a very useful disciple for situations like this. Oh, right. He said he would go into the dungeon, but then disappeared. I wonder when he'll come out. Even if I run to the Hunter Association or the Star Alliance for help, it wouldn't be of any use. The Hunter Association might act recklessly, and the Star Alliance has no connection with any branch other than the hated elves. Now, how am I supposed to deal with those dark elves? There's no connection to any other branch except for the cursed fairies. How am I supposed to deal with those dark fairies now? Wait, so goblins, right? There are goblins and dark goblins. Even though they were once of the same kind, things changed after that. Goblins with progressive ideas teamed up with Hell, leading to a split between two longtime rivals. Luckily, I still remember Shizumi in this situation. She's definitely going to react to this, because she's a half-goblin. One parent is from the Goblin Embassy, and the other is Korean. I've only briefly explained the current situation to her. And Jumi also mentioned sending more people. They should be on their way here soon. Approaching with enthusiasm, you must be the Minchin Hunter, right? I'm asking Shizumi's people correct. Nam introduced himself without stumbling over his words. Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you. I've been sent from the Goblin Embassy. Minchin can sense something. The scent of fruit and energy the soul's radiating from them. This is definitely a regular goblin. They came from the guard team, huh? Goblins rank by the number of leaves on their chest pins. The maximum is 6 leaves. 5 leaves means they're exceptional warriors, but while moving forward, Nam seemed a bit curious. Did you take down all the cursed ones by yourself? Minchin replied. Yeah. Nam added, I heard you passed the same test as her. Minchin gave a serious look. What do you mean Nam's request seems a bit odd? Can you spar with me? Minchin looked into those fiery eyes. Nam seemed quite serious about this. I didn't think he could compete in such a situation. It would be easier to believe he's a demon warrior than to say he's a goblin. He forced a smile and rubbed his face. Aren't you here to help me finish this? Nam seems a bit nervous now. Yes. I reacted that way because you seem really strong. I'm sorry, Minchin. I just thought simply that goblins are usually quite reserved. I've never met anyone as lively as this. The goblins began the ritual. Oh, spirit, please restore this place to its original state. It's a small request. The covenant will respond. Minchin stood aside, observing. Goblins are quite handy like that. They use natural mana along with soul magic and can quickly cleanse dark mana. If I did it myself, it would definitely take me much longer. Nam pointed to the person next to him. This one will be your guide, Minchin, the hunter. She seems to be our lady. I've invited her to the banquet just as Minchin wanted. Oh, she wants to eat and chat at the same time. The best of both worlds with dark goblin movements and information about goblins. I'll gather as much information as possible. If needed, I have to leverage the goblins to defeat those who misuse my name for wrongdoing at the Goblin Embassy. Minchin has arrived at a strange place. How odd. In my past life, every time I met a goblin, it was always, I only knew how to fight, because the only empire in my dimension, the goblins of Vanaheim, were among the allies of the Elysium kingdoms. It's normal for them to battle with hell. However, goblins and humans have a pretty good relationship. I just feel a bit unclear after the second great upheaval. Goblins actively made friends with humans. Thanks to that, humanity has a better view of goblins. In my past life, they were still beautiful and weak like that. But now, I don't have such a negative view of them anymore. Is it because of their faces? I guess it's because you saw a beautiful person. Jumi went out to greet the hunter Minchin. It's been a while since we last met. Minchin seems to want the other person to remember. This is the second time we've crossed paths. Right, Jumi hasn't forgotten at all. I'm still waiting for you to get back to me, but I haven't heard a peep from you. Minchin needs to know why she's waiting. Jumi says what she thinks. I'm straightforward and don't like being in debt to anyone. Today isn't about our little issue. Minchin wonders what she means. Jumi doesn't beat around the bush. My father is the one who invited you to the party. I'm just saying this to make you feel more comfortable. When entering the banquet hall, Minchin barely noticed it. Experiencing something rare can be quite wonderful, Jumi. Yet it was so elaborate. Next time I'll invite you since my father is the one who invited you this time. Minchin thinks it all feels the same. All right, let's keep it that way, Jumi. You don't seem to be the quiet type. You're still the same, so natural. Minchin is confused about what's going on. Jumi isn't sure if she's admiring him or if it's something else. You look completely unbothered, just like when you were fighting that blue charm. Minchin is serious to the point of being unbelievable. In some way, elves are also human. Why should I be restless? Jumi chuckles. This side of you is really charming. Your father has brought him here. That person greets him. You are Hanger Minchin, the one who discovered the traces of dark elves, right? We are the Varus ambassadors of Vanaheim. Minchin says they are Selene. So they are distant relatives of the Vanaheim royal family. Varus smiles. Oh, are you interested in our elves? Minchin replies indifferently, just common knowledge. But in Minchin's mind, there's a calculation. It seems like elves think the earth is quite an important place, just like a bustling market. I want to use my foot to read his information. That means he is one of the strongest elves in the Vanaheim Empire. I want to fight him. And Paris suddenly voices his thoughts. You have so many desires in your eyes, but it's a pity. I'm already married. I'm just joking. Come sit here. And the little princess sits next to me. Jumi isn't happy. Dad has told you not to call me that. In front of others, Paris shifts the topic. We're all hungry now, so it's better to eat while we talk, right? Minchin observes everything on the table. Oh, I thought the food would be just enough. But it seems they put in a lot of effort. I thought they would only make vegetable dishes since they are elves. And Paris has a request. Oh right, little princess. I have something private to discuss with you. Can I go first? Jumi knows how to behave. Yes, father. At this moment, Paris finally speaks. I heard about how you discovered the dark elves and fought with them. Minchon replies without holding back. I just got lucky. He seems to be mocking him. Your luck is good, huh? From what I see, it seems a bit too much. Minchon sees through this behavior. He changed his attitude right after pushing Shizumi away. Is he going straight to the point? He will have a hard time believing what I predicted. Varys adds, you helped us, and we know that dark elves have set foot on Earth. But we can't find any traces of them. Minchon starts to feel restless. I think this feels more like an interrogation. Yet Paris doesn't seem to hesitate. Dark elves are close to B-rank hunters. They must be tough opponents since you're only E-rank. That really gets him fired up. I understand you've been looking into me, but why bring up this embarrassing topic? You're really stalling Varys. Change the subject. The messenger forgot to mention my daughter. Did you plan this since the hunter's exam? Is there something funny about that? Minchon snapped back. You think elves are the center of the universe? Don't be ridiculous. I'm not so bored that I'd do something like that. Truly, Varys sighed. I can't help but doubt you. Minchon bluntly stated the reason is simply, with my skills, I can't take down a dark elf by myself. So Varys, are you ready to cast your magic? The Soul Wall. This is a barrier that can block any flow from the outside. Even a renowned hunter can't easily break it. Minchon sees this as the eternal issue of the elves. Is this how elves repay their debts? I can't believe they think I'd use such petty tricks. They capture dark elves in such a pathetic way. If they see me as an enemy, then they should just charge in and attack. And Varys keeps acting displeased with you. Once the investigation team returns, we'll decide how to deal with you. Just wait a moment. I don't like doing things like this either. With someone who has helped us right. Minchon's eyes darted everywhere. Are you talking about the elves still up on the mountain? If they use soul magic, they can see the spells I cast. Then my suspicions will be revealed. But this really frustrates me. Varys sat cross-legged uselessly. You can't break that wall with your strength. Minchon scolded, shut up. 7 spirit swords, the first sun descends. Minchon's power shattered the wall. Varys said nothing after that. It's because Minchon's sword was pressed against his throat. So shall we continue this discussion? Damn those wretched elves and their swords. Minchon held the sword close to Varys' throat. Sorry, it seems I've underestimated you. Minchon understood why Varys thought he was weak. Because Varys could create a sword just with his mental power. Varys smiled, thinking about how you hide your strength like that. Minchon didn't want to hear what Varys had to say anymore, so he interrupted. Let's get straight to the point. I'm not hiding anything. You just don't believe me. Damn it. That damn elf said they just wanted to ask a few questions, but it ended up like this. I'm busy hunting down an impersonator. I can't believe I'm wasting my strength in a place like this. Minchon decided to sheathe his sword. Varys was stunned because he sheathed it, so he stopped too. Aren't you going to continue? Minchon replied, if I wanted to kill you, I would have swung my sword long ago. In other words, if we keep going, it would end up injuring both of us. Pointing a sword at an ambassador is a serious crime. It could cause diplomatic issues. Let's have a serious fight then. I won't ask you to take any responsibility. Varys quickly declined. Come on, can't we joke around a bit? I just want to lighten the mood a little. Minchon didn't expect Varys to take his words as a joke. This crazy elf has no idea that this isn't the time for jokes. Then Nom appeared walking in and asking, Can I present the report now? In the reception room, Paris replied, sure, because he's involved in this too. So he has the right to know. All right, I'll start now. First, the purpose of the Dark Elves is to awaken a being that is imprisoned in the ancient world. Varys was confused. The ancient world, Minchon thought to himself. They only investigated based on the magic circle. It seems they're not completely useless. But those Dark Elves are preparing to do something terrible, a multi-dimensional universe containing hundreds of worlds. Among them are newly formed worlds and those that have developed for millions of years. It would be amazing if all could coexist and thrive. But there are also worlds that have reached their end. The world of is considered a collapsing world. Varys wondered about the imprisoned being. Do you know who that imprisoned being is? Non replied, it seems to be the god in the belief of the Dark Elves, the god of war. But Minchon knows that can't be right. That demon has been dead for 7 generations. Minchon asked, Is this the god who destroyed the earth long ago? Nan answered, Yes, exactly. We suspect that the dark spirits are trying to bring that god back to life. Minchin sighed. No way they're going to succeed. They're going in the wrong direction. That god is dead and has been reborn right in front of you. Hey, trying to bring that fallen god back to earth again, those dark elves are already wicked. I bet they're hiding something. I need to report this to heaven and the country, but I can't just blurt it out. And we can't track the location of the dark spirits. I apologize, Ambassador. Moreover, it will take about 1 to 2 more days for the ritual to be completed. Varys sat there pondering. So why can't we trace their whereabouts while the ritual is almost complete? He turned to Minchin and asked, You said you could detect dark mana, right? I wonder if we could borrow your power. The god of war, the one everyone calls the Demon King, might appear again. Because on Earth, we really need your help. Hearing this, Minchin glanced at Varys, that damn elf. Finally, they realized their situation. The only one who could quickly trace the dark elves was himself, because he needed to eliminate those imposters. So it works out. If you want me to help, then why did you do that before? At Minchin's question, Varys was flustered. Minchin continued, The way elves repay their debts really opens my eyes. I can take advantage of this. Minchin turned and walked away. Paris hurriedly pulled him back. Please forgive my actions during the 7 rituals. Minchin continued, But I'm a bit stingy. I'm not sure if I can just forget about it. Varys grabbed Minchin's sleeve. Hey, don't do that. This affects the safety of everyone, doesn't it? But someone wasted a lot of my time while I'm really busy. Varys lowered his pride. Please, I beg you, forgive me. To overlook this, I think I deserve some compensation. Just tell me what you want, and I can do it. Of course, I swear on the honor of Paris and my ambassador's title. You better remember your oath. Paris replied firmly, Of course, when it comes to pricing, take as much as you can. The sky was starting to darken. Paris handed Minchin a note with the amount written on it. Minchin took it and left the reception room. Once outside the room, Minchin stared at the note. All right, how much should I write to make it reasonable? Screw that damn fairy. Sounds good, right? I don't have much time left. They discovered the dark fairy's energy about a month ago. They wasted so much time. I like tracking, but the ritual is almost complete. Both sides are wasting time, but I can't forgive those dark fairies. First, I need to find the dark mana. If I had enough time, I could track them down one by one, but right now it's quite urgent in this case. There's no choice but to use it. The new mana operation method I learned in the Abyss. It's essential to assimilate it. You are my eyes. The dark mana will react to my energy. Even if I have to search all over Seoul, I will find them all. The next morning, as dawn broke, Minchin lay under the rays of sunlight streaming through the window. Sweat dripped from Minchin. I almost died tracking those dark fairies. Seriously, I transformed chaotic energy to expand my search range. It feels like my brain is about to explode. Thank goodness my senses are slow, or it would have really exploded. But Seoul is too vast. There are about 10 suspicious locations because the mana levels in these areas are the same. I can't pinpoint where the center of the magic circle is. Minchin sent an empty book to the embassy, and surprisingly, the embassy replied immediately. Minchin sat up straight. The embassy must be waiting for my message about those foolish dark fairies. I want to catch and smash them myself, but I've already used too much power when assimilating. The remaining energy is only 20%. I need to restore all my strength first. There's nothing more relaxing than channeling energy. To calm my mind, I've used ancient techniques to separate the energy of the primal stone. The primal stone keeps spinning continuously. 2 streams of energy have been separated from the primal stone. One is light, the other is darkness. This chaotic energy has increased by 0.1% in the mastery of ancient techniques. It's increased by 0.1%. Minchin feels much better now. What is this feeling? Why can I sense chaotic energy from somewhere else? Is it because I've been too focused on searching for dark mana that I've overlooked it? This feeling seems familiar to me. This energy has a portal in the bustling neighborhood. The chaotic energy radiates out. I feel so familiar with it. The soul within the portal possesses chaotic energy. What does that chaotic energy have to do with the dark elves performing the ritual? There's no evidence that they are connected. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I can't miss out on the chaotic energy that the dark artifact has left behind. to get out. That energy has taken effect. Minchin excitedly claims this portal is his. Inside the dark artifact are elves sitting around each other. The great ritual will be completed soon. Everything is happening just as they said. It seems it's not yet time for Minchin to rest. Minchin steps out of the darkness. This is the other side of the dark portal. There isn't much mana, and Minchin can't feel it either. Any trace of life energy. Around here, it feels like Minchin is looking into a world that has been destroyed. Minchin looks ahead in surprise and exclaims, "No way!" A world that has reached the twilight of existence. Almost all entities have been destroyed in a battle of the gods long ago. Minchin wonders to himself, should I say something to them right now? The rituals that the Dark Elf tribe is preparing are scattered all over Seoul, all to open this dark portal. And suddenly, a fierce wolf appears approaching Minchin. What a friendly welcome. How come the elixir and those imposters are gathering here, in a place like this? Next to the pack of wolves are some nasty elves. Are you all alone? You're quite brave, compared to those lowly creatures. I'm also feeling a bit bored having to guard the portal all the time. This guy will be the perfect entertainment while I wait. Minchin chuckles. Entertainment? What a dream. Congratulations, today will be your funeral. This time next year will be your funeral. Minchin unleashes a devastating strike, the Thunder God's Fist. It injures the wolves' heads. Those little brats are on par with the kobolds. They are level C but possess level B stats. They're way too easy to take down. So using high-level martial arts empowered by chaotic energy would be a waste. The elves didn't expect Minchin to be this strong. That lowly human just made the wolves fearfully retreat. The elves shout in unison, "Where do you think you're going, you cowards?" Holy fire completely envelops Minchin. I won't let a single one escape. Seeing this, the elves mumble a prayer. May the Lord of Demons grant us our wish. Bring death to our enemies for the resurrection of the prince, you bastards. Minchin feels tired because these bastards keep rambling their nonsense. Minchin has successfully absorbed chaotic energy. The chaotic power has increased significantly. Both chaotic power and energy have risen. Minchin lifts the wolf up. Thanks to them, we've been able to absorb quite a bit of energy. You guys are really rich in energy, huh? Even though we just fought. Why do I feel all my fatigue has vanished? I've also tried using martial arts techniques. While being covered by holy energy, it turns out the results aren't bad at all. Quite useful indeed. I'm very grateful for everything. Now how should I repay this appropriately? An old elf keeps staring at Minchin. Minchin drops the wolf down. Why isn't anyone answering me? And stop what you're doing right now if you don't want to die. Minchin pointed his sword at that damn elf. Don't you understand the current situation? What's so funny about the death of your subordinates? The elf continued. All my comrades have followed your great will. They have no regrets, even if it means sacrificing themselves. Thanks to them, the ritual has been completed. It's a pity you've gone through all this trouble to come here. Minchin thought to himself, this wretched dark elf needs to be beaten to near death to stop spouting nonsense. You really talk a lot of crap, don't you? What's the point of serving and following when he's already dead? I don't like to berate myself, but... The elf cursed Minchin. You don't know anything. We are not the apostles of the god of war who are dead. Minchin frowned and asked, So, who are you serving? That's when the elf fell silent. Suddenly, there was a strange sound. Minchin wondered what that sound was. The unusual beams of light shone down, welcoming him. Please awaken from your deep slumber and bring chaos to this land. Vetrint. Be afraid. Once he descends, a mere mortal, like you, will be nothing but a piece of meat. Hearing Minchin say that was strange, the elf immediately asked, What do you mean? Why hasn't this great being appeared yet? Seeing the light gradually change, the elf exclaimed, What? And screamed in despair. Minchin punched the elf in the face and said, This is ridiculous. We definitely followed the instructions. Exactly as you instructed us. Minchin laughed. You're talking about the great magical wave. People have already destroyed those in other places. The elf didn't believe that Minchin was capable of such things. Minchin thought it seems like the original elves are doing quite well with the tasks I assigned them. A bit troublesome, but it seems worth it now. Minchin looked at the elf. Now let's continue our unfinished story. Who gave you the orders to do these things? The elf trembled. The Lord of Demons. Minchin warned the elf, Every time you talk nonsense, I'll cut off one of your fingers. This pathetic bastard, these dark elves have no honor, like the regular elves. Huh? I want to chop off his head right now, but if I still want to find out the truth behind this. then I might be in big trouble. Everything turned chaotic and unbearable heat filled the air. It was just like what he said. The heat created shards of fire that pierced down. The life energy was gradually diminishing. The elf cried out in fear, "What the hell? Which monster is trapped here? These wretched dark elves have summoned something incredible, huh?" The mutated wolf was bigger than Minchin. He tried to keep his spirits up against these stupid bastards. The divine beast Benji, due to the incomplete ritual, most of its power has been sealed. Losing its rationality is a consequence of receiving a great shock. The monster from ancient mythology, the true god Benji. It has a body covered in black fur and wild green eyes. A monster from the mythology of the Roman brothers. The divine beast Benji, due to the incomplete ritual, has most of its power locked away. Losing its rationality is a result of receiving a great shock. The monster from ancient mythology. The true god Benji has a body covered in black fur and wild green eyes. A beast from the mythology of the Roman brothers. Gainer, a godslayer, has wiped out an entire race of gods in Asia. Those who have repented for their past sins, and he is also a monster of destruction. The space destroyer. The goblin hurriedly approached it. "I am the one who has awakened you." The goblin looked at it and continued, "Godslayer, finally you have brought chaos to this world." Benji growled and stomped. The stomp nearly sent Minchin flying. Such force. Just with a single swipe of one of its legs, it's incredibly strong, but something feels off. It lacks rationality and is weaker than I thought. Its power may have diminished. Because it has forced itself into another dimension, despite the distorted circle, the waves may have been neutralized. If it hadn't been this weak from the start, I could have seen its stats through the footmark. Benji's green eyes glanced at Minchin. Is it going to attack me again? Since there's still quite a distance to go from here to the gate, I guess there's no other choice but to fight. The enemy is strong, and I've encountered them in an unexpected place. My opponent is nothing more than a slave to their own instincts filled with bloodlust. I'm hungry. What an interesting event. If that's the case, then I might be able to win. Because I am both Minchin and the god of war after all. Today I will show you an incredibly interesting fight, you stupid dog. I am the best fighter in the entire universe. Both in the past and present. That's how it is. Minchin flew all around Benji. You have so many blind spots with such a huge body. Waiting for the right moment, Minchin unleashed a powerful strike. It was as hard as stone. Because the difference between my strength and defense is too great, my attacks don't do much to it, even though it's a signature skill of the three palaces. Here comes the next move, the 5-lake slash Minchin. Unfortunately, my sword doesn't cut deep enough because it's too furry. Sensing danger, Minchin quickly dodged to the side. Damn it! It's really fast. If I get hit by it, I'll die instantly. I'll ignore the small attacks, avoiding the full-force hits, and then I'll strike back. Because I can heal wounds like that with holy fire. Even though Benji is injured, it still looks fierce. You damn furry dog, do you think I'm just running around? Hellfire. Although most of its power has been sealed, it is still a monster of mythology, right? Even hellfire doesn't do much harm to it. It emits a type of energy. If you're openly preparing for such a big attack, so you think I'm just going to stand here and eat like a king? If a single strike doesn't work, this is gonna hurt. Then I just need to strike it a lot. I know countless slashes can pierce through that fur. Just like water erodes stone, I just need to keep striking without overthinking it. Minchin will chop off its head and use a quick strike plan, plunging it into its skull. You damn dog, you can't catch me with that slow speed. Destroying the national authority will make it change color in pain. Minchin intends to tear its body apart, but it's really strong. Minchin thinks it only has about 50% of its energy left. A battle where I could be seriously injured if I slip up even just once. Yeah, a real battle has to be like this. Min looks up at the collapsing sky. Damn it. We've been fighting so fiercely. Benji wants to use his sharp teeth to bite Min. Min quickly casts a freezing spell to lock his teeth in place. This world is starting to fall apart. It's because of the impact from our fight. Why is it still so damn resilient? It's like it's making everything worse. It's gradually getting hurt, but it's still not enough to be fatal. My chaotic energy will soon run out. Benji is crazily smashing the ground. That bastard is really breaking the ground apart. Now it's trying to limit my movements, huh? The angrier it gets, the less time we have, and it's starting to move strategically. Look at the way it's smirking like that. Is it starting to regain its sanity? Is that all? If you think that alone can stop me, you're dead wrong. We are beings who can move freely even in the depths. But from now on, I will race against time. Min uses the blessing of the rainbow and is regaining his original powers. Quickly, Min has been cleansed of all wounds and curses due to the blessing's effect. Even the ruling gods of space have at least one fatal weakness. I'm sure Fenrir has a weakness too. That damn dog better not go crazy again if it continues like this. This place will be destroyed. I will find a weakness that can stop its movements. Min decisively leaps. Now it's time for round 2. The sky is collapsing. This place is the remnants of a world that has been destroyed. The time left until the dimension collapses. Min feels pity for that Benji, the one who devoured the gods and destroyed the world. The way it's thrashing around now is completely unbefitting of its former dignity. Its eyes are filled with madness. It has lost all its previous pride. For some reason, Min sees himself in it. After trying to use a clone to descend to Earth, he was eliminated by the heroes of humanity, losing the chance to return to his true body. And, now reincarnated as a human, this world will soon be destroyed, and Benji. Perhaps it will forever stare into the void of the dimensional rift. After all, it's immortal, so Min will kill it himself. Min has tried attacking all the potential weak spots, but aside from the neck, it didn't react much. This must be its weakest point. Min looks closely and sees something stuck in its wound, the 7-star demon sword, the first solar blade. Min was right. There's something lodged in Benji's wound. Is it its weakness, the 7-star demon sword, the second comet blade? Min decisively strikes at its weak point. Benji howls in pain, reacting more strongly than Min expected. Is this really its weakness? All right, let's finish this. I will behead this monster with a single strike. Benji writhes in agony, his neck hurting too much. Wait, it's regaining its composure. Where is this? Who are we? Min hesitates. You are Benji. That's right. I am Benji Jack. I'm fighting the gods. Wait, it seems I've been released to fight. Minchin wonders what nonsense you're talking about. I think you're mistaken. You've devoured the strongest gods and destroyed worlds. Benji continues with nonsense. I'm definitely in the middle of a battle with the gods. Minchin asks Benji, do I look like a god at all? Benji replies, no, you're just a lowly weak human with a limited lifespan. Listen carefully. Your family has destroyed the gods, and your brother Romangander has seized 172 thrones of hell. Romangander joined the lair of the demons. Strange, I have no memory of this. It seems you don't believe me. Look, my predecessor, Romangander gave me this. It's the energy of Romangander. No, it can't be. Romangander is preparing for war with me. Seems like it. I don't remember clearly either. Minchin feels that something is indeed off. Something's wrong with its memory. Could it be because of the stone I just destroyed? Minchin tests its memory with a question. What's the last thing you can remember? But unfortunately, it doesn't remember. The last thing I remember, my head hurts. Everything's a mess. I can't just leave it here like this. Compared to letting it wander aimlessly, stuck in the dimensional water forever, with every consciousness still intact, it's better to show it some compassion. Finally, Minchin sees it leaving. Benji stops him. Hey human, you're not going to get angry just because I said your life is limited, right? Can we talk after you put down your sword? You're really scary like this. Minchin says I could turn to dust with just a flick of your claw. Your brother is pointing a sword at me. How could you do that? I don't have a brother like you. I just want to live. Sorry, but you're too strong. I need to finish this while I still can. Those gods said the same thing as you. That's exactly why they tied me up and tortured me when I hadn't even done anything. I don't want to die. I'm fighting because I want to live. I don't trust you. How can I believe you? I will serve you as my master. Serve me as its master, one of the ancient beings that can go toe-to-toe with angels in heaven. If you want, I'll meet the contract. I'm not saying your memory is chaotic. How can you still remember the contract? Those gods keep repeating the contract with me. You make me speak out, but you never did that before. I don't want to be stabbed in the chin by them. It hurts. I'm just a monster from the age of mythology. Those who follow the ancient divine doctrine often have a very high sense of pride. They would rather die than bow their heads and beg for mercy from others. I know this because I fought with a few monsters in my past life. Ancient times. I can't believe such a being wants to be my subordinate. I accept you as my servant. Thank you. You won't regret this. It looks so happy, even wagging its tail. I'm Benji, son of Loki. I swear by my soul that I will serve Jian Minchin as my master. Thank you, master, for turning around so quickly. Just a few minutes ago, it called me brother. Now it's master. But my old master has been in pain for a while now. It feels like I'm about to break. Wait a moment, I've used the holy fire. The healing blessing has entered my body. The warmth is too much. My pain is gradually fading. Don't talk. Your wound could get infected. It's starting to look more and more like a dog, reminding me of Barbie back home. Minchin noticed something strange coming and immediately asked Benji, "Can you run?" Benji was panting heavily. It's pretty tough, because my neck and legs hurt. I think if I rest a bit longer, I'll be fine. If we keep resting here, we might have to board the express train to the other side. The time left until collapse is 5 minutes and 33 seconds. Benji panicked. What, master, isn't it dangerous to stay? But right now, I can't run. Master, you need to think of a way out. Actually, Minchin wasn't planning to leave. The plan was just to defeat it. Minchin asked Benji, "Can you shrink a bit?" "I can, just give me a second." Minchin was surprised. "Can you really do it right away?" "First shrink the legs, then the body." "Master, how's that?" Looking closely, Minchin saw it looked a lot like a puppy. "I just fought a dog. It wasn't even knee-high and almost died. What a disaster." Benji asked again, "Master, how is it?" Minchin said, "We don't have time to stand around here. It's dangerous." Minchin hugged it and ran. "Ugh, I don't like being hugged by men," Minchin replied. "Instead, you could just die here." Hearing that Benji was really scared, "I'm sorry." Minchin ran into the darkness. "I've used too much energy in the fight with Benji. This is dangerous. It's so chaotic. Isn't this the look of the apocalypse? Damn it. I can't see what's going on because the mana is in chaos. This is unbelievable. What the hell? My lord, can you guarantee that the ritual will succeed? But look at what's happening. If you give us more time and resources right now, do you know the crime of making excuses? I won't allow anyone to disappoint me. That won't happen again, of course. I won't let the mage come here to do useless things. Yes, my lord, support the mage for the next mission. I look forward to the next result. But if you don't meet my expectations, you don't need to worry. If your results please me, I will give you a worthy reward. Jay, this time you must obey me. I can't believe I have to support you. A simple man like you. If you oppose, tell the Lord. Thanks to the darkness, you brought Benji back. Everyone is waiting for Minchin here." Minchin was surprised. "What's going on? You all came here to celebrate my return. Are you serious? When we got here, the gate was about to collapse. We suddenly lost contact with you. We couldn't find you. I know, that's why I rushed out. Is everything okay inside? As you can see, I'm still fine, right? It will be tough if something happens to you because you went in alone. You were really worried about me just now. It felt like hell. I'm saying that my father and the ambassador will have a hard time witnessing a ritual to summon the legendary creatures. They are trying to resurrect the demon lord through this ceremony. Is this really what they're trying to summon? I have no idea. The ritual failed when the dimension collapsed. Unfortunately, we don't have any information. Things will get messy if we tell them about it. Benji, if it weren't for your help, we would have been in big trouble. Let's thank you with a reward. I'll tell my father about this. Now I just noticed, isn't that a puppy? Don't tell me she doesn't realize this is Benji, right? You brought a dog through the gate. I picked it up on my way here. Even so, how could you bring such a cute dog into a dangerous place like that gate? It looked abandoned, so I couldn't leave it alone, right? Master, it wasn't abandoned, Benji. Why did you do that? I'm so tired. What were you thinking, bringing a puppy into the gate? You shouldn't have done that. Although I know you're confident in your abilities, please don't bark like a dog anymore. After the gate collapsed, the fairy clan tried to trace the dark elves' whereabouts. But it didn't go well. Even though we caught a few dark elves nearby, when they were destroyed, the other dark elves on the battlefield escaped and erased all traces of themselves as if they never existed in the first place. That's why Paris personally asked me for help. Minchin, can you help us again? I absorbed the chaotic energy in the dark gate and also found evidence that they are not being monitored. This is a trend. I can't achieve anything else after I found Benji. I think I've done enough already. I will refuse your request. So I guess we shouldn't rely on you. Please give me a worthy reward for my efforts up until now. You can't give it instead of a blank book, right? Of course. Just wait for the reward. Do I look like that kind of person? I belong to the royal family, and I'm not poor like that. Let me know if you find out who is behind those dark elves. I'll contact you when we find anything, since I confirmed that the darkness is not tracking me. I'm sure there's a creature behind those dark elves. Seriously, if I find out which demon it is, I won't let them go. Master, I'm hungry. I'll rip their horns off and spin them like a propeller. Finally, I can rest. Why are you so picky, even though you're hungry? I can't eat this. Didn't you say you weren't picky about anything when I asked you earlier? It's strange that the taste of these things is sour and salty. That's the master's fault. For giving me inedible things. What have you eaten from before until now? I don't know that. Back then, I was always full, even though I didn't eat anything. It must still be Benji, even though it looks like a fluffy dog. I thought its taste would be very different from what I imagined. So, should I give it what the elves eat? Right, elves? Who can I ask about this? She's the most suitable person, Ellie exclaimed. Oh my, so cute. Does Ellie have a side like that? Should I give it the things that fairies eat? A fairy. Who can I ask about this? She's the most suitable person, Ellie exclaimed. Oh my gosh, so cute. Ellie has a face like that. What bloodline do you belong to? I can't tell anymore. I've lost my memory, and that's why I can't transform. So I think it has an ancient lineage. It smells very strong. Even the famous bloodlines don't smell like this. I'm really surprised. I can't believe it. Suddenly you called me and asked what fairies like. I thought you were asking me because you thought I knew. Do you understand fairies? What an amazing coincidence. What's its name? I'm Benji. I think it has a lying disorder due to memory loss. It keeps saying it's Benji. Oh no, poor thing. Look, it wants to object to what she said, but it's wagging its tail because she's hugging it. It's completely different from Yoon Mun. Gainer Lily, don't be fooled. It might look cute like this now. But before, it was a monster that lived for thousands of years and was incredibly terrifying. But why do I feel like I've just lost a dog? The scene quickly shifts to the Star Alliance. People are bustling around in front of a restaurant. Benji is happily devouring food from the plate. Eli smiles and pats its head. Eat up, come on. This is amazing. I came here hoping to find something that Benji would like, Minchin thought. I didn't expect it to choose the ruby meat, costing a whopping 200,000 won. One person. An ancient monster and its luxurious mouth. Letting it eat instant noodles with wild food isn't right either. She looked up and asked him, so when will we have a meeting? Minchin wondered, aren't we doing that right now? Ellie curiously asked, didn't you say you would treat me to a meal? Not to discuss work like today. But that caught him off guard. Oh no, I forgot about that. Ellie smiled and asked, you haven't forgotten, right? Minchin avoided the question, of course not. I've been watching you for a while now. Have you been observing me? She teased, laughing. When you blush, it's like it shows on your forehead, just like now. He silently cursed, damn it, she caught me. Lily is throwing a tantrum. So when should we go out to eat next time? Suddenly Martin spoke up. Oh my God, you're here too. Martin, is that you? We're saved. He was cheerful. Is it okay if I sit at the same table with you? Martin quickly replied, yeah, no problem at all. Then the two started chatting. He's the branch manager, you know. Why are you drinking beer in the afternoon? Don't you know that beer is like a soul drink for short people? Well, I guess that makes sense, he said, hiding the beer right next to me, making me want to drink too. The scene shifted to Martin's office. Minchin, serious arms crossed, said, I need your help with a few things. Martin didn't hesitate and agreed. Please, go ahead. What can I help you with? Just give me a second. Can you carve this for me? He was horrified. This seems like an incredible item. Where did you find this? I landed near the haunted tower to research. It'll be tough for us to get into the tower ourselves. Let me try to assess this. Suddenly, his expression turned to one of shock. Mathen said to you, I'm stuck at the evaluation stage, so carving this will be difficult for me. What is this? A cloak made from the skin of a world serpent. A world serpent? Are you serious? This is the first time I've touched something so precious. What good does it do you to touch it? Min chuckled. You can't even carve a seal on it. That's true. He sighed. Well, you can't do anything with this. Right, Mathen looked downcast. I think only my master could do something with that. Something so special is really troublesome. We can only use it once it's been carved, so we can't use it right now. I guess this gift is more amazing than I thought. Many are curious about it. Can you help me find someone who can carve this? Is that possible? He replied, sniffling, "I think I know a few artisans who might be interested in this. You can trust me. I'll find someone to help you." Minchin handed Mathan a knife. "I still have another order to place." "What is it?" "I want you to make 10 of these." Mathan picked it up and examined it. "This is the focus, and the shape of this knife is quite interesting. It's made for throwing." You complimented his keen observation. "You're right. It's a weapon for throwing. Are you planning to use it as a consumable item?